When I had decided that I wanted to dance, I asked around, who should I take some classes from? They said, well, check with Julian Swain. And they gave me his number. So I called him. I said, what would you suggest? And he said, right now, I'm at Club de Lisa. And I went by there, I met him and everything. And wow, I thought that was fabulous, all these girls and all these pretty costumes and stuff. I said, hey, I want to do that. And he told me I should study. Jesse, he said, well, I studied with Stone and Cameron ballet. He said, and as a young dancer, I would suggest that you take some ballet classes. And that's where I met, at that time, her name was Arnell Pugh. I met Najwa during that time. She was one of his lead dancers. So Arnell said, well, if he told you to do that, go ahead and do what he says if you're serious about dancing. I said, well, I'm serious. I made in my mind that's what I want to do. So I'll go ahead and do it. So that's how I started at Stone and Cameron. And that's how I started researching dance and seeing, hearing Stone and Cameron talking about all these dances and stuff. I said, well, Lord, I don't know what they talking about. Let me go to the library, And then that's, like I said, and that's when I learned about Pearl Primus and Catherine Dunham, because I was trying to look, where's the black dancers at, I said, yeah, I like what she did. I want to do that. And then talking to different people. They told me who was teaching downtown. Jimmy Payne was teaching Afro-Cuban and Calypso and stuff. And he was teaching tap too. I took it, but my interest wasn't there. And that Neville Black was teaching contemporary, and also Maggie Cass was a part of him. Maggie would a lot of times sub when Neville went out of town. And then that she started teaching out of her house in Hyde Park. I liked her classes so well, I would go over there also. Then I heard about Tommy Sutton, but again, I really wasn't interested in tap. I took his jazz class. I liked the little jazz movements and stuff. So those was really my first teachers in Chicago.
I wasn't the kind of person that wanted to show off technique. I mean, I wanted my technique to be good enough so that I'd look good dancing. But I didn't want to say, okay, I'm going to get up here and do 5 pirouettes now and just watch me do it and I'm going to land in a perfect fifth. And how about that?
We started at 20 West Jackson, which is now the Dirksen building. It was the Great Northern. We were in the Great Northern Theatre, which was like sad. It's got one of the ones gone. Anyhow, from 20 West, we went to 20 East, which is where the fire was. And then from there, we went to the Fine Arts building, which was lovely. And we were on the top floor there. And then they put the rent up a little more than we could manage, so we moved again and to 17 North State. And that had been Edna McCrae's studio, and then it was Ruth Paige, and then we took it over. And years later, Joffrey took over the whole floor. And now it's Ballet Chicago.
My father was Chinese. He was born in Chicago. And my mother and dad met at the University of Pennsylvania. He was a physician. My mother was a nurse. And he came back to Chicago and opened up a practice. And so, I was born and raised in Chinatown, went to Mercy High School. And then the day, I don't really remember, so long ago, but I think the day after graduation, I left for New York. I made a compromise. My father and I compromised. He wanted me to go on to college. College had absolutely no interest for me at the time. I was totally immersed in ballet. And so we compromised. He gave me a year in New York. And if I didn't join a major company in a year, I'd have to come back and go to college. There were only two major companies in the United States at the time. It was Ballet Russe de Monte Carlo and Ballet Theater, as it was known in those days. Yeah, so I made it by the skin of my teeth. I joined Ballet Theater. I hadn't even turned 18 yet. I graduated very early. My first performance with Ballet Theater was on the 4th of July at Covent Garden. I don't know how they felt, but I think my dad was kind of proud. The horrifying fact was my mother had to sign my first contract with Ballet Theater because I didn't turn 18 until the next week.
Well, we were lucky because we had, Chicago had Lucille Ellis, like I said, Tommy Gomez, Wilbur Bradley, Clifford Fears was here for a while, so their history opened it up. I remember when Miss Ellis first was teaching and the African culture was really becoming, broader here in Chicago, they didn't think that Miss Ellis, some of them didn't think that Miss Ellis knew or had experienced the things, but she used what she knew, and they said, this is a woman that we need to be next to. Lyle Talbert from Muntu Dance Theater, who started Muntu, came and studied with Marcellus. You know, he told him, my body is yours, do with it what you will. You know, and she worked him, you know, and he studied. Even though he had a company, he wanted to learn more, and knowledge is power.
When CBS was doing, targeting a city to do all their granting each year in a different city, or every 2 years, Chicago was the chosen city. Everybody applied. We got the most money. We got more than the Symphony, Art Institute, Push for Excellence. They all, who's this company? We got $206,000 over 2 years to do this program that we had just created out of our mind, had no idea whether it would work. The most money we had ever had as a gift was $2,000. It was ridiculous, but it was wonderful. It worked beautifully. And the executives from CBS would come and see what we would be doing. And they said, my God, we're getting more than our money's worth. And they did. But what it did was it allowed us to put our dancers on salary, work them all day long, perform, tons of performance. It got us to a touring schedule and then an international touring schedule. So it was a marvelous thing for us. It did change our whole trajectory completely. We were no longer, just a nice, well-meaning little bunch get together in the evening and dance. We were something else. We were a professional company.
It used to really annoy me when the few Indians that I saw, most of them were trying very hard to melt into the melting pot. I absolutely hated that idea. So there started another part of me, which was now a woman who was absolutely not interested. I never talked back, or I never would raise my voice. I would move away from a situation rather than speak up. Here I was, where I was so angry with everything, like didn't like this, and I used to speak up. I used to say, no, that's not true. Why would you want to cut your hair and look like an American, like everybody else? Because that's not what everybody wants. I mean, they want to see rich color and vibrancy and diversity. And so there started a different kind of a thing inside me. And at the very same time, there was only one person in that whole group, maybe 7 or 8 families that we knew, that said, oh, you know how to do Bharatanatyam, why don't you dance for us? It'd be nice because we haven't seen a dance performance in a long time. So then he presented me, in a community place or whatever. So that's when I danced, and I was so happy presenting the dance performance. And at the end of the show, then there were a couple of families that said, would you be able to teach our children?
For one of Puni's concerts, and if whoever's seeing this doesn't know Puni, dazzlingly beautiful man, almost 7 feet, just an exquisite dancer, very kind. He was sort of a giant creatively, and he was only in Chicago for a few years as a dancer and then as a choreographer. So we all file into Moming. We're sitting on the bleachers just talking, waiting for it to start. And then you realize there's a large burlap sack suspended from the ceiling, and the ceiling in a church is high. And you go back to talking, but then it catches your eye because it is moving. And now it's got your attention. A knife comes through the sack, and Puni Dodson drops to the floor. Naked, covered in white flour, paint, I have no idea what.
Suit up, show up, and say yes. Makes sense, doesn't it? Get yourself together. You got your technique. You know what you're doing. Say yes to the audition and go out and do it. And then you just leave the results to, you know.
He was a teacher. He was a great teacher. And that was really rare for me. You know, he was a technical master and also knew how to create you as a mover, as a ballet dancer. Sometimes, you know, they're kind of one and the same. It's like so acutely detailed. that you don't learn the scope of the room. And Larry was really good at building you to have both of them. He would direct you in regards to going across the floor. Because listen, you can go across the floor as a dancer and get from the right side to the left side. Or you can go across the floor and your presence has already hit the other side. So the audience is then pulled into an energy with you as you're moving. You're filling up space. That kind of conversation. You know, as you're jumping, burst yourself into it versus jumping. Same move. One has an aura and one doesn't.
I started when I was 5, so, but mostly with tap and jazz because they didn't really have ballet. At that time, boys didn't really do ballet so much. Until I went to this one school, Barbara Miller's Academy of Dance Arts, and she had boys who danced, and she's the one who encouraged me to go into the city and audition for the Nutcracker. The Nutcracker was my first experience, it was professional. It actually spoils you for the rest of your life. The Chicago Tribune Charities put on the big production of the Nutcracker at Airy Crown, and it was like a Broadway show. It was better than any ballet company you had ever seen, and they had stars from all over the world coming in. Peter Martin's Kay Mazzo, Baryshnikov, Meryl Ashley, Nureyev, just like all these extraordinary figures that I kind of knew they were stars, but I didn't realize how big they were until I came to New York and was like, wow, all these people kind of were in my life when I was a child. I mean, and role models to look up to and, aspire to. When I started high school, I went to the Chicago Academy for the Arts. I learned all kinds of dance. The teacher would bring in a Limon teacher, a Graham teacher, a Cunningham teacher. We did research at the library, and I would leave the suburbs at like 6:30 in the morning to get into the city at 7 to start school at 7:15. I would dance all day, leave there at 4, and then go over to Ruth Paige and take 2 more classes. So I was dancing all day. So I had all these skills already. So when I came to New York, I felt extremely prepared to go into a big, large company where one might get lost if you don't have the discipline and drive to keep up with that kind of a schedule. Because no one really prepares. They just sort of throw you in and they're like, good luck.
had seen dance. Hanya Holm used to come to Colorado Springs in the summer, which is where I grew up, and I didn't see her often. I think I probably saw her once, but I knew a lot about her and had seen films. But I don't know. It just jumped out. You just knew this was not ordinary dancing.
And we, as a company member, we hardly ever saw her dance. We would often, the company would do a piece, and then we were changing clothes, and then Sybil would do a solo, and we would have to sneak in the back of the theater and see it for the first time. And it was always special.
My husband was a cook. Sometimes she'd come to a Sunday dinner, and she loved it when he did like meat and potatoes, standing rib roast. That was good. And he was a musician, a pianist. We had a grand piano in the living room. And sometimes after dinner with an intimate group of 6, 8 friends, he would sit down and just play kind of spontaneously. And she would get up and just start moving in the living room. It was like, you know, it was just really, really special to have that kind of performance in your home.
She could do all of us in movement. I mean, and not like a comedian or anything, but she could, I don't know, like if she was sitting in this chair, she would all of a sudden just start moving, and it would be one of her dogs. Well, she always had German Shepherds. Yeah.
But she did talk about teaching movement, like the movement of the leaves, the movement of the wind, the movement of butterflies, whatever. And nature was very important to her. It was very important to her.
Day, night, just click your fingers and I'm ready to dance.
Hi, I'm Mark Kelly, and I'm the Commissioner of Cultural Affairs and Special Events for the City of Chicago. And it's my great pleasure to introduce the 5th anniversary of Dance Marathon, the great project led by the Chicago Dance History Project. And this is a very special day. So Mayor Lightfoot has proclaimed that this is the Chicago Dance History Day. So all those whereas and more whereas and whereas on top of that, yes, folks, that's all for you, because this is a special day for you. And I'm thrilled to join all of you, because we all know this, that dance as a creative form is so essential, so elemental. But we also know that it's ephemeral, and the great work, it becomes a wisps of smoke, and we try to bring it back. But this interview marathon will bring back to life Chicago's great dance legacy, the living movement of dance in Chicago. So we're going to be hearing from everyone from choreographers to the performers, to the presenters, to the journalists, to the advocates, the list goes on, everyone coming together in this insane program of 7 hours. But it's going to help us remind us of this form. It's going to bring it to life. It's going to bring the spirit of how dance is created and what it's about, and all of the work and love and passion that goes into creating this dance form. And I love, as I mentioned, the insanity of this project. It's 7 hours. It's a real marathon. They're not kidding. So, the dance form requires endurance. Dance is a melding of the mind and body, and creating this strength and grit that you have to bring to the dance form. And so all of you, in a sense, become dance performers today, because you have to bring that grit and perseverance to this marathon. So, get your water bottles and energy bars and sweatbands, get ready for this great journey. It's a deep dive into the glories and wonders of Chicago dance. And I want to close with just a salute to Scott Silverstein. I am so thrilled he is being honored. His media work for dance shows a man who loves the form. And we all know Scott, but such a generous soul, good karma, such a youthful spirit, brimming with optimism, and all of that shows up in his work, which has been a gift to the dance community. So I want to congratulate everyone who is going to be part of this interview marathon. I want to call out to everyone who's going to be part of the marathon and soldier on, be strong. And to the Chicago Dance History Project, thank you for your great work.
Good morning or afternoon, as the case may be, depending on where you are, and welcome to Chicago Dance History Project's first ever digital interview marathon. Thank you all so much for being here. My name is Janae Kutcher, and I'm the Artistic Executive Director of CDHP, and I'm coming to you live from Chicago's historic, beautiful Auditorium Theater. Yes, this is not a virtual backdrop, and 3 of us actually had a pretty harrowing commute to make it to a digital event on time this morning. So I'm very thankful to be here. It's January in Chicago after all. I do think this is the perfect backdrop too, because it keeps both our history and our present in the picture, which is exactly what we try to do here at CDHP. The Auditorium Theater has a great history as a Chicago institution, and CDHP acknowledges that the land on which it sits is the unceded homeland of many tribal nations. CDHP respects the indigenous people of Chicago and their contributions to our cultural life, and you'll find more about Chicago's First Nations in our acknowledgements and the credits at the end of the interview marathon. A little bit about CDHP. It was formed in 2015 in order to build a digital library of original and collected materials. We conduct oral history interviews, host public events, and digitize ephemera held by those in the community. Just like everything else we do, this event will be recorded and added to our archive. We will generate transcripts for the interviews at that time, and both the text and the videos will be available following the post-production process. I'd like to offer some quick thanks before we get underway here, because nobody runs a marathon without support. First, I want to thank the Auditorium Theater for allowing us use of the space. It means so much to be grounded today in such a historic location and surrounded by 130 years of performance energy. I also want to thank the staff who, like it or not, are running this marathon with me. Sean Rafferty, Cameron Heinze, Lynn Schwab, and Cam Hobbs is from the Auditorium. Our board of directors, Sarita Smith-Childs, Cheryl Cornell, and led by our board chair, Elizabeth Liebman. The honorary co-chairs for the interview marathon are Pam Crutchfield, Patty Eiler, and Sarah Solitaroff-Merkin, and Gail Kelver has served as an invaluable consultant throughout the past year. We couldn't have done any of this without them, and I'm truly grateful for their support, encouragement, and wise counsel as we begin to raise the profile of CDHP and realize the potential of this young but innovative organization. Our honorary committee members have been functioning as CDHP ambassadors over the past month to spread the word about the marathon and help the organization raise money, and that is so greatly appreciated by all of us. Thank you to all the donors who contributed to this event. You're not only helping this dream become a reality, but you are also enabling us to continue our work, adding critically important histories to the CDHP archive and rendering those stories visible for generations to come. CDHP has been so lucky to have a strong ensemble of interns and volunteers who have enthusiastically given of their time and talents for the better part of a year. Every one of them who is in school right now extended their terms with us in order to help out today. And in a year with so many challenges and limitations, they've all been bright lights for the CDHP staff, board, and especially me. They're all behind the scenes right now, managing technology, moderating the chat, sharing updates on social media, and sitting 2 boxes down from me to help keep me on track. If you'd like to learn more about our own history or CDHP in general, I invite you to check out our website and our digital library. The link, I'm sure, will be dropped in the chat shortly if it hasn't been already. Today, you will hear from 46 guests in a total of 28 segments, each 15 minutes long. As opposed to the extensive oral history interviews that are the bedrock of CDHP's research and original collection, the interviews and small group discussions in the marathon are meant to kickstart conversations. For the audience, I hope it's an opportunity to check in with your favorite artists and perhaps learn about something new. For us here at CDHP, it's a way for us to take the first steps toward more in-depth investigations that we hope to continue throughout the year. We're learning right now, right along with all of you. I will talk at the end of the day, if I make it, about our research plans for CDHP and for the rest of this year. Our oral history program prioritizes the seniors in our community, but CDHP overall is for, by, and about everyone with a connection to dance in this city. In that spirit, the interview marathon is designed to showcase the diversity and scope of Chicago dance, past and present, and include as many folks as possible. We want to amplify these individual voices while also situating them all within a web of interconnectivity. Streaming it publicly, we aim to foster and facilitate a vast community of interpreters to create an even stronger, richer dance scene in the future. So consider it a crash course or a sampler of Chicago dance history. I hope you will learn something here today and that will inspire you to investigate further, because I know that's what we'll be doing. And even if you weren't before, as of today, you are a part of Chicago dance history, and we welcome your participation. Please feel free to use the chat to your right, which will also become a part of our archive, to add your greetings, comments, questions. We'd love to hear from you. And those interns I told you about are standing by. They'll also use the chat to supplement our on-camera conversations with more historical context. So if you'd like a companion study guide as you watch today, keep that chat column handy. I want to underscore that CDHP is not here to say what history is, but instead to facilitate a collective learning experience. So if any of you out there have stories to share or can answer a question posed by someone else, by all means, please chime in. We have a full 7 hours ahead of us, and I know you're not going to want to miss it, But the beauty of live streaming is that you are free to come and go as you please, and you don't have to crawl over 7 other people in your row to get to the aisle. But I do hope there are some of you out there with your water bottles and snacks ready to settle in with us for the day. Either way, we'll be posting the schedule for every hour in the chat. So you can always refer to the CDHP website for the full rundown. Of course, I'm equally hyped for every segment of the day, but I do want to call your attention to the special one at 2:30, where we'll be presenting Scott Silberstein of HMS Media with CDHP's first ever Maurice Seymour Award for Vision and Service. I hope you can join me then to honor him. It's Chicago Dance History Project Day, and this marathon is meant to honor our work, celebrate our anniversary, and all of you. It's a day to reflect upon and celebrate where we've been as we all try to figure out where we go from here. And it's one way to continue to share the dance, just as we always do, passing it on from person to person, keeping our dancing pasts alive to ensure that we have dancing futures. I think that's as much as you'll hear me talk at once today. Let's hope. Yesterday, our video production manager, Sean Rafferty, said that we can't have community without a place to commune. And that message stuck with me overnight. For the most part, this has been it lately, flat little digital boxes. But I want to start the marathon by bringing into this space all the spaces where we know the dance community thrives. Studios, dressing rooms, the L train on the way home from rehearsal, and of course, stages and theater lobbies. Joining me first are 4 representatives of spaces that anchor the Chicago dance community and connect us to dance from around the world.
My name is Shirley Mordine.
I am Doris Humphreys.
Libby Carmichael. Bibi Miller.
Michelle Rodriguez Cinta.
Carole Babral.
Charlie Vernon.
Mort Kessler.
Isabel Houston Jones.
Betsy Herskin.
Hema Rajagopalan.
Jan Urquhart.
The young dynamo, James Dybus.
I'm Carlton Mulborn.
Carol Doty.
Venetia Stifler.
Patty Vickerman.
Lester A. Goodman.
Amy Osgood Woodbury.
Barbara Atkins Ruman.
Ruth Ann Coson.
Reggio for Chicago, Yam Hoofer.
I'm Susan Lee.
Lawrence Loritz.
Billy Siegenfeld.
Cameron Basden.
Jennifer Gerard.
Muriel Foster.
Gail Calvert.
Abu Khati.
And this is the
Chicago Dance History Project.
I was a dancer. It's my world. It's still my world.
Stamped on both sides. Chicago, 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 Chicago. Love Chicago.
Okay, joining me now are 4 leaders representing institutions with long histories of presenting dance in Chicago. We have Rich Regan from the Auditorium Theater, Lori Diamond from the Harris Theater, Tara Willis from the MCA, and John Schmitz of Dance Chicago. And Rich, I thought we would start with you and have the auditorium not only be a literal backdrop, but a conceptual one as well. And I'm going to ask a really tough question, actually. Can you maybe briefly in a minute, highlight some of the dance history of the auditorium? It's 130-year dance history, and maybe touch on something that even dance audiences might not realize about the auditorium?
Sure, thank you. And thanks for joining in today. And I'm glad to see that you're at the theater at least. I'm able to get there a couple of days a week, but we always just love seeing that theater as much as possible. The Auditorium Theater, as you mentioned, has an incredible history of presenting dance across 131 years. And, the dance presentations date back that far with Isadora Duncan in 1911 and Sono Asada when she auditioned for Ballet Russe de Monte Carlo. But the latest real strong period of dance began in 1967 with the presentation of New York City Ballet starring Suzanne Farrell and Edward Villela. From that point on, dance really held a consistent presence on our stage. Over the years, we presented such dance icons as Mikhail Baryshnikov, Rudolf Nureyev, Diana Vishneva, Natalia Osipova, and Carlos Acosta. And there's so many more beyond that. We even have an Auditorium Theater board member, Patty Eiler, who performed on our stage. And Patty shares very fond memories of dancing with Chicago City Ballet's gala performance, a production of Cinderella, as well as Joffrey Ballet's La Bayadère. So it's been such a long history and a very vibrant history, and we look to continue that. It will always be a part of our history. In more recent years, we've hosted and presented Ballet Nacional de Cuba, of course, American Ballet Theater, Bolshoi Ballet, Kirov Ballet, New York City Ballet, Eichmann Ballet of St. Petersburg, Ballet Folklorico de Mexico, and of course, Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater for more than 50 years. So this is such a presence in Chicago for dance, and we're going to uphold and continue that tradition for as long as we can see, Janae.
That's great to hear. And actually, Lori, I want to skip to you because the Harris is essentially the new kid on the block in this group. And you're not new to the Harris, but you're also fairly new to the role. And I actually wanted to ask a question directly of you too. I'm so grateful that CDHP had the chance to interview Patricia Barreto, the former CEO of the Harris, before she passed away. And we talked a lot about women in arts leadership. And I know that you two worked closely. I'm curious about what maybe you learned from her by working with her that you're now applying as you lead the Harris.
Thank you. Yes, I am incredibly grateful for the time that I was able to share with Patricia under her leadership and her incredible vision for the organization. Like you said, the Harris, our history is really, it's steeped in female leadership from our founders who for 20 years prior to us opening really fought for a mid-sized performing arts space in downtown Chicago. I think, Patricia was very inspired by the resilience and determination to open a facility like that. And then really in championing voices of female leaders. She was an incredible mentor to not only our entire team, but when I think about our community of resident companies, really an incredible mentor and an incredible partner in building capacity for both local organizations and bringing in incredible international artists from around the world.
Yeah, definitely. Tara, you're a Chicago native. And still somewhat new to the MCA, but a performer, and you grew up here. I was wondering, how does your knowledge of the dance scene overall, and specifically in Chicago, and your knowledge of the presenting history of the MCA affect your curatorial decisions?
That's a great question. And I just want to, having grown up here, I just want to say thank you to the Auditorium Theater and to Dance Chicago, which I performed in circa 2000. And of course to the Harris, which I remember going to my first and one of the few Cunningham shows I was able to see, early in the Harris's years. So thank you to all three of you. I think, MCA's program really was founded as a sort of theater program in 1996, but has presented or shown dance work since the year of the museum's founding, before there was a theater in the late 60s. And some amazing names happened during that time, some huge sort of national names we know in dance and performance art, but also a lot of amazing local performers. And then, once it really became a theater-based program, and when I say theater, I mean the space, not necessarily just theater, it's really become such an amazing sort of national footprint for folks. And so following in the footsteps of that, knowing the MCA stage as a student, coming to shows here when I was younger, and then as an artist myself in the scene of Chicago, really connecting with local artists. And fortunately, although my main job is really that 300-seat theater, I've also had amazing opportunities to work with some of the local artists here who are also performing at Lynx Hall and in much smaller spaces. Even their homes, that kind of thing these days. And so I think, there's a million ways that my knowledge of Chicago it sort of influences my work at the MCA, but I think particularly my experience with sort of the way the geography of the city impacts how people circulate in community. We've worked with Chicago Dance Makers Forum in some really amazing ways to tap into that community, and I hope that that can kind of continue into the future. And even with artists from out of town, which is our main, one of our main sort of functions is to bring really cutting edge artists from national and international contexts. I really am invested in thinking through how those projects and how those artists can connect with artists in Chicago, with audiences in Chicago beyond the shows themselves, how they can come in advance, have site visits, that kind of thing. I think folks don't realize the richness that Chicago already holds, and that's really influencing how we move forward with supporting the development of new work as well.
Yeah, and I hope we can get in a second to talking about how we move forward. But speaking of the Chicago dance scene, that's a perfect segue to you, John. Dance Chicago has been presenting Chicago dance companies in the showcase format for 3 decades now. And I'd love to hear from you how, you know, there's this collective energy and collaborative spirit here in Chicago. The showcase formats that you produce, how does that contribute to the growth and development of the Chicago dance scene as a whole?
Well, you know, our mission has always been to be as inclusive as possible. And of course, that has risks when you're trying to uphold artistic integrity. So over the years, I focused on the show. In other words, how that show could be put together to appeal to the audience and stand up in competition with other shows and other major companies. So over the years, we just developed this concept of what we called dynamic showcasing, where we look at, we sort of put together a show like you put together a music playlist. And we watch the flow of energy in that show up, you know, and how it transmits and sort of gives the audience a buy-in. Our philosophy is to look at the pieces, the choreographers, the nature of the work, as opposed to a hierarchy of important talent. So we're down and dirty. We get into the infrastructure, at the lowest ends of what we would call the grassroots of Chicago dance, and try to find talent. And we put them in a highly energized production schedule. It's very tight, it's very rigid, and they have to acclimate to that over the years. And once they get that acclimation, then they can continue to produce and dance Chicago over and over and over again.
Nice. I was asked quite a bit, what to expect from this marathon day. And I said, I really have no idea, except I can expect that connections will start to form. And just hearing the 4 of you talk and, Tara, hearing your history with all 3 of the other institutions too, that's already happening. We are CDHP, H for history, but I do think that we are in sort of a rare opportunity in this present moment where we're all able to absolutely recognize that this is history in the making too. And so I do want to talk about the present moment with the 4 of you because, I do believe that our venues are anchors of the Chicago dance community. And I know that we're all missing that over this past year. What are some ways, and this is for any and all of you, what are some ways that you're continuing to provide that now and in the near future?
I can jump in, Janae. We've hosted virtually many of our anchor dance companies, whether it be, the artistic director for Alvin Ailey, Mr. Battle, joining us on a number of occasions, actually, to speak to groups of our patrons, as well as to post on our Odd Talks, which we have on our website. So we've tried to keep dance in the forefront as much as we can here. Of course, we all do that as sort of a temporary fix until we can all gather again together in that beautiful place you're sitting in right there.
I'll jump in next and say, in tandem to doing virtual engagements, which I know a lot of us are dabbling in and diving headfirst into right now, it's been really incredible, like you mentioned, Janae, that the community has really come together. And, Tara mentioned earlier, Chicago Dance Makers Forum, I think See Chicago Dance. When I think of the dance service organizations, us as venues, independent artists, there's been a significant number of convenings of all of us as a collective community talking about our ecosystem. What do I have to offer? What do I need from the community? And there's been this really incredible exchange of ideas. And I think in my mind, it's actually opened up a lot of new doors and ways of thinking about our future, not just how we're surviving in this moment and how we're providing space, even if it is just for an individual artist, how that is creating connection across our city and really all of us coming together to speak to the unified needs of our dance community. So that's been something I don't think is going to go away, and a really great habit that's come out of this moment.
Yeah, I mean, we're going in the same order as we did before and realizing. And yeah, I think, seconding what you've both said and just adding to it that because of the kinds of artists that I'm often in conversation with, what's been so exciting is that so many of them are not just trying to adapt to digital formats, but are actually rethinking their practice in ways that are sort of unexpected even to them. And, I've worked on a publication project with an artist. I've worked on a digital platform that's just up there now on the internet with an artist. And of course also virtual performance, but really not trying to translate the stage experience to virtual, but rather to create a new experience, some kind of addendum to the original project. And so that I think is going to feed the way artists are working and the way they're asking institutions to respond to that work for a really long time to come.
Yeah, Tara, I agree 100% with what you just said. That is, we're not going back. We will go back to some nature of live performance. There's no doubt about that, but we're not going to give up on the technologies that we've incorporated. There are revenue streams associated with those technologies. And I can, let's take an example of Dance Chicago. You can still curate. The important underlying foundation of Dance Chicago is getting lots of applications, curating the shows. And then you have the output, which is the big show on stage. If you curate and you produce a film, that's an end product. And that has buy-in. It has buy-in locally, it has buy-in globally. So at some point, I think we're going to have to decide the end product is, a film is documenting a live event is different than producing a film. And so we have to look at what that end product is and what kind of impact that's going to have, not only on the artists, but on the audiences that we try to reach. Because holding on to the idea oh, we're going to go back, or we're going to go back, or we're going to go back is just not looking ahead. We need to all look ahead and figure out how to piece all these instruments together.
And I think that's, what all of us have been training to do all our lives, right? Is to look ahead and innovate. So I have every confidence that lots of good things are going to come from this situation. And I'm just so glad that I had a chance to talk with the four of you this morning. Thank you for kicking off our interview marathon. Thank you for your time and thoughts. And I hope we can continue the conversation soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that was a beautiful segue because Laura Lubovitch, not only are you an internationally acclaimed choreographer and artistic director of the Laura Lubovitch Dance Company, of course, but you too are a dance presenter as co-founder of the Chicago Dancing Festival. And why don't you start by just telling us a little bit about the background of Chicago Dancing Festival and how that came about?
Oh, well, of course, I'm from Chicago, for anybody who doesn't know that. And I always have felt that everything I know about art, I learned growing up in Chicago, particularly Chicago's architecture, but also great museums, and just Chicago culturally seemed to invite me to understand things in an artistic way. And I've had my career in New York after that, but I always felt I wanted to come back to Chicago to contribute. And when I was growing up in Chicago, there was no dance world at all. There was no dance. There was the lyric opera with Ruiz Paige staging her opera dances. There were a couple of very good ballet studios downtown, but the dance world slowly evolved. So that by the time the Chicago Dance Festival rolled around, there was quite an active and beautiful community. Hubbard Street had become very prominent. The Joffrey Ballet was doing beautiful work. And I just felt it was time to come back and be a part of it, contribute to it. As it happens, one of the leading dancers in my company, Jay Frankie, lived in Chicago. And somehow or another, we contrived one night at dinner to create something to enhance the presence of dance in Chicago. And we decided to create a festival and invite the best dance that we knew from around the country to show itself in Chicago. You might say to show the audience of Chicago how to see great dance and what it really looks like. And so that was the motivation. And it happened much faster and much bigger than we ever intended. We were going to do one performance at the Museum of Contemporary Art. And then we were introduced to someone in the Parks Department who had access to Pritzker Pavilion. And he said, well, why not do it at the Pritzker Pavilion? You just reach more people. So we organized a performance. We organized the best companies we could find. And the day of the first performance, we arrived at the Pritzker to find something like 12,000 people waiting to see this show, which proved very clearly there was an audience for dance in Chicago. And it was a kind of a incredibly celebratory night. People likened it to a rock concert.
Yeah, you used that phrase last time we talked about it too. And I know that it was free and that access is very important to you too. But what else contributed to that energy? Can you tell us who was on that bill that first year?
That first year, of course, we wanted to have the major Chicago dance companies on. And we had Joffrey and we had Hubbard Street, we had River North, and we had American Ballet Theater, we had San Francisco Ballet, we had members of the Alvin Ailey Company. It was a big show with big dance.
So given that it had a much bigger start than you had anticipated, what were the decisions from there? Because it lasted a decade. So how did you sort of plan subsequently following the rock concert opening? That's a high bar.
Well, we knew there was an audience, and being free was an extremely important part of what we set out to do. I think it's a highly subjective opinion. My opinion is that all art should be free, that art belongs to everyone. And so that really was the bottom line about, and for it to be free was a statement as well as a gift, you might say. Well, we grew from there to 2 theaters the next year. The next year we did Pritzker and the Harris. The next year we did the Pritzker, Harris, the MCA. By the next year after that, we had the Auditorium Theater, the Pritzker, the MCA, and the Harris. And by that time, we were bringing as many as 16 or 18 different dance companies to Chicago, and it was an entire week of dancing rather than just a single night.
And I can see how, your extensive background and all the associations that you have in the dance world probably helped put those programs together.
Yes, I had access to many people in the dance world. After that many years in dance, you just about know everybody or know somebody who knows somebody. So I was able to use all of those contacts to invite people to come to the festival.
Yeah, and we started talking about Chicago and the fact that you're a native, but it occurs to me, you're Lubovitch, you could have started this festival anywhere. Why Chicago exactly?
Well, I guess to go back to what I was saying before, was a sense of wanting to give back. I just felt like I left Chicago with a great deal of knowledge and understanding about who I was and what I wanted to do with my life and about art. And I also feel that my work itself is an expression of Chicago. I think there's something very Chicago about my work, which don't ask me to say exactly what it is, but in my work, I see Chicago. It was just a sense that I wanted to be back, give back to where I had been given so much.
Yeah, and it also occurs to me, kind of thinking back to what John Schmitz was saying and thinking about this showcase format, here's another one where you're bringing together companies from all over the world here to Chicago. And so much of the time, these companies are siloed on their own tours and not really getting to engage with each other. That's, on top of the gift to the Chicago audiences, it seems like it would be a gift to the companies themselves. Did they have a chance to, communicate with each other much?
That was a major part of what was going on backstage, is people were thrilled to be able to work with colleagues they had either never met or had never really seen dance. And we always had a massive monitor backstage in every theater, so that whoever couldn't watch in the wings were watching each other backstage. And the backstage audience and celebrations were amazing. And people were greatly in support of each other and wonderfully attuned to each other's talents and values.
I bet. And, I, having interviewed 131 people now in our oral history format, it just comes up all the time, the Chicago Dancing Festival. I think it encompassed so much of the community, both here and, throughout the nation. Lots of people remember it fondly, whether they performed in it or saw things at the Pritzker. Are you planning on doing any more curating and assembling performances in that way?
No, that was an experiment, like everything that most artists are involved in. Everything's an experiment, really. And in fact, we knew when we began it that it would have a sell-by date. And we thought 10 years was a really good run. And we felt we had accomplished what we set out to do, was really expand the audience for dance in Chicago and show that audience what great dance really looks like, so that they know the difference. Our idea was, if you're inviting someone to dinner, make it a banquet, not a burger.
I know the feeling. I think we've got a banquet going on today. I like that. I might have to steal that. Well, being an artistic director too, art doesn't exist in a vacuum. And I was wondering if over the course of working on the Chicago Dancing Festival for this 10 years, you were still, an artist and a choreographer. Did you learn anything through this process and through working in this way as producing a festival that affected how you made work?
I don't think I can specifically say that. I have always loved dance, and I've always loved dancers, and I've always loved to watch dance. So for me, it was a chance to put together the level of dance that I love to see. And so there was, great personal satisfaction in seeing that, and the opportunity to express my particular joy in the art of dance and to partake of the uplift and the inspiration that's available when you see dance. I'm very childlike in response to dance. When it's great dance, I'm removed, I'm elevated. And on that, I would like to say that one thing, an expression I'm not comfortable with at all, is when anybody calls art or dance an escape. I'm not comfortable with that idea. I'm not comfortable with that word. If anything, art is not an escape. It's an entree into a higher realm of thinking, into a more enlightened manner of regarding existence, really. By that, I don't mean to say that artists know this enlightened way. We're all flawed like everybody else. But when we make art, it comes from our higher self. And art exists to remind us that there are higher values. And dance in particular, when it's such an obvious demonstration of equanimity, care for safety of others. As you know, we spent hours in rehearsal primarily to be safe so that everyone can be free, because there's really only freedom and safety. And it's if you want to escape, you get a martini or a gallon of Haagen-Dazs, go ahead. It won't last long, but you'll have momentary escape. But the elevation that happens in the arts is not an escape. It's this entree to a higher value, everyone's own higher value. They recognize themselves in it. It's to be a little bit in the moment. I remember Martin Luther King saying something. Oh, and this is the first day of Black History Month, I believe. I remember Martin Luther King saying, paraphrasing, that until everyone is free, none of us is free. And it's very similar to what Fauci is saying right now. Until everyone is safe, none of us is safe. And that very much is the ethic of dance.
Wow, yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And I love that word, entree. And in fact, I wrote it in my notes for your segment, entree, as you know, you offered this entree for so many of us into dance through the Chicago Dancing Festival. And it's, you know, it's nice to hear a little bit about your general philosophy, because I can see that behind the festival that you created for 10 years too. And I'm just kind of curious personally, and hopefully you have an answer to this. Will we be able to access any of that history of the Chicago Dancing Festival in any way?
It was all recorded, and all of those records exist. We haven't had a discussion lately about that, but we do think in time we will compose some sort of documentary that covers that ground.
I'm glad to hear that, for sure. Please don't hate me for asking this, but were there any standout moments for you over those 10 years?
Oh, I don't think I could possibly do that. I think that I remember a moment which will sound very cheesy and corny, I'm sure, but I have to admit it's really what I said and how it felt. When I was backstage at the 11th hour and everything going wrong and trying to figure it out, and working with these marvelous stage managers and companies that were coming here. And I said to the stage manager, I said, this is where I'm alive the most.
Wow, well, I can't ask for a better button than that. And thank you for reminding me of all the things that I need to keep in the forefront of my mind today, and helping me get over nerves as I was standing backstage. Lar, it's always such a gift to be able to talk to you, and thank you for the gift of the Chicago Dancing Festival over those 10 years. I'm so glad you could be with us today.
Well, thank you. It's lovely to be thanked, and lovely to spend this time with you. And congratulations on all the work you did to make this happen. It's a wonderful thing to be doing.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm so glad you could be a part of it.
Okay.
Hey, so we are back, and we are here with Paige Fraser, from a Chicagoan based in New York to a New Yorker based in Chicago. That was a nice transition too, that didn't occur to me until that moment. Paige, I really just want to start by welcoming you and ask you, since you are a New Yorker, how did you end up in this fine city?
Yes, so I was dancing in Ailey too for 2 years, and I heard about a company called Visceral, and I was like, okay, I need a job. I'm going to send my stuff in. I know nothing about Chicago except for Hubbard Street. And I just crossed my fingers, said a prayer, and got hired. we had a Skype interview, me and Nick Papillo, the founder of Visceral, sent some videos, and here I was moving to Chicago in August of 2013 to dance with Visceral as a founding dancer of the company. And I stayed there for 6 seasons, which, again, as dancers, we try to plan our life. We try to, I'm staying here for 2 years and then I'm doing this and then I'm doing that. And that's just not what happened. I actually stayed much longer and I'm still in Chicago to this day.
And what made Visceral such a good fit for you in 2013?
I think for me, it was just the fact that it was a new company and the idea of being part of the foundation of that and helping to build a company. It was just like, I don't know if I'll get that opportunity again. So why not try? And I always say moving here was a leap of faith for me in that way. And Chicago has just embraced me in such a beautiful way. Being at Visceral, I learned so many different styles in terms of like working with contemporary choreographers and transitioning from more of a modern style, balletic style to, working with choreographers like Sidra Bell and Monica Cervantes and like getting to dance in socks, which was really new for me. And like learning how to be grounded in a different way. It really just pushed me as a dancer and as an artist. And I didn't feel the pressure like I did when I was in New York. I felt like I could just settle, and not in a way of like I'm getting comfortable, but in a way of like I could settle and explore different parts of my artistry without feeling that pressure and like the hustle and bustle of New York City.
Yeah, so how did living here in Chicago and working with Visceral, how did you grow as a dance artist in that time?
I mean, every process was so different. And I always try to be a sponge, even if I wasn't cast in the piece or like whatever was happening, I always tried to learn from the choreographer that was there. And also the dancers in the company were so inspiring. And because we were part of this new thing, we were a family. We had each other, we leaned on each other. And as the years continued, I was able to also freelance and guest with Deeply Rooted, which has also been a home for me here in Chicago. And just being able to tap into my roots and do more modern dance and pieces that are really focused on storytelling and narrative and like sharpening that tool with my artistry. I think all my experiences here in Chicago just kind of molded together and like have made me the artist I am now, and that versatility. And again, I'm so appreciative that I just stepped out on faith and I haven't been back to New York since. So it's really been a beautiful journey for me. And I'm so thankful for all the choreographers I've gotten to work with and all the freelance gigs and just the fun opportunities of even performing in Dance for Life every year. Chicago is just such a beautiful city, and like the dancers here are just so talented and versatile.
Yeah, I agree. You're the co-founder of the Paige Fraser Foundation, which is based in New York. At what point did that come about and why?
Yeah, I had just won a Princess Grace Award and I was home in New York for the holidays, just feeling really reflective and grateful for everything happening in my career. And I spoke with my family about how I wanted to give back and do more for my community, which is the Bronx, New York. And as a scoliosis advocate, I had been sharing my story for many, many years. And my aunt was like, I think we need to develop a foundation. I think it's time for this to happen. And, it was named after me, no pressure. But the foundation, our mission is to basically create a safe space for artists with or without disabilities. And we started with a dance program, but now we've gone into theater, music, visual arts, and wellness. because that was really important for me as a scoliosis advocate to incorporate wellness, mental health, spine care, all those things, and really represent that community so that they feel seen, heard, and welcomed. I think now as we continue on, we want to create more spaces that are safe and inviting for people that are different.
So important, yeah, and just what you're doing in like to raise visibility too is remarkable. It seems like one of the ways you're able to do that is you mentioned, oh, the Princess Grace Award, 25 to Watch Dance Magazine, Intel commercial. How it's visibility on another level, actually. And I'm just curious again, like, living here and working in Chicago, that says that people beyond Chicago are definitely watching and taking notice. How did some of that exposure come about, and how has that affected your career?
Man, I mean, it's definitely things I dreamed of and like prayed over and meditated. And when it actually happened, it was like, oh, wow. And I just, I always try to stay grounded and yet extremely grateful for those opportunities and how each kind of led to the next. And Intel was just really caught me by surprise because I was in rehearsal one day and agents left a message for me. And before you know it, I was being flown to LA to shoot a commercial that was about my story. And I think in that moment, I realized like how important it was to advocate and how important me sharing my story, it was bigger than me. It wasn't about me. It was really about letting people know they are seen and that they're not alone. And I think from that moment, I've just always carried that with me. And any stage I'm on, even now, before the pandemic, being in The Lion King, and just thinking sometimes like, wow, I shouldn't even be here considering, but it's like, I am here because I've done the work and I deserve to be here. And I hope that someone else with scoliosis knows that they're not limited or restricted by that there's so much they can do. The body is just incredible. And I think dancers, we are just athletes in that way, superheroes. But yeah, all those incredible opportunities just reminded me that I was doing what I was supposed to and that I was where I was supposed to be, which was here in Chicago.
And I think I'm sure that there are a lot of young people out there looking at you as a superhero and seeing you as an inspiration. And one of the things that we do at CDHP is try to sort of like tease out those lineages and histories of inspiration. Can you tell me about one or two people who have really influenced you and shaped the way that you work as a dance artist?
I definitely have to thank Harriet Ross. I remember Nick created a solo for me and Harriet came in to coach the solo. It's called My Realm. And like those experiences with her in the studio were just so important. And then also working with her and being coached by her for Dance for Life with Randy Duncan, and just how small the world is. Like she's best friends with Sylvia Waters, who was my director in Ailey 2. So it was just like one of those moments where I still felt like I had that bit of New York here in Chicago and that love and support from someone, who also danced in New York. So I definitely thank you so much, Harriet Ross and Randy Duncan, and also my family at Deeply Rooted for always giving me an opportunity. I'm that crazy dancer. It's like during winter break, I want to keep dancing. I want to keep performing. So them giving me the opportunity to continue to develop my artistry and, go to IABD and to New York to perform was really, really special to me.
Yeah, tell me about going to IABD and performing.
Oh man, that was incredible. I was also at a period in my career where I was like ready to do some new things. And I remember IABD, I think that was like one of my last concert dance performances. And it just was so beautiful to be in a space with dancers, young dancers of color and their eagerness, and then to share the stage with dancers in Ailey and Ronald K. Brown and Dallas Black. You know, it was just so much energy in the wings. You know, you have to kind of like stay focused on what you're about to do, but you want to watch like the other companies perform. And I just love what they're doing, creating that, again, a space and allowing dancers to be seen and to audition for summer intensive. So IABD was really, really special in that way.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. And I do want to say IABD stands for International Association of Blacks in Dance, which I try to mind when we use acronyms. I'm hoping to spread the information there too. So you're here in Chicago.
I am.
What are you working on now and in the future?
Well, right now with COVID, everything's shut down. So praying we can get back to work and I can continue on tour with Lion King. I am right now getting my master's in arts management and really working with my family to develop programs and develop our year, maneuvering with COVID and taking things more into the virtual space. And again, we're expanding our programs this year. And in June, we will probably be sharing another scoliosis film. For those that don't know, last year I shared Bent But Not Broken, and it highlighted 3 dancers with scoliosis, and it really took off further than I thought it would. It caught the eye of Martha Hunt, so that was really cool. And again, just seeing how many people responded to that, which was like, okay, this is needed, this is necessary. And yeah, I think we're just gonna continue to see how we can continue to offer to our community. And now that we're virtual, we're reaching more people. And we have a program called Spine Series, which is a virtual scoliosis workshop, Q&A, with people who are trained in that. And it was really beautiful. 80 people showed up on Zoom within the month. So yeah, just continuing to one foot in front of the other and seeing how we can give back and, give back to our community. So.
Totally. Well, thank you so much for sharing all these thoughts, for reminding me to sit up straighter, which I'm finding doing right now.
I know, it's literally part of me every minute of the day.
Yeah, it's been so great to talk with you, Paige. I'm sure that we've been putting links to the foundation and Bent Not Broken in the chat. And yes, hopefully we can continue this conversation very soon.
Yes, thank you guys. Thank you so much for having me.
It was a pleasure. See you soon.
Bye.
Okay, we're back. I hope you enjoyed Bolero from the Ensemble Español Spanish Dance Theater. And we're here with our first intercontinental interview. Whoops, we just lost Jorge.
Sorry.
Jorge's back. We have Carmela Greco joining us from Spain, and of course from Ensemble Español, Jorge Pérez and Irma Suárez Ruiz. And I just, I want to call attention right away to the fact that the 3 of you, well, the 4 of us, but the 3 of you really wouldn't be here together today if not for the generation before you. And I was wondering, Carmela, por favor, could you please tell us briefly about your father and his work?
Carmela, si por favor le puedes dejar saber sobre tu papá, ya que el legado de los que estaban antes de nosotros es importante.
Pues sí, bueno, pues bueno, tú sabes ya realmente lo que representó mi papá para el mundo flamenco y español, ¿verdad? Fue una persona que lógicamente giró alrededor del mundo, fue uno de los mayores exponentes de la cultura de España en América y en el mundo. Y fue un gran amigo de Levy, porque Levy además había trabajado ya en su compañía. Y bueno, pues a través de esa unión y esa amistad, pues lógicamente yo me imagino que se empezó este proyecto de Ensemble Español, que creo que ha dejado muy alto, pero muy alto ya, lo que es la cultura de España en América, ¿verdad? Levy, a través de mi papá, y trabajando conjuntamente, después ese trabajo que se ha continuado con Jorge, Pérez y Irma, Ruiz, ¿verdad? Y con todos los componentes de Ensemble Español, que además no solamente han trabajado, como se dice hoy, el flamenco, sino que han trabajado lo que es el folclore de España y el clásico español, que es una escuela muy importante en España.
Okay, déjame traducir. Okay, Janae, so to translate, Jose Greco, brought Spanish dance not only to America, but around the world, and not only in flamenco, but also Spanish dance, which also embraces the folkloric dances and, of course, the Spanish classical escuela bolera styles. Not only did he bring the art form and dance, but also the music and the culture of Spain. Of course, working with Dame Libby, who was in his company back in the early days, she was able to obviously embrace what he presented in the art form. And today, the company continues to bring this art form to the forefront, with, of course, the support of Irma Suárez Ruiz and Jorge, and of course, all the wonderful teachers and ambassadors that we continue to serve the art form here in Chicago.
And thank you. And I think, this is such a beautiful connection between the Ensemble Español family and the Greco family. And either Irma or Jorge, I think what a lot of people don't realize is that it wouldn't have happened if it hadn't been for this fluke occurrence with Dame Libby in auditioning for Jose. Could one of you kind of just tell that story briefly?
Jorge.
Okay, Irma. Okay, Jorge. Yes, actually, Dame Libby, who had her dream set on becoming a musical theater performer. She dreamed of being in the Rockettes someday. Went to an audition thanks to her friend who invited her to, take part in Jose Greco, who was here at the Palmer House. And so Dame Libby went for support, and she was sitting on the sidelines, and Jose Greco saw her sitting down and asked her, "Oh, are you here for the audition?" She says, "Oh no, I'm here to, support my friend. I'm more into musical theater." And he says, "Oh, are you Spanish or Italian?" She says, "Oh, no. I'm Russian, Lithuanian, a Jewish girl from Evanston right now, born here in Chicago." And so he invited her, "Why don't you take the class?" And the class was also led by Nana Lorca, who later became one of the artistic directors of the Ballet Nacional, and she worked with Jose Greco. And so she took the class, and when she got home that evening, her mom was up waiting for her, which she was surprised because it was early. And she says, "Honey, who is this Jose Greco who wants to take you with a band of gypsies across America? What's going on here?" And so she excitedly, took the opportunity as scholarship and never looked back. It just changed her life.
Yeah, lucky for all of us, right?
Absolutely.
And now Irma is the artistic director of Ensemble Español. I mean, you've just acquired so much history working with the company and Dame Libby for so long too. I guess it's safe to say that was on-the-job training for you. Can you talk a little bit about just maintaining that legacy and now leading the company and how your experiences are informing that?
absolutely. Yes, I have a history with Ensemble. It's a wonderful history, one that began thanks to Dame Libby. She just had this uh, thing that I call, she looked at you and she knew right off the bat, you have potential. So she has done that throughout her entire life, and I am most grateful for that. So we continue to follow her legacy I want to say with integrity. We honor everything that she set forth for us. Um, we we follow her mission, the mission of promoting, presenting, but more importantly, to preserving the art of Spanish dance through music and dance in its entirety, following, as Carmela mentioned, the classical dances, the folkloric dances, the flamenco, the contemporary works, and Escuela Bolera, which we do, because we are Spanish dancers. We are not just a flamenco company. We are Spanish dancers. So, we stay connected with each one, and I'm going to say with the staff, with the dancers, just like we are right now via Zoom. We continue to work uh, through classes. We continue to do projects, everything via Zoom. I know it sounds so silly, but it is our life right now. But we stay connected. We still have meetings. We still, we have what we call our rehearsals via Zoom, and more importantly, keeping the dancers engaged. With projects. We have some that are on standby still, some that you can actually look at right now. If you follow our websites, ensembleespañol.org, you will find a library of videos, of classes, tutorials. Um, you just have a wonderful bunch of information. Ensembleespañol.org.
I'm sure it's in the chat even as we
Yes,
speak.
please support us. Please support us. Ensemble.org.
And I love that you kept using this word connection, and spoke about all the ways you're staying not only connected to each other, but with Carmela here too. Historically, you've maintained this connection to Spain, to Spanish dance, to the Grecos. How has that evolved, and how do you continue to maintain those connections over time?
Well, we just celebrated Jose Greco's 100th anniversary a couple of years ago. Thanks to Carmela, we were able to also unite her two dancing brothers and sisters, Jose Greco Jr. and Lola Greco. And it was, presented at the North Shore Center for the Performing Arts, and we were able to bring back, old dances of Jose Greco brought to life with, of course, Ensemble Español and, Carmela and her brother and sisters. So I think that was important, where we sort of honored the past and the legacy of the Grecos, which still continue today. Carmela has set choreographies on the adult company as well as the youth company. She was able to, work with us. And on Zoom, she's been working with, with the community. And so that connection, is important for, the legacy of what Spanish dance through the Grecos is. And also, we wouldn't be here if it weren't for our amazing partner and Center for Spanish Dance, Northeastern Illinois University. When Dame Libby walked into Northeastern in 1974 with her mom, Dorothy Carmichael, pianist, they never let her go. She became an artist in residence. She started the company with 5 Northeastern students. And voila, here we are today with a youth program, a training center, and of course, the adult professional company working on an international level.
Yeah, and you said it again, the word family, and I'm struck by, family, both biological in the sense, Carmela and the Grecos, Irma, your daughter, and now grandbaby too. So there's biological lineages happening, and of course the familial bonds that form just in any dance company like that too. Carmela, working with the youth company and the babies too, what does that mean in terms of knowing that flamenco, as your father practiced it, and all that history behind it is going to live on?
Carmela, ¿qué significa trabajar con la compañía juvenil y mantener el flamenco en alto y en vivo?
No, bueno, vamos a ver, para mí es un honor, ¿verdad? Después de tantísimos años, desde el 2005 que llevo con Ensemble Español, que para mí es un orgullo, porque he visto cómo todo el mundo ha crecido. Para mí es un honor ser maestra y tener esa ventana abierta a ese ballet joven de Ensemble Español, que son una maravilla, que vienen pegando fuerte, muy fuerte. Y yo estoy muy, muy orgullosa de poder seguir, lógicamente, enseñando y coreografiando para este ballet joven que tiene mucho futuro, y son ya grandes bailarines y están empezando, imagínate. No, para mí es un honor, un orgullo.
Wow,
para pertenecer a esta gran familia de Ensemble Español, desde mi padre, Levy, Jorge, Irma y todos sus componentes, a los que amo con todo mi corazón.
She says that it is a great honor for her to continue the legacy of, her father, Jose Greco, and of course, Dame Levy, and continue it with Irma and myself and all those in the Ensemble Español. She's been coming to us and working with us since 2005. She says that the youth company are just amazing in their own right. They are just so strong and professional. She couldn't be more proud of each and every one of them, in them embracing the art form that she continues to teach. And, she looks forward to continuing her work with us.
Mm-hmm.
Muy fuerte. Yeah.
Fuerte, sí.
Sí. And I'm sorry, I just lost my thought. Oh, but I was thinking about, Dame Levy, as you said, was a Jewish girl from Evanston. And, I think that it speaks to her commitment to this history and cultural legacy of Spanish dance too, that has just been so beautifully passed down from generation to generation. And it's clear that, it's continuing with all three of you. Really quickly, what's next for Ensemble Español?
Well, Janae, we're currently celebrating our 45th anniversary season. It's a virtual season, but we are celebrating it, and we're hoping to return right back where you're at right there at the Auditorium Theater come this fall. We've postponed our performances there. And I think Irma and I came up with the idea of the 45th anniversary being the sapphire year of the stone. So we've called it Zafiro Flamenco. And also it's more important about the new era, new works, and new legacies. We're also planning on, our structure and our next successors to keep on this incredible art form for the next generation.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. And that's where I want to pick up the conversation next time. For sure. Well, muchas gracias. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's always great to learn more about Ensemble Español. Thank you so much.
Gracias. Thank you.
Gracias. Bye.
Adios.
Bye.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Liebman. I'm one of the original founders and current board chair of the Chicago Dance History Project, which was founded in 2015 by a group of academic historians, dancers, and dance writers. All we wanted to do was get a few oral interviews from our aging dance community and leave that for someone else. And we far exceeded our original ambition. Looking back at the founding, I wonder if we shouldn't have called it Chicago Dance Histories Project, because dance is not alone, and like all human and natural history, it's lost to the universe, and what we have are fragments. So that's not really bad, because new histories are made every day, and now we are part of that as we've seen the use of our archival material in many ways. And in dance, it's interesting to consider that when the curtain comes down on a performance, it's not lost forever. Two histories are made on the spot, one on the side of the performers and the other on the side of the beholders. So the layers begin to build, and that's what you'll see during the interview marathon today. And they intersect in unexpected ways, and we hope that you'll be surprised and inspired by those intersections. And when it's over, we will have made history with the interview marathon, pandemic or no pandemic. I hope you enjoy our show. Thank you.
Okay, and we're back again now with Heather Hartley, who has recently relocated to North Carolina. But most of us remember her most recently as the executive director of See Chicago Dance here in Chicago. But I want to throw it back. We kind of know when you left, but when you came here to Chicago, what brought you and how did you get involved with the performing arts scene?
Oh my, yeah, we're going to go back into the archives. Well, I moved to Chicago in 1992, and you and I were joking about this a little bit the other day, that I was following a guy, and he was from Evanston. So he and I had been on this big whirlwind, post-college trip, and backpacked and spent all our money and flew back into O'Hare and was like, okay, I guess we're staying here a while. And I fell in love with the city and started auditioning and working with a number of actually mostly theater companies. I did a lot of work with movement-based theater companies, devised theater. I was part of a theater company called Running with Scissors for a number of years. Did some choreography for Red Moon when we were doing big spectacles downtown, and caught something on fire and then didn't get to do it downtown anymore. So yeah. So many wonderful adventures early on in my career, working with theater companies and a few dance companies. I did a performance with the Dance Collective, the fabulous Margie Cole, studied with Shirley Mordine at the Dance Center, and just knew that it was such a vibrant place. I wanted to stay. So I never meant to live in Chicago for 27 years, but then I did. Yeah.
I hear that from time to time from folks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So at what point did arts administration come into the picture for you in your career?
It sort of folded in this kind of organic way. And when I was part of Running with Scissors and also doing work with Margie and other folks, I just sort of became the person who would write the press release or work on the postcard. This is before there was this Facebook. Like, we barely even had an email address, right? So it was much more hands-on presence. But I started being the person who would be the go-to and getting that information done for a performance that I was going to later be in, which was a nice motivator. Then it was really funny. Back in the day, Lucia Morrow was writing for the Chicago Tribune at the time, and I had written a press release for a show we were getting ready to do. And she called me, and she's so lovely. And she was like, I just wanted to let you know, and it was at the Organic Theater, I had spelled organic wrong in the press release. And so she was like, you might want to fix that. And I was like, okay, I'm 24 and stupid. Thank you. So it wasn't always a perfect start, but I loved it. I found that I really enjoyed doing that part of the work as well.
But bless Lucia. Who else would have gotten back to you?
Yeah,
say,
right.
I noticed this typo.
By the way, and it's kind of a big one.
But yes, we interviewed Lucia, and I can totally see that happening. Yeah, super helpful.
So lovely and just genuine and warm. And let me give you a little tip. So, yeah.
And so, being a performer and choreographer too, how did that study and training and practice affect your marketing and communications? What did you learn from being a performer that helped inform those administrative jobs?
That's a great question. I think one of the things that I have come to really appreciate and try and be very empathetic toward is it's incredibly hard to describe your own work. And so you know, when I was the marketing director at the Dance Center of Columbia College, we'd be culling together all of this material and it'd be for some upcoming world premiere, right? And the choreographers, rightly so, would be like, I don't know. Not always, but certainly on some occasions. And so I got pretty good at using the thesaurus to come up with other words for unknown or to be determined or exciting. But it also made me understand and appreciate that whenever an artist was hesitant, there's a reason, because they weren't quite ready or at that place to be able to describe what they were still working through and constructing and feeling. And so I think that I don't know, just gave me a little bit of patience with that. And yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, in so many of your roles, it seems like you really served as a bridge between those artists and the audience and the community. And sometimes even that like first entree into work by, you know, reading the press release or, you know, seeing what was posted on See Chicago Dance. Let's talk about that a little bit, because audience is at the core of See Chicago Dance, formerly Audience Architects. In your tenure there, how did you see the Chicago dance audiences change and evolve?
Wow, it was so exciting on so many levels. I really feel like my time at See Chicago Dance was a little bit of a gift. I had the opportunity with the trust of the board to take something small and see what direction we could go in. So I got to play, and it was a little bit like choreography in the sense of, okay, we'll try this program, or whoop, that didn't work. Okay, tweak it. We'll make an adjustment. I saw audiences really start to become what I would describe as less siloed, meaning there was greater fluidity between someone might go one weekend to Lynx Hall and then the next weekend to the glorious Auditorium Theater behind you. And I think some of what we tried to do at See Chicago Dance was build those bridges. So maybe if you hadn't seen flamenco, you might be willing to try it by us putting together a package. So, you know, if you like this, try that sort of approach. So I saw audiences really start to be a little more embracing of things that they might not normally go to. And I've also seen just a tremendous amount of loyalty, sort of the flip side of that coin, that over decades, really, that people stick together and they hang together for one another. There's intense support, and it's a beautiful thing about the Chicago dance community. It really is. Yeah.
I totally agree. Now that you're somewhat removed, I hope you're not going to get mad at me for this question, but what are you most proud of in your time? Well, it's tough. You know, I get it. It's tough to answer that question, but I'm asking it anyway.
I think, specifically at See Chicago Dance or in Chicago in general, or?
Either one.
Either one. I think at See Chicago Dance, a sense of resilience, that I was always really grateful to my staff and the board for being so incredibly supportive and working so dang hard. And putting up with all kinds of shenanigans from time to time, whether I was looking back at stuff last night, thinking about my time at See Chicago Dance, and I had this little folder of things. And there's one thing I printed out an email. It cracked me up. The headline was, "Printer jammed, MacArthur Foundation meeting in 15 minutes." So, you know, it's about being resilient. It's about, now what? You know, and I think that Chicago's quality is one of resilience. And so even though we're in this incredibly weird, complex, terrifying sometimes time, Chicago will get through, for sure. For sure.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Printer jammed. Say that phrase again. It's going to be my next
Printer
dance piece
jammed,
title.
MacArthur Foundation meeting in 15 minutes. Great.
We've all had those days.
Yeah.
Well, your Chicago connections it hasn't been disconnected, your connection to Chicago. Tell us what you're doing now and how you're maintaining that Chicago connection.
So I am just thrilled that my husband, Phil Reynolds, and I, when we relocated to North Carolina, we're in the mountains just outside of Asheville. We kind of came here a little bit on a wing and a prayer. But we knew we had a very specific goal in mind, and we're starting to really realize that. So we have established an artist residency center called Trillium Arts. And we have had the great fortune so far of been able to do a launch of one of our programs, which is called the ACE program, the Asheville Chicago Exchange Fellowship. And it's a fellowship specifically for choreographers to come and have reflective time to work on a new work, bring a few dancers with them, and really try and both rejuvenate and just find that creative space in a beautiful natural setting. So Phil and I purchased a fixer-upper house. I was laughing earlier when I was in the green room with Lynn. She was like, "Your fireplace is beautiful." And I was like, "It is. I'm not going to turn the camera the other way because there's some mess over there." It's just been a total joy. And so we plan every fall to host 2 to 3 Chicago choreographers, bring them here for 7 to 10 days. If they want, have an immersive experience working with local artists here, which there are some exquisite dancers and artists in this area. So yeah, we want to keep the ACE Fellowship program going, and we will. So stay tuned for more on that.
Yeah, we definitely will. And besides Chicago dancers, conceptually, what else did you and Phil bring to North Carolina from Chicago in terms of ways of working or lessons learned?
Mm-hmm. It goes back to that word resilience. And, gosh, great timing. Let's start a nonprofit during a pandemic, great civil unrest, and a global financial meltdown. But we've learned the word that we keep coming back to is being nimble. And so, okay, so we have to host this event outdoors, or just having that can-do spirit. And also, and Phil has said this, and it's true, no pandemic will stop creativity. And so the ACE Fellowship choreographers, when they were here before, they were making beautiful work, and I'm so excited to see what comes of that. And I think that sense of being nimble will continue to serve us well. And I also, the other thing that I really appreciate from the Chicago community is the way that it is so supportive of one another. And so we're starting to try and build a network here that can create this support exchange between Chicago and other national artists and the local regional community here. I mean, the area has thousands of artisans. It has one of the highest per capita number of people who file as an artist on their taxes in the United States. So I'm hopeful that I can take some of that love of building community that I have for Chicago and translate that a little bit here.
Well, if anybody can do it, it's you and Phil.
Aww.
And it sounds like your community is just growing. You're not trading one for another.
Nope.
Yeah.
We will never lose sight or touch with Chicago. Love that town.
Well, and Chicago loves you, and we miss you, but so glad to have you involved in this. I wish you and Phil all the best. And yes, let's definitely stay in touch and continue the conversation.
Thank you. Thank you for doing this today. It feels really good to connect with people. We're all still out here. Yay.
Yes,
Thank you.
that's true. You're welcome, and thanks.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay, and coming into the Zoom room next and soon, I think, is Cesar. Hello.
Hi, Janae.
Look at your setup there. You look so official.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, this is all so wild. It's so fun. I feel so legit.
You look legit too.
Thank you. As do you. Look at that beautiful background. Oh my gosh, the Auditorium Theater.
Can't get any better than that.
Cool.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm so glad to have you here.
Thank you.
And of course, you're now the artistic programs manager of Giordano Dance Chicago after having danced with the company for several years. And same thing, I kind of want to start by throwing it way back because I know you're not a Chicago native. I'd like to hear how you first encountered the Giordano technique and maybe Gus himself.
Yes. So I was born in Portland, Oregon, and raised in the Bay Area of California in Palo Alto. And I had a teacher growing up, Ehud Kraus, who took me under his wing, and he actually had studied with Gus and had that technique. So I was getting the technique really, really early on. And then from there, I went to University of Buffalo in Buffalo, New York, and Giordano had a great partnership with the university. And I was getting trained under Tom Ralabe, who also had such a great knowledge of the Giordano technique. I saw the company perform there and I was in awe. I was like, what is this energy? What is this? I mean, I can still remember being in the seat and just being like, I want to do that one day. So I received a scholarship in 2004 to the original school in Evanston. And I had trained there for several summers, worked my way through the ranks, second company, main company. And then, then I left and came back after a couple years, and Nan and Michael McStraw, our executive director, and Nan Giordano, artistic director, were like, we'd love to have you back. And, I was the artistic assistant for a couple years and now artistic programs manager. So it's been such a journey for me, from student to now helping to run the organization. Something that I am forever grateful and wake up every day thinking, wait, is this me? Do I get to do this? And we have so much fun and we get to create and we get to really build the company, and what we're doing next is super exciting. So, but yeah, I got to be around when Gus was still alive. So I'm one of the last generations that had the opportunity to be in his presence. And that too will live with me forever. What a man he was, what a voice, what a, everyone called him a rock star. And he really was. He just was this man that could walk into a room and everybody would just be like, oh, there's Gus Giordano, and I had a moment where we were doing the pilot program for our outreach program, Jazz Dance, Science and Health. And we go into different Chicago public schools. And he was still alive, and I started to teach the Giordano technique, but it was still very new to me. And I remember him coming in to watch me teach, and I was like, oh my God, I'm not ready for this. To have him in the room was really, really super exciting. And of course, I remember him giving me a couple notes saying, you still need a little more work on that and this. But yeah, I've grown so much since then. I think he'd be proud of me now.
Oh, for sure. And oh my God, no pressure to be teaching the technique with a man in the room.
Oh my gosh. Well, a lot of the technique I get to teach, and the reason why I know it is because of Nan. She's really groomed me to take the technique. And I mean, I get it from her all the time, assisting her for different projects. And, we travel all over the world together, teaching the technique. And she has a certification program, the Nan Giordano certification program, which gives educators the opportunity to get certified in the Giordano technique. So.
And for those who haven't seen the Giordano technique and style, can you describe that quickly? And also tell me, what about it resonated with you personally back when you were a student and decided that's what you wanted to do?
So the style is super grounded, and the use of the center and the pelvis is really into the floor. It's very upright and regal. We use this open regal neck that gives those classic Giordano lines. There's a lot of strength and power behind it. And how it was always taught to me by Gus and by Nan is that it comes from the soul. And that's what's the staple trademark of the Giordano technique. If it's not coming from within, it's not authentic. And that's the best part. And really, that's how we live our life. All of us dancers that have come through that are here now, it's from within. That's how you live your life. It's kind of the Giordano way. And what attracted me to it was just that. It's the fact that like you can create these beautiful, elegant lines, still being grounded and still having that thrust and that edge and that push and power that's, you know, creates an amazing energy. Not just in our teaching, but you see it on stage. And one of the things that I love that Nan says all the time is you don't just see it, but you feel it. Right. And that's another huge trademark of it, is that you get to just feel what that's like. And for me, whenever I perform or whenever I teach it, it's super electric. It's like in your body, and it's like, yeah, it's really, really incredible to feel.
Yeah, and I think you're a testament to Gus's dissemination. I mean, his teaching was so widespread, you know, that it was reaching you across the country, and
right.
You know, books and records and all of the stuff that he did, like, you know, pre-YouTube and definitely pre-Zoom, right? You know, his teaching was just so widespread. And now I see you teach all the time too. At what point did teaching become a part of your dance career?
I always had a knack for it. I really loved teaching. I think just from all of my mentors growing up, I saw how they were transferring the knowledge and the information. And I was like, I want to do that too. I have a gift in doing that as well. And it's something that I love to do. It's probably my most favorite thing is to teach. And I gained so many skills being just at Giordano, and, you know, working with Nan, who's just an incredible, incredible source of inspiration and light. And what she gained from her father and how she's generationally passing it down is something that I really want to do next. I want to be able to say, here, it was given to me and now I can give it to you. That's how it keeps living, right? And so, yeah, it's amazing to go to so many places where Gus has been to, you know, or Nan has been to, and everyone always says, well, I took class from Gus in the 70s, or I took class, yeah, and there I am. I'm like kind of back in those steps and teaching it, you know, in a different way, and holding true to the legacy of what he created, and now what Nan is doing, and what the company is being, and how the impact that we're having globally is pretty exciting to see. And it's ever growing, it's ever changing. That's what jazz dance is. That's what I love about it too.
Yeah, I want to talk about Wings, because I feel like it's a story that just encapsulates so much of what you're already talking about in this history. Can we just start by, you know, telling me what it is, how it came about?
Wings is a beautiful solo that Gus set in 1978. And it tells the story of what happens to our spirituality or our soul once it leaves the physical body, and that journey that you go through. And it's a 4-minute solo, one of the hardest things I have ever done in my entire life, but one of the most gratifying and life-giving as well. It's set to Joan Baez's Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. And it's full of Giordano technique, that passion, that fire, that groundedness, that spirit. I had the opportunity to perform it actually at the Auditorium where you are, yes. It was our 55th anniversary of the company. So 3 years ago, when our 58th. And it was Nan Giordano's 33rd year at the helm. And so she came to me and said, I would love for you to perform this piece again, something that I had always done in the company. And so I was like, oh my gosh, I'm retired. I don't know if I can perform this piece. It's like the hardest thing ever. You're literally extensions and penchés and pirouettes and use the contraction, and everything's in there in 4 minutes. And I'm like, I don't know. So it took me 8 months to get back into dancer shape. And I was like, I remember being in company class with the dancers and being like, I am not cut out for this. Like, here I go. But I also had the opportunity to perform it with the Bournay family singers, who they are an incredible, their voices are just angelic. It's a mother and her 8 children. And they were on stage live with me too. And I'll never forget that experience. It was so incredible.
So coming out of retirement, training for 8 months, performing this iconic solo, for the choreographer's daughter in her
Yes.
honor on the stage of the auditorium.
Oh my
No
gosh.
pressure.
All of that, no pressure. I
Yeah.
know. I remember walking out on stage and you could hear a pin drop. Like you couldn't hear a pin drop. It was like so silent. And I was like, is there anybody out there? But just that command you have to have for the piece, and everything that I did up to that moment to train for, I was super ready. And yeah, my whole family flew in from all over the place. My grandmother, who had never seen me perform, got to see me for the first time ever. She was 80, so that was really, really special for me to have that as well.
And what were you, because, you know, there was such meaning behind it too, what were you drawing on besides your technique to really bring that performance to life the way you did?
I was drawing on the fact that I had been given this opportunity to further give what was given to me and to further push jazz dance and the Giordano technique in a place that we continue to elevate every day. And I feel like it's my life mission, not just mine, but us as an organization, through Michael, through Nan, through Joshua Blake Carter, who's on our team, through the dancers and our board and everyone, is to continue to create and expand what jazz dance is. And I feel like we're doing that in so many different ways. And it's super exciting to see where we're going to go with it. We're in the process of this whole strategic planning and, really reimagining Giordano in a different way. Which is very, very cool. So I feel like my life's mission is to continue that and to push it forward just as it was given to me.
Yeah. And I heard the word reimagining, and I'm thinking, you're about to occupy a new space, and, all of these times are changing. And early in this interview, you also mentioned that you're one of the last folks who got to interact with Gus Giordano directly. Are you and Nan and Michael and the team, do you talk about how, like, with time, the further away we get from, the founders of these companies, the more dancers are going to come into the company who weren't lucky enough to have those interactions. Do you talk about how you're going to maintain those roots and keep that history alive as the next generations become less connected to that?
We really do. I mean, we always find different ways for the dancers to continue to know that this is a part of history. Walking in, you're not just a dancer here. You are a part of history. And Nan talks about it all the time through her teachings and through her offerings and through bringing, rep back that has been, in the vaults for a little bit, and choreographers that, were around during Gus's time. And so, and Michael does that as well, always trying to push the envelope in ways that we continue to give our dancers that sort of like, here, you're the next generation, right? And they've done it specifically with me, I'll even say with Wings. I've had the opportunity to teach it to 3 different dancers in the time. So that in itself is just like, okay, we're always moving that forward so that they see they're a part of this too. And then they'll take it next and do something with it as well. So yes, it's a huge
Always
part of who
moving it
we
forward.
are. Always moving it forward. Definitely.
Well, neighbor, it's been so great to talk
neighbor,
with you a
I
little
know,
bit.
I love it. Thank you so much, Janae. Such an honor to be here. Like, I am just in awe of what you get to produce today, and congratulations.
Thank you, and the honor is ours to have you here. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you so much. Lots of love.
Okay, welcome back. We're here with two representatives from Trinity Irish Dance Company. Its founder, Mark Howard, and Associate Artistic Director, Chelsea Hoy. Welcome to you both. How are you today?
Good,
Well,
nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Lights on.
Yeah, it just, when I walked in the first time a couple of weeks ago too, it was just like, my shoulders relaxed a little bit just being in the theater and, quite honestly, hearing the percussive dance of Trinity Irish. I think it was, one of the last things I was able to see. So let's start talking about Trinity Irish history. And Mark, the other day you were telling me about all of these different influences that I hadn't expected to hear about. Can you kind of take us through like your ideas of forming Trinity Irish and what you were influenced by?
Sure. I grew up in sort of hard scrabble Rogers Park, dancing in the back of a bar on Devon Avenue called Connolly's, but the Irish would refer to it as the Hill. Somewhere along the line, I graduated to the Dennehy Irish Dancers, which to this day are a wonderful school, driving all the way to Bridgeport. And my folks were, really excited about being in Old Mayor Daley's parish and loved John F. Kennedy. I don't know if they knew anything about corruption or any of that stuff. I grew up with like thinking Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy were both Irish, like on the wall. And I can remember early on seeing Muntu African dance at a festival on Navy Pier and being fascinated with the percussion of it all and the way it stopped traffic. But, I was what you call a competitive Irish dancer, not very good at it, really. My history is one of like happy accidents and with a dollop of luck and really generous people in the Chicago dance community. Names like, probably don't need last names, Gail, Carole, Gus, and Liz Silverstein was our first agent. I'm trying to think of all the Harrison. But in my 20s, I was actually at Ignatius High School still when I started an Irish dancing school called the Trinity Academy of Irish Dance. And somewhere my misguided enthusiasm had me thinking that we could win like America's first world title and eventually figure that out somehow. And that led to appearances on The Tonight Show, which was a real trigger moment. And that's when some of those folks in the Chicago dance community stepped in and started giving me some advice, which led ultimately to the formation in 1990 of a nonprofit Trinity Irish Dance Company. And the instinct really was to elevate the farm, where did that word come from? Elevate the form from tradition to making sort of a jump into the concert stage. And I remember Mo Ming early on being a major thing for me. I ran into a gentleman that we just lost recently, Mike Kirkpatrick, a wonderful musician who I think he accompanied classes at Columbia, but most importantly, he was Mary Ward's boyfriend. And Mary Ward and Tim O'Sleen and Brian Jeffries and Mo Ming, profound effect on me to see the possibilities of dance and to start to be fascinated by modern movement, just in sort of a pedestrian way, something that could help me expand my vocabulary. And I remember being at Ruth Paige Awards, and being backstage, listening to all the dancers compliment each other's work. And in sharp contrast to the way my work would be criticized in competition, I thought, oh, I want some of this. And then everybody wore black and seemed like chilled out. So I was fascinated. And that was the beginning, of that. And then, as I said, Liz became our first agent. She booked us at the Joyce Theater, which was remarkable. Later, we signed with IMG Artist Management. Today, we're with Margaret Selby, and we're touring Japan every couple of years and performing at the Auditorium Theater amongst all the other theaters in this country. That's a start.
Yeah, and that's a great start. You sort of referenced the competition side of things, and I think most folks have encountered Irish dance through one avenue or another. But as you started to talk about here, Trinity inhabits a sphere that's, more typical to contemporary concert dance. And as you mentioned, some of those venues and everything. I'm assuming that's intentional, and I'm wondering what was the rationale behind that particular kind of avenue?
Well, prior to Mo Ming, after we were on the Tonight Show, we started to get invited around the world to things like we performed for the Royal Family of Monaco. We danced for a guru who became a big fan of the company. Just really strange things. We started to go to festivals that were sort of world peace festivals, and dance groups from all over the world would come. So I was influenced by Kodo Japanese drummers, Ballet Folklorico, Russian folk dance, and started to think, why not, with people here in the dance community egging me on, why not a company that's devoted to Irish dance? But again, I'm sort of handcuffed with in 2/4 and 4/4 time with Irish jigs and reels. So to go more far afield, to sort of grow as an art form, I needed to gain inspiration elsewhere, and I just sort of settled on contemporary dance. So that led me to Sean Curran, and I don't suppose that's what led us to Michelle Dorrance recently, but she knew the company when she was young, and one of her girlfriends in high school, wanted to be a member of the company. She told us recently, right, Chelsea? And so we were all on these paths that led us here, but again, all happy accidents, and much of it because of I think the unique rhythms of Chicago, the patchwork here of ethnicities, and the opportunity that comes with being separated by oceans of distance and generations of time to be Irish American and lucky to be living in an urban environment like Chicago. It led to a lot of ideas or tools that you wouldn't have if you grew up in Ireland, let's say.
And that led to the answer to the question I didn't have to ask. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I knew what you were going to ask next, I think.
Something else
I don't
that
know.
Mark often says to the company when we're in creation is that it's a through line that Mark has had ever since he started the company, but he wants Irish dance to matter as art, not simply entertainment. So the Trinity Irish Dance Company is walking this fine line in a world where Irish dance, as you say, is celebrated with competition, and that's where all of our dancers grew up, gaining all sorts of skills. That's made us the dancers we are today. But then there's a lot of commercial productions, beginning with Riverdance, which was a commercial realization of one of the works that Mark created, danced on the Johnny Carson show. It's our classic piece that we continue to perform today. So those commercial productions celebrate Irish dance in an entertainment way, but we fight this battle of substance versus spectacle. And that's something that I've seen. No matter what creative process we're in, they all look very different, but no matter where we are, what we're doing, who we're working with, Mark always brings it back to how does this matter? And we want the dance world to really appreciate this in a different way than you would appreciate a Broadway production.
We're determined to not entertain, basically.
Well, you're failing miserably at that. in addition to others.
I still have time left. I'm also determined to die without eating kale. And
we were just having a conversation the other day about what we're determined not to do, but that's for another time. Chelsea, you were talking about having it matter, and you made me think of, as I mentioned, I saw the last Trinity performance you did here with, Michelle's number in it. And, being a tap dancer myself, I understand the power of percussive dance, and I'm actually used to seeing strong female tap dancers quite a bit. But I was struck, honestly, by the strength and the power of the women in Trinity, including you. I had never seen Irish dance performed quite that way before. And I'm wondering if, again, I think it's intentional, but how does that fit into this, making it matter method?
Yeah, so the Trinity Irish Dance Company does have a central mission of female empowerment. I'm happy to hear that you picked up on that. Most people do. That's something that started with the beginnings of the company, but has grown and morphed over time. We are a primarily female company, but we celebrate the power of women in a lot more ways than just numbers. So as I mentioned, these commercial productions of Irish dance unfortunately are pretty gendered, and there is a lot of objectification of women that goes on, with the women relegated to the soft shoes, the male savior coming out front. There's always a romance between a man and a woman. The Trinity Irish Dance Company really breaks down those barriers, and it's a percussive form, as you say. So growing up as an Irish dancer is a very empowering form, but we allow that form to really speak for itself. So in all of TIDC's work, the women aren't just allowed to make noise, we're very expected to make noise at every turn. We are more of a percussive company. We are starting to describe ourselves in that way. So Irish dancing has soft shoes, which look like a ballet slipper, and then we have hard shoes. So part of the unique power of the company is that there is this balance between aerial grace and percussive grounded power. But personally, I can attest to that the power that we project is definitely also felt internally on stage, on a personal level, and then also on a collective level.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. I think today will be spent, exploring these webs of connections, not only within the city, but also, Trinity just radiating out from Chicago too. We happily claim you, but your reach is far and wide, and I'm not certain people understand like the scope of that either. Can you just tell us a little bit about performing and sharing the form of Irish dance worldwide, really?
Yeah. So Mark, do you want to jump in there?
No, I love hearing you right, all of it.
So when the company was founded in 1990 and signed with their first agents, they started touring all across the country. That expanded to Europe and Asia. Trinity has a longstanding relationship with a presenter in Japan. So we were supposed to go there this past summer. We'll be headed back there the summer of 2022. And our presenter has told us we're the most toured foreign dance company in Japan. So when we land in Japan, it really does feel like a Beatles tour on some level. And Mark's influence in Japan is such that the first Irish dance schools opened up in Japan, and they're tied back to seeing Trinity and knowing of Trinity's work way back when. So the Japan influence is probably the strongest one and the most unique one, but we are touring all over North America. Margaret Selby is working hard to have a busy 21-22 season. Fingers crossed we can get on stage soon. But Mark's work has really influenced Irish dancing on a global level. So his work was one of a kind, as he said, in competition. Maybe it was criticized. They used to create rules in competition to stop Trinity from whatever new innovative thing they were doing. But in the performing arts, obviously, there's no rules, so we can live and continue to carry on this vocabulary that started with Mark and really only exists here. And that's coined progressive Irish dance, and that's something that we continue to change every day. And every time we work with a new guest artist, we gain some new ideas and morph into a new version of what Irish dance can be, always rooted in those traditions. But that vocabulary really has changed Irish dancing as a whole.
I think also a few years after the company's inception, that's when commercial Irish dance, hit television, and it became an obsession worldwide. And I had a very difficult time cutting through the noise of that when I would, be doing an interview, whether it wouldn't matter if it was the New York Times or the San Francisco Chronicle. Everybody wanted to ask me a question about river dance as opposed to the world premiere piece we were doing that particular evening. So I actually stepped away from this for a while. And I think Trinity Irish Dance Company is an idea whose the time has come. And I think it's gaining a lot of momentum because of that, that's always been there, this integrity and elevating an art form that to matter as opposed to just simply, being a form of entertainment. So I hope that this new sort of branch that's attached to the original seedling inspires more dance companies that are performing arts companies that are nonprofits or that live to evolve and push a form in the right direction, really, you know.
Yeah, I hope so too. And might I suggest Ted Levy as your next guest artist who dropped in for a minute. But yes, from one percussive art form to another. Yeah, thank you, Chelsea and Mark, for taking the time to talk with us today. And yeah, best wishes to you and Trinity.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I've admired the energy and the depth of Chicago Dance History Project as a quest on its own, but it's particularly important to me because in the early 2000s, the Chicago Community Trust launched a dance initiative. It was in recognition of the sort of backstage presence of Chicago dance and the recognition that there were a lot of things going on in dance that people didn't really know about. And then a bit later, meeting Janae and understanding that she had the capacity and the interest to deep dive into the dance life of Chicago. She's brought the discipline, not only brought it to life in its past, but she's put it up there in the forefront with the other arts disciplines and given it its due.
Hey, Ted Lewis Levy, you made it.
I made it. The technically challenged tap dancer is here.
Wait, is that you or me?
Listen.
Join the club.
Do that duet, let's do it. You know
Oh my God, that would be a dream.
Push one, swing two.
Click three.
Click three. Go ahead, girl. We got to get to four, though. We got to get to four.
Yeah, but a tap dancer's best friend is what? The
one.
Come on.
See, now you cannot propose marriage online. You cannot propose marriage. Everybody that knows that secret is definitely a part of the thing we call tap dance love. Yes, one is your best friend. Yes, it is.
That's right. And it's probably obvious by now that Ted and I go way back. When I first moved to New York, I had the very good fortune of studying with a lot of excellent tap teachers, and Ted was one of them.
Wow.
At Faisal's, may it rest in peace.
It's no longer there.
Yeah.
That was a wonderful experience. We did Monday nights.
Monday nights, 1A.
Monday nights at Faisal's in the famous 1A. Was it 1A or A1? It was 1A.
1A.
The famous 1A studio where Baby Lawrence did his tap dance clinic. You get your feet fixed, where you can get your feet fixed, where Honey Coles, when I was doing Black and Blue, I asked Honey Coles, my mentor, Finest Henderson, knew all the tap dancers in the show. So I told him I was having a problem with some things. He said, call Honey Coles. So Honey Coles took me up in 1A and kicked my butt. You tap dancers, y'all tap dancers are lucky that you were not in the room with Honey Coles, because he will hurt your feelings and make you work. And it was a beautiful thing. It was a wonderful time because it was right after Bringing the Noise, Bringing the Funk. What year was that, Janae?
Oh gosh, my head is in Chicago. 95.
95. I think it was about 95. We were up in there on Monday nights every now and again. I remember one time it turned into a real party. Go ahead.
Well, let me clarify. For me, that was not 95. I got to New York in 2001. Let's not go aging me there. But
excuse me. 2001. Okay, then it was after Bringing the Noise.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I remember one Monday we were up in there, and I had created this thing called my James Brown paradiddle. I got the feeling, baby, baby, I got the feeling, and we were breaking it down, and it just so happens. I mean, we started out with like 10 people in the class, and all of a sudden, I mean, Savion Glover jumped in there, Corita Griffin was in there. I think Andrew Nimmer was in that room, and we were killing it. I mean, people jumped in and they were trying to steal my steps. Thank you so much for coming to New York and hanging out with me, baby.
Well, because of that class, you know, I'm proud to say that I have a little Chicago flavor in my own style, thanks to you.
Go baby, go baby, go baby.
And I wanted to talk to you about that. You know, tell me about your training at Sammy Dyer and where that flavor comes from.
That flavor comes all the way. Oh my God, this is so exciting, because that flavor comes all the way from my mother. Now, my mother was Chicago. You know, I look at dance, and when I look at dance, I look at its connection to the music. And Chicago's jazz history, blues history, gospel history is huge. And tap dance is American dance form. And just as jazz affected the world, so did tap dance. And in that, when we talk about the history of American art forms, I just want to clarify for everybody, what's beautiful to me as a tap dance artist and as a lover of jazz is the fact that America has affected the world in many wonderful ways. And it's not about us against you or you against, it's the conversations that we have together. The beauty of art is that it comes together. Now, Chicago has its own jazz history, its own funk history. Come on now. And my mother was one of the biggest theaters on the south side of Chicago. Chicago used to be segregated by Garfield Avenue. And it was like the folk from one part of town used to come to the south side to hang out with us at Jerry's Farm Tavern, the Regal Theater. And Chicago's Cotton Club was the Club de Lisa. Now, the Club de Lisa, this is really hot for me because this really goes all the way back. My mother was a dancer at the Club de Lisa. Now, I want to tell y'all something right now. My mama was fine, okay? My mama was hot. She had some of the hottest legs, and I've got her legs. Calm down, everybody, calm down. You know, I'm not gonna show my legs here, but the Club de Lisa was considered Chicago's Cotton Club. Everybody who was anybody, Joe Williams, Count Basie, Della Reese, Ella Fitzgerald, everybody who was in Nat King Cole, everybody who was in Duke Ellington, who's anybody came through that club. Now, the choreographer and producer of that club and director was Sammy Dyer, Sammy Vashon Dyer. He was my mother's choreographer. He created a group of ladies entitled the Dyerettes. Now, I was born in 1960. Shut up. I know some of y'all know somebody is out there going, I look good. Don't you mess with me. Sammy died in 1960. I was born in 1960. In that year, he turned over the design of the school, the care of the school. Now, what made Sammy Dyer School so unique was that it wasn't just a dance school. It was a school of the theater. It focused on developing the whole artist in the theater tradition, in the theatrical tradition, America's theatrical tradition. And I have another connection that I have with Sammy Dyer that we have to talk about, because Sammy Dyer, I beat out Brian Stokes Mitchell for the Helen Hayes Award in doing a show called The Hot Mikado. Now, the most exciting part about that is that when The Hot Mikado was on Broadway, there was a challenging show called The Swing Mikado. Now, The Hot Mikado had Bill Robinson, it had Whitey's Lindy Hoppers, Charlie Atkins, who happened to have been one of my first Broadway choreographers, was in that show. He was in the chorus, yes. And The Swing Mikado was choreographed by Sammy Dyer. That is awesome. So he was a Broadway choreographer. I'm a Broadway choreographer. Shirley Hall Bass was the curator of the school from the time that Sammy Dyer passed in 1960. And she taught me, I have to say this to you, I'm absolutely blessed to have been a part of Chicago's dance history. I'm absolutely blessed to have been a student of Shirley Hall Bass's. I'm absolutely blessed to have been a part of Sammy Dyer, in the respect that my mother, the first band that played for the house band at the Club de Lisa was Red Saunders. Shirley did shows like we did in the tradition of American theater, tap dance, gymnastics, ballet, modern, singing, dancing. We did the whole 9 yards. We had live costumes. We had a live band. And the first band I ever danced with ever was the band who played for my mother, the Red Saunders Band. Shut up. Is that not hot? I am in the tradition of Shirley Hall Bass. I'm doing some writing now, and I'm working on developing shows. So before I leave here, I'm going to be doing my James Brown impression, which is called Please, Please, Please Send the Check, for producers who might be wanting to create, help develop new shows. I'm writing a jazz love story entitled Swing Upon a Time, based on that story of my mother being at the Club de Lisa and the connection to my life, because dance has absolutely been responsible for everything that is good in my life, tap dance. And I really do appreciate that. Shirley Hall Bass. And the school is now being curated by another one of the Dyeress, Miss Muriel Foster. In that, my connection to Chicago dance goes to my mother, Finus Henderson II, who was Sammy Davis Jr.'s business partner and one-time manager. He was my mentor as Shirley Hall Bass introduced us. He was responsible for me really understanding that we are all connected through the rhythms of life, because there's rhythm in everything. Don't y'all forget that. There's rhythm in everything. Let's give it a big eye. Ooh, stop, that gig out. When you walk, when you talk, when your heartbeat in silence, when you're trying to hear the universe, there's rhythm from within that we are infused by. We have to remember that. Finus Henderson and Lane Alexander, in that Lane Alexander introduced me to my first Broadway show, for my first live tap show, which was responsible for getting me to Broadway because they illegally taped the show. So see, everything that's wrong ain't wrong. It can come out right, okay? Jane Goldberg came to Chicago with a show called Changing Times Tap Company. Shirley Hall Bass invited me and encouraged me to go out into the world and share what I learned at Sammy Dyer. And Lane and I were doing a show together. And he invited me to see Jane Goldberg with Diane Walker, Chuck Green, Buster Brown, Cook and Brown. And and Jane Goldberg, and it was an awesome show. It involved not just tap dance, but comedy. Each one of those dancers had an element of tap dance that really lent itself to the complete tradition of that art form. And it was really beautiful. I mean, Buster Brown did Come Sunday, and the interpretive aspect of that brought the entire audience to tears. Cook and Brown did comedy, which was in the tradition of the vaudevillian performance. Shirley taught all of us all of that. Clarice White Pruitt was my trainer in comedy. So all of this silliness you're seeing right now is Clarice White Pruitt's fault. They used to call Muriel Foster Twinkle Toes.
Yeah.
That's another conversation. She used to terrorize our tap classes. She used to terrorize us. Shirley would be teaching us. Miss Foster would walk through the room and just lay it down. Go, and walk out. And we would all be sitting there going, what was that?
I believe it. I got to talk with her maybe a year or two ago. And
that had to be a treat.
Oh, yeah, it really was.
That's the real history. That's the real history, yes.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Yeah. And I heard that Clarice was the funny one.
Clarice, listen, Clarice goosed me on stage when I was 18 years old. She goosed me. It was terrible. I was doing this whole big thing with the Gene Kelly, round the map, I've been a dancer. You know what I mean? We did we did American Comes to Paris, or American Swings Paris. I forgot the name of the thing. But I'm standing on stage with Clarice, and she just wanted me to loosen up because, you know, your mentors are there with you. You just don't want to mess up. Oh my God. I mean, my eyes turned into silver dollars. She goosed me. And the whole audience, they had to laugh for 15 minutes because they knew I had to turn, as black as I am, I had to turn 3 shades of pink.
Oh, well, speaking of laughing for 15 minutes, that's what you've had me doing this whole time, plus dropping knowledge. Thank you so much, Ted, for sharing some of the history.
Thank you for really doing this. I think our history is wonderful, but I just want to encourage you and your entire team and everybody out there dancing. The world needs us now. They need us to think different. They need us to understand where we are. That woodshed thing, that thing where we're alone and we contemplate the possibility of our artistic impetus. We need to remember that they need us. It's our conversations with ourselves that helps us fight for that different thought. The world needs our different conversations. They need us to reflect how we can come together in our differences. They need us right now. Art is necessary. We dance, we sing, or we die. Thank you, Bobby McFerrin, for that.
And thanks for quoting him for us.
God bless you, baby.
All right. It's great to see you again,
You
Ted.
too.
Thank
Just
you so
call me.
much.
We should talk. We should talk more, Janae. And then you can tell me how much I hurt you in my tap test. They don't know.
All right.
They don't know that the deer in the headlights look was real. People would come to my class and go, "Oh my God, help me, Lord!" Just God bless you, baby.
You too. All right. And your phone will ring soon.
Thank you, baby. Bye, everybody. Keep swinging. I'm gone. I'm out. I'm out.
Okay. Sticking to the south side. I think we've got a couple more on the way, but already in the Zoom room, here we go. We've got Peggy Sutton from Mayfair Academy, Pierre Lockett from Forward Momentum Chicago, August Ty from the Hyde Park School of Dance, and Cris is working on moving over. But as she does that, here she comes. Hey, Cris.
Hi.
So we've just been talking with Ted Levy, who was telling us a lot about the Sammy Dyer School of the Theater. So I'd like to actually start with Peggy Sutton and hear a little bit about the Mayfair Academy, because next to Sammy Dyer, I mean, that was just a stronghold of the Southside dance education scene. Yeah, so Peggy, can you tell us a little bit about why your father started Mayfair?
Sure. My father started Mayfair in 1957, and he did so because at the time there weren't many places for children of color to get, a good dance education. So, basically that's why he started Mayfair at that time. And there were, a few people around, like, of course, Sammy Dyer, Jimmy Payne, the three of them, together were definitely on the south side of the dance scene.
Yeah, and I know that Tommy was mostly known as a tap dancer, and the Sammy Dyer School has such a reputation for producing such great tap dancers as well. But Pierre and August, you're rooted primarily in ballet, right? And Forward Momentum has a bit of a different model than having one building where all the students come and take class. You're in a lot of places. Pierre, can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. Forward Momentum Chicago's mission primarily is to bring dance to children and communities that don't have access. So our primary goal is to take the dance to where the kids are. We tried bringing them into one location, but because our kids are all over, because they come from a lot of communities that just don't have access to get them around, what we try to do is we take most of the work that we do is within the schools, and then we also have some sites around the city where we have programming as well.
Great. And sorry, I'm having a little trouble hearing right now. But August, Hyde Park School of Dance has an interesting origin story. Speaking of being rooted in ballet, can you kind of quickly summarize that?
Sure. Well, we started in 1993, and it was Hyde Park School of Ballet at the time. But before that, the reason I moved to Chicago was to teach in Maria Tallchief's school. And so when she lost her space at Franklin in Erie, we moved the school to the First Unitarian Church. And then she decided to retire from running a dance school. Who can blame her? It'd been a lot of years. And so she, one of the parents of some of the students that I had, decided to found the Hyde Park School of Ballet, which is what it was originated as, with me, Marilyn Shepard, and she was the first president and executive director. And then we decided that ballet was just too tight of a word, and we wanted to expand our programming, and so we expanded to some Horton-based modern. We actually had tap for a few years, and we had jazz and other offerings, flamenco in the beginning. So that's how we started out, with about 30 students to begin with, and now we're at close to 500. So it's been an interesting and fun journey.
Yeah, and Cris, you're sort of the one to help connect all of us to each other too, because you're a ballet instructor. I know you worked with Pierre in the past, and also coming up in the Sammy Dyer School, being the niece of Shirley Hall Bass. We just heard a little bit about her from Ted Levy, but you know, I'd love to hear your perspective. You know, you and I have been talking a lot and researching a lot of her history. You know, he mentioned all the big productions, and I think from what I've been learning, you know, she did so much, not only for dance education on the South Side, but this cultural exchange that happened between Chicago and the Bahamas. Can you just kind of help us like zoom out from Chicago with that?
Absolutely, yeah. I would say that, you know, Sammy Dyer was founded in 1933, so it had a very long history of really what I think of it now, and I look back on it, it's theater arts. The kids were taught ballet, tumbling, acrobatics, voice, theater, dramatic arts. So it was really a preparation for, you know, show business, Shirley would have said, but also for Broadway. And that's where Sammy Dyer was from. When he passed away, my aunt took over the direction of the school. And one of the amazing connections that she had made while touring as a Dyerette, which was Sammy Dyer's chorus line group, she had made the acquaintance of Freddie Munnings, who was a Bahamian clarinet player who was in the Duke Ellington band, and he thought Shirley was an amazing choreographer and dancer and invited her to produce shows. When she got there, she staged a number of productions, fell in love with the Bahamas, and before what was what, she was being asked by really like the new elite, because that country gained independence in 1973, and we're talking 1968. So this new elite of Black Bahamian wives and women wanted arts training for their children. And so Shirley was sort of invited to establish Bahamas School, Bahamas Dance Theater, which became Sammy Dyer's sister school. And for 30 years, she brought children from the Bahamas to Chicago and alternated the other year. Very careful placement of families and homes, lots of consideration of this incredible cultural experience. And it was amazing. We had a show at the end of every summer, and the children, and as you know, because we interviewed a lot of those participants, they maintained relationships throughout their lives, you know, like forever and a day, their children, their next generations of an international dance relationship.
And that's what I want to ask about, actually, for anybody. You know, you mentioned these relationships that are maintained, and all four of you are such great educators and come from a long line of educators. You're really the ones building our dance community. You know, whether or not students go on to perform professionally, they have the arts in their lives. And so, you know, at the risk of sort of asking a question that preaches to the choir, what does a dance education afford a young person in general, whether or not they pursue it as an adult? In general, but also speaking directly about the students in your neighborhoods, what does that arts education do for them?
I think that it provides structure, discipline, a sense of community, a sense of family, and I'm sure that applies to everybody on this panel. And so, as you said, a lot of these kids, they grow up together, they learn together, they experience things along with their family, and that just translates, you know, to a better human being in the long run.
I would also add, I've worked with both Cris when she was at Sammy Dyer, and done quite a bit of work with August. One of the cool things about the work that I do, because the students don't typically have an opportunity to experience dance, we are starting to build free relationships also with Deeply Rooted Dance Theater, where we are, and with Chicago Academy of the Arts, and and shy arts, starting to actually build a foundation for kids so that they have an opportunity for those who are interested. August has worked with me. She's given students from our program scholarships. One of the kids that Cris knows, Houston Thomas, was a Sammy Dyer kid. And when I was working at the Joffrey, through those connections that we had, Houston's now dancing professionally. Several of our students are dancing professionally. And so what we're starting to do, I think that we're starting to see the South Side kind of open up and look more towards partnership.
I would agree with both of Peggy and Pierre. Great comments about what dance does for people, and you just never know what you're going to launch with a dancer. You know, I'm really proud of our alumni. You know, I think Tara Willis is going to be speaking on this panel, and she started at Hyde Park School of Dance. Of course, she continued her education after that. Can't take full responsibility for her, but and then Kia Smith, who started at South Chicago Dance Theater, is doing amazing work and about to celebrate her 5th anniversary. Got her very beginnings from Hyde Park School of Dance, and so and it's not just other dancers you're launching. You're launching people who are going into school for PhDs. I have quite a few students who are now, you know, PhD in chemistry or physics. So they have this discipline, and this self-confidence, I think, is a big thing that dance can give a person, is self-confidence to do whatever it is that you want to do in life. Once you've gotten up on stage and danced in tights and a leotard in front of hundreds of people, there's a certain amount of confidence you have to be able to do that in the first place. And I always hope that carries on through whatever they do in their lives, and I've been seeing more and more of that with our alumni.
Yeah, I would add that I think it's really important. We talk a lot about life skills when we talk about dance education, and even if it doesn't lead to a professional dance experience, what I've seen both in the work with Pierre, because Pierre worked educational programming with me at the Joffrey, and then of course with his own organization, what I see is an ability to communicate and collaborate. Right? The programming that Pierre provides allows the children to impart their own ideas, their own creativity, to, you know, a space where they can express themselves. That is so rarely offered in Chicago public schools, or schools in general, where kids are invited to express themselves creatively and to collaborate and to work together. You can't make a dance with somebody and not get along with them, right? That has to happen. You have to be able to work that out. So I think that's what dance education does.
Yeah, those first graders are lucky to have you. August touched
Pierre's
on, Pierre, you're muted.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it also gives the families an opportunity to see their children in a way that they've never seen before. So many times people are just surprised that their children, because usually with us, as with most dance companies, the parents are kind of like kept over there. And then when the time comes for them to actually see their child on stage, it's something that they're not see, because we have a different set of rules and expectations than they have at home. So I think we're really producing, like Pam said, some things that parents probably see, but we're taking it to a higher level, I think.
Yeah, and real quick, in 30 seconds, August brought up, you know, this concept of alumni that have come from the South Side. Who else do we know about, and who are we watching on stage that got their start on the South Side?
Well, one of our alumni, and she didn't come to acclaim because of her dancing, but of course we are very proud of Michelle Obama, who was a Mayfair alumni, who of course went on to become one of our best first ladies. And so that just goes back to the life lessons and, you know, the grace and the different things that you learn through dance. It can carry you to wherever it is you want to go.
I have, in addition to Houston Thomas, 2 ballet boys that came out of Sammy Dyer that I have to send a shout out to. Kyle Davis is now dancing in Europe with the Tons Innsbruck Ballet Company. And we also have Alexander Allen, who is dancing in Texas. And, you know, and Pierre will testify, to be a boy in ballet is one thing, to be a Black boy in ballet is a whole other thing. I'm incredibly proud of them. Jamani Taylor, you know very well, came out of Sammy Dyer. He started there, little teeny tiny tot child, and is now doing Jacob's Pillow and all incredible work all around Chicago. And my most recent appearance of Danetta Little Bit Jackson is a footwork artist, tap dancer for real, right? But is now a footwork artist doing things with all kinds of Chicago rappers and really getting herself out there. So I think it's amazing. I'm excited to see this next generation and just so excited to be able to participate and carry on the legacy of my aunt and all these incredible dance educators you've invited today.
Yeah, and you know, I've got a million more questions. I wish we could keep talking, but I'm really, really glad to have had this time with all of you. And Michelle Obama, if you're watching, we would also like to interview you for the project.
Yes,
yes, and Peggy and I together, maybe. But thank you all so much for your time. And yes, I hope we can continue the conversation again real soon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Shan.
Twyla Tharp, it is such a pleasure to have you here with us today and speak with you. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
One of the main purposes of this interview marathon is to explore how national and international artists like yourself connect to the Chicago dance scene. So today I wanted to talk about the Tharp Project as it's known in the Hubbard Street Rep. What is it and how did it come about?
Well, I'm sure you have more details than I about this. It began with Lou Conti and my extreme regard for Lou, both as an individual, but as a company director and the original group that he had developed, the Cooksey and the Ron and the Gomez and the Claire, and they were all fantastic and very like my company, individuals, but they worked brilliantly together. Huge amounts of touring, great kind of philanthropic civic activities. And Lou did it for the right reason, which was to touch people and to bring them excellence. So I responded to that component. He had that part of his mandate to bring the best that he could accomplish was clear. And I think that his audiences felt that. So it made it a privilege to work with him. We did some of the older repertoire there, Sue's Leg, the Fugue. They probably did a Baker's Dozen. They did a Fait Accompli, which is like a killer piece, but they took it on. And then I did a commission for them to, I remember Clifford, for that group, more or less before Lou kind of retired.
And what, you chronicled these pieces so well already, what was the strategy behind the order in which they were learned or premiered?
You'll perhaps have to help me out here. I'm sure he started with the basics, which is the fugue, and I know they had a very good fugue. They had both a strong women's fugue and a strong men's fugue, which is very unusual, but the fugue is an extremely technically demanding piece and one's very exposed. There is no music and you clearly see the dancer's craft. You see the ways in which they are unified as a team. That company was capable of pulling together very tight. They knew one another a lot. They toured a lot. And they were interchangeable parts. You saw that in the fugue. Sue's Leg had more character to it. Baker's Dozen is obviously a larger piece and involved a greater number of dancers, but all the dancers in his company had an individuality. Some of them had a kind of strength, Cooksey in particular. No, that's not fair to say. I mean, all the women had singular capacities, but I like strong women. Cooksey was a strong woman. We like that.
And so what had you learned about Hubbard Street, the company, and also its audience that informed your creation of I Remember Clifford for them?
Well, one learns the individual performers. When a dancer is cast in roles that have been done by others, you can bring to play the components that were in the original and see how a next generation approaches the same basic material, but more or less leapfrogging and interpretation, which is very valuable. Then you see who that person is as opposed to that person trying to be someone else. For example, Ron de Jesus. Ron became a big player in Clifford, but he was perhaps, he was also, as I recall, he was in Sue's Leg. I think he did the, I don't remember which, if he did the tap roll or if he did the other part, but he would have been extremely different. But I would have seen, oh, this guy's something we didn't have. Maybe in this new piece, we can get some of that out. So being able to broach the individual through repertory is a good way of coming to know a dancer.
And just the musicality of that group really strikes me. Well, especially in I Remember Clifford, all of those jazz classics. The clip that I've seen is Ron de Jesus, I think maybe in Sidewinder. And it just to me, and knowing what I know about Hubbard Street under Lou's direction, musicality played a huge role in their work, which it seems translated really well to your choreography.
Lou was, I love him to death. He was a hooker. His group began as a tap group, I think. So it was based in rhythm and was based in rhythmic accuracy, which is extremely important when you're working with something that can be as arrhythmic as some modern dance.
I imagine that definitely helped them too in approaching the fugue as the first piece that they learned from your rep. You've worked with so many companies throughout your career. What would you say were the distinguishing features of Hubbard Street as the company existed then?
Well, I think that the things that I mentioned, that Lou's trademark in precision and rigor and the individuality of the dancer welded into a single unit. These are the ideal components of a great company director. End of story. Good luck.
And you know, this collaboration, this art project doesn't exist in a vacuum either. I'm wondering, why was it the right project for you at that time in your career? And what about that experience did you potentially take with you on your next endeavor?
Well, when you commission a piece, you have a new piece that comes. It's like a child that's going to grow up. So I think that the commission, which the whole project materialized in that commission, becomes an entity that is that company, because that company built it. I think that's probably the short answer to your question.
And what about for your own work and your career trajectory? What did you get out of this collaboration over the course of, 5 or 6 years?
I got some dancers out of that collaboration. I got some dancers for moving out of that collaboration. I'm always grateful to have, wonderful performers who want to come work in another vein. And both Gomez and Ron were very important in the original Moving Out, which was an incredibly strong unit, and they contributed to that big time.
Yeah, it's great to see how connections that started into Chicago, not just you, but with Ron and Gomez definitely, branched out. We're going to be including Ron de Jesus in this event too. So I'm really glad that we can start connecting those dots even in one event. It's a real honor to include you in this marathon event and add this interview to the Chicago Dance History Archives. Is there anything that we haven't covered about your work in the 90s with Hubbard Street that you'd like to make sure we know?
I wouldn't know where to begin. I'm happy to try to address any questions that you might have. Other than I think it's important to remember when they were the original Hubbard Street and where they were in the original space when there was a train going by about 8 feet away from one end of your studio about every 12 seconds, and about the kind of concentration, about really the kind of dedication that the first generation of people who go through. I mean, it's quaint. You can look back at it and say that first space it had a kind of charm. It was also extraordinarily uncomfortable. It was not air conditioned. It required a true commitment of heart to work there, and you were glad to do it. And no one, I mean, did you want better circumstances? Sure, you always do. But for the original groups that formulate these companies and come out of nowhere, like Lou's original dancers doing tap shows in hospitals and taking that spirit in and building on it, and not trying to jettison it, but retaining it and encouraging that kind of heart. It wasn't about grant applications. It was about dancing for the people.
Wow, that's put really well, and it just explains so much about it. Was such a foundation of the company, and yeah. Thank you for that, for sure. And thank you so much for joining us. It's been a real honor. Congratulations on your new book, by the way. Actually, I have my copy right here. I can, yeah. I should have prepared a little bit more. Here we go, right here.
Thank you. Easter is coming, and then there will be Christmas next year, right?
We'll be sure to drop information in the chat on how to get it.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you so much. Lou Conti, it's so good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. I mean, your influence on the Chicago dance scene is really immeasurable. So I'm just so happy to have you included in the interview marathon. How are you?
Fine.
Good. Well, you are, of course, the founding artistic director of Hubbard Street Dance Chicago, and before that, the Lou Conti Dance Studio. And I definitely want to acknowledge that and honor that for sure. But, it occurred to me that the history of the company and your work within it is much more readily available to folks than your own history. And so I thought maybe today we could talk about your early training and your performance career, if that's all right with you.
Sure.
Okay. So I was wondering, at what point did you know that you wanted to pursue dance as a profession, and how did that start to happen for you?
When did I don't think I ever did. I just started taking dance lessons when I was 7 and just kind of kept doing it. But it was Marie Hale that actually gave me the idea that you could have a career in dance. Because, where I lived and my parents and my family, that was not really a part of the whatever. So I never did make a conscious decision that I was going to devote my life to dance, but I ended up doing it anyway.
Okay. And you met Marie Hale while you were in college, right?
Yeah, my freshman year in October. School started at the end of September, and I met her like 3 weeks later. And she was teaching at a little local school here to make money to support her and her daughter Irma and her husband. So she was teaching, but she was really frustrated because what she really wanted to do was be performing and dancing. But she was 27 and married and had a baby and all that stuff. So, but it was through Marie that I met the Ellises too.
How did that happen?
Well, Marie studied with the Ellises back in the early 50s. And when I started taking class from Marie, I just wanted to do it because I liked dance. I still liked it. I wasn't trying to become a dancer at that point either. And at a spring Easter break, I was going to go to Chicago, and she said, "Oh, you need to go to a big ballet school and find out what that's like." And so I did. I went to Chicago and I took class from Christine Ellis and Richard Ellis, and loved it. I thought, wow, this is really, it was, there were all these great dancers around, in the atmosphere. They were English, and the discipline and the grades of, the seniors wore black, the juniors wore maroon, and babies wore blue and all that. And I just loved all that discipline. And they offered me, this was at Easter break, and they offered me a scholarship if I wanted to come back in the summer. And so I did. And I went back and danced with them all summer, and then went back to Southern again.
When you talk about going to Chicago, you were coming from Southern Illinois, right? Where you grew up?
Well, I lived in Southern Illinois from the time I was born until I was 12. And then my dad, who was a coal miner, got a job up in Central Illinois. And so we moved to Taylorville. And I was in Taylorville from the time I was 12 until I was 18. And then I came back to Southern Illinois to go to SIU, Southern Illinois University, to become a zoologist, which I never did.
Thanks to Marie Hale.
Yep. It was funny. She said, what are you doing? She said, you know, but she was a real bohemian artist type person. And as was her husband, Ruben. But you talk about teachers and education. I learned so much from them. I remember Ruben was an abstract painter, and he had all these paintings of these globs of paint. And I said, I don't really understand that. And he said, well, there's nothing to understand. He said, do you like the color? Do you like the shape of those blobs, as you call them? And he just demystified the whole thing. And it was a lesson that I took later about trying to demystify dance, when people said, oh, I don't understand dance. And it's like, well, you like the music? You like how they're moving? That's it. There's nothing more to understand. But anyway, all that stuff made an impression on me.
Yeah, I bet. And so and I know you kept in touch with Marie Hale, but you eventually left college to pursue dance more full time. Is that right?
Well, Ruben got his job teaching in a college down at Palm Beach Junior College. And so after 1 year, they moved to Palm Beach, and all that second year, Marie wrote me constantly saying, oh, you've got to come down here and study with Joanna Nealand, and great school and all that kind of stuff. And I had missed going to Chicago and pursuing that. And it was back in my head, I thought, God, I really would like to do this. So I quit college, and I thought I'll go away for a year. Went to Florida, stayed down there for a year, and studied with Joanna Nealand. Marie was teaching there, but Joanna Nealand was my principal teacher down there.
And if I recall correctly, shortly after that, you went to New York?
I was in Palm Beach for 1 year, which again was so full of so much stuff. The Nealands gave me a scholarship. They gave me a free place to live. There was a man named Frank Hale, no relation to Marie Hale. Frank Hale owned a lot of property in Palm Beach, private property, and he ran the Royal Poinciana Playhouse. He was a rich man from New York, a businessman, but he loved theater and all that kind of stuff. He allowed me to work at the theater. I was 19. I was a chauffeur for the stars that would come in, which I loved, driving his big Cadillac out to the airport and picking up these people. And then I took tickets opening night. They had a season of stock, not summer stock. This was like fancy, whatever. And they did, I think, 9 shows that season. All these different, not movie stars, but television stars. And again, just the chemistry of all these people working and seeing how they functioned and everything. was just great. And at the end of that season, Frank Hale hired or commissioned, or whatever you call it, ballet theater to do a performance at the Royal Poinciana Playhouse. And the theater was not big enough, the stage was not really big enough for a ballet company, but they sort of did a condensed program on it. And there were 4 guys from ballet theater and a couple of the women, and then their local star, Claudia Cravey, that they wanted to showcase. And they let me join the 4 guys in, I don't know, a couple of the things or whatever. And so I met these boys from, young men from ballet theater, and they were, I had a perception of what ballet dancers were like, and it was all wrong. You know, they were very down to earth. And this one guy named Joey Carole, after the performances were over, he stayed in Palm Beach, and we hung out together. And he convinced me. He said, well, he said, things are going well for you down here, but he said, it's time you go to New York and see really what is going on. So after a year in Palm Beach, and I was not getting along with the Nelans, by the way. So I went to New York, and because of all of the people I had met in Palm Beach that year, you know, people would say, well, if you come to New York, call me. And so I did. and I'm not sure, I had very little money, but Mr. Hale and Joanna Nealon came to New York at the same time that I was there, not together, but at the same time. And they called me and wanted to take me to dinner. And again, Mr. Hale was so nice, and he asked me what I was doing and how things were going and all that. And then he said, now you got to start seeing some of these Broadway shows. And I remember him, he looked like David Merrick, very distinguished, little black mustache, slick black hair, and these pristine suits and everything. He said, you got to see what these people are doing. So he arranged tickets for three big Broadway shows in 1 week. And I saw How to Succeed. The next night I went across the street and saw Little Me and Oliver. And, you know, and believe me, I would have never been able to afford to see those Broadway shows. So that was a big deal that Frank Hale encouraged me to and allowed me to do that.
And so help me put this in chronological order. How long between seeing How to Succeed on Broadway while you were in New York and then being in it yourself?
1 year.
That's it? Wow.
Well, okay, here's the story. I saw Succeed in the spring of 1963 when Mr. Hale got the tickets for me. I got the job at Melody Top. That's for that summer. I was doing the hits of Broadway at the Del Prado Hotel in Chicago, and the national touring company of Succeed came to Chicago after having been out on the road for about 9 months or something, and they were going to settle into Chicago for a long run. That's what the plan was. And so, and that was in, the show came in like in October, November, and a lot of the chorus people, a lot of the ensemble people had been out on the road for a year, and they were going to leave. And so they hired several of us local people from Chicago to go into the company. So it was less than a year after I saw Succeed in New York that I had seen all these shows at the Schubert Theater. And I think I've said this to you before too, because it was one of your first shows that you saw was The Music Man. And when I went into the Schubert Theater, it had a smell, not a bad smell, but I think it was the cleaning fluids they used or something. And they were still using it. It was such a familiar smell. And seeing The Music Man and seeing, it was like being on drugs to me, sitting in the mezzanine and watching live people with color and music and all this stuff. It was huge. I mean, I absolutely loved it. So the Schubert Theater was a very important venue for me to see so many different things and perform it. I did cabaret there too. So yeah, the Schubert Theater was a big deal.
I am curious. So what were you doing? I know you shared a bill with the Three Stooges, which I think the fact that they were also live performers is probably often overlooked. But what were you doing on that show, first of all?
Well, I was working for Bob Simpson at the Condado Beach Hotel, and all of the big hotels had shows, nightclub shows. And the Stooges were playing at the Caribe Hilton, you know, down the road a little bit, in a completely different show. I mean, I wasn't in the show with them. But then this producer or some local guy decided to do a benefit performance for underprivileged kids and adults that couldn't really afford to go to the theater. So he built a big stage out on the baseball diamond, the local baseball field, and they had this. They had these performances. So the Stooges were in that, and then I danced. I did one of the numbers with my partner at the time, Joni Falar. We did the Slaughter on 10th Avenue Ballet from our show out there. And again, these guys, the Stooges, were so down to earth and friendly and nice, and they came over to our apartment, and they were like people, like regular people. So yeah, it was great being with them.
And you talked about kind of having choreography in your back pocket for those shows with Bob Simpson. Was that when you first started to make dances of your own?
Not consciously. I mean, I was just doing it. I wasn't thinking, oh, I'm going to be a choreographer. I just I did it out of need, I guess, mostly. Again, I tell you, Jeanette, I never made a conscious decision to do anything. It's just like, oh, okay, I'll do that.
It sounds like a lot of opportunities were coming your way.
Yeah, and I don't mean it flippantly. I just mean that it wasn't like because I know I've heard so many people say, oh, if I can't dance, if I can't do this, I'll die. And I never felt that way. I thought, okay, whatever.
But clearly you were meant to.
Well, I enjoyed it, and it worked out well for me, including, all the stuff leading up to forming a school and then a company. So it all, but I didn't realize that I was getting that info during the time, it was after the fact.
Right, but I imagine a lot of it became incredibly useful when you did start Hubbard Street.
For sure. The technical stuff, the lighting, because when I started Hubbard Street, there were all these little companies that would just perform in bare spaces with no environments, no, just bland. And the Broadway musicals were very technical. I remember in Succeed, in the coffee break number, when we pass out and lay on the floor, looking up at the grid and seeing the gazillion lighting instruments and how they were focused everywhere to create what the audience should be looking at. Now, when Hubbard Street first started, I couldn't do that. But later on, when we had, a budget and some good lighting designers, so I learned that from all of that production value was, because I was a showman. I wouldn't call myself an artist. I was a showman. I remember we did a piece called At the Rosebud back in 81 or something like that. And one of these young dancers turned critics called it a vaudevillian something or other. And I thought, yeah, it is. It was a vaudevillian, Scott Joplin and the costumes and the antics and everything. It was a vaudevillian. And I think she meant it as an insult, and I liked it. So I was a showman. I wanted an audience to be happy, to applaud at the end, to be involved, and not go, what was that about? I didn't like that.
Well, thank you so much. for taking the time to talk with me and sharing some of your histories.
Totally my pleasure. Totally my pleasure.
This feels like limon. It is limon.
Is this Balanchine?
No, it's Terry O'Connor.
Larry?
Terry.
Terry with an I or Terry with a Y?
Neither. T-E-R-E.
This hurts my neck. Blame Peter Carpenter. Crying over you. That was Laura Wade. This is Lisa Wymore.
Caffeinated by Larry Keglin. Something happened over there.
Imagine doing these moves in brown booty shorts.
Okay, welcome, Julia Rhodes. Thanks for joining us today. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you so much for having me. This is a really exciting day.
Yes,
So happy to be part of it.
Yeah, we're happy to have you. So let's just dive right in and talk about Lucky Plush and your history too. For anybody who's seen a Lucky Plush production, they know that it's this sort of special blend of dance and theater, movement, dialogue, singing, sometimes narrative, sometimes. And I'm curious about like these elements and these ways of working. Where were those seeds sown in your own history?
Yeah, so I started out in classical ballet way back in the day when I was growing up. And then I went to Northwestern where I got a degree in history. I started becoming really interested in performance studies and theater. And while I was at Northwestern, I worked with a company called Excite Performance Group, and they had a very interdisciplinary approach to dance and theater. And that had a major impact on me just because it was really the first time that I felt like I was part of an ensemble process and my ideas were contributing to work. And so when that group ended, it's really aligns with when I started Lucky Plush. And I would say that, you know, in the beginning, there was a lot of threads through the way that I learned to work at site in that ensemble kind of way. And then bringing my own interests and concerns and embodied research and thinking about ways that I wanted to start, you know, being a maker. And so Lucky Plush, yeah, we started working with narrative. I mean, we've been doing that the whole time. I would say that what is very important to me in thinking about how I approach the work, it's that I am really interested in bringing like things that I care about in the world. But the way that we develop work is very much like an ensemble devised theater. So I'll kind of come in with some ideas. I work very collaboratively with the ensemble. And, you know, ultimately, rather than approaching the sort of thematic or topical things that we're looking at in a topical way, we really approach it through the stories and through the individuals and their experiences on stage. So I'd say that is really what I've cared a lot more about, you know, for many, many years, is really that the audience connects with the individuals on stage and feels like they get to know them through the process of a show. So yeah, that's kind of the thread of it.
Yeah, and you've mentioned ensemble, this word ensemble, a few times, and man, does Chicago seem to have a lot of ensembles and really like to work in that way. You know, one of the first things I noticed when I came here for this job is like most of the dance companies they have band names, you know, they sound like bands instead of being named after a particular person. You know, the founder and Lucky Plush is no exception to that. To what do you think we can attribute this ensemble way of working that seems so prevalent here in Chicago?
Yeah, I mean, just like you said, there's a whole rich history of ensemble work in Chicago, and I think dance theater work. Certainly, that was what blew my mind open when I was working with Excite. And I just feel like for me, it became really critical to work that way because I feel like the work is so much stronger when I'm building with other people. So collaborators are everything to me, and the ensemble is definitely key collaborators in the work. So yeah, like when we get into a room and we're thinking about what the next project is going to be, I come in with a set of prompts, but the ensemble really works out what that is physically in terms of script. And again, I want, first and foremost, Lucky Plush ensemble members are themselves on stage. They are never kind of, I never ask them to be just in service to an idea. I want them to communicate with each other as authentically as possible as themselves, first and foremost. So a lot of it is tweaking these ideas into a space where they feel like they are really responding from their place of honesty and experience. So yeah, so it's really fun because I learn so much by working with them and working with all my collaborators in a room. I can't possibly know what the outcome of a work would be based on what I imagine in my own brain because it is such a collaborative effort.
And funny. I think, humor,
Yeah.
humor is something that's we don't see much.
Yeah, humor is critical to me. I think that sometimes in the work we're addressing things that are really hard, the material that is speaking to contemporary themes and issues that can be really challenging, and humor is a way to invite audiences, I think, to lean forward. A lot of the humor that we play with is kind of building expectations and then subverting those expectations so that we're really interested in how liveness operates. I think this is what is so devastating right now about the pandemic in so many ways is like just that liveness of sharing real time, real space with each other. So in a lot of Lucky Plush's work, it's very composed and scripted, but there's so much room in both the choreography and the dialogue for the ensemble members to respond in real time to each other so that how something is said, how, they have places where they can really improvise and surprise each other on stage. So that actually, it's often very funny because they're really listening to each other as opposed to thinking about performing for an audience. They're really feeling like they're a partner with the audience and partners to each other. So that's where a lot of the humor plays into the shows as well.
Yeah. And Lucky Plush celebrated its 20th anniversary last year, right? Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
This year, yeah. And when you formed Lucky Plush, from all the other interviews I've been conducting, I've been learning that this was pretty much a critical mass for Chicago dance at that time. What exactly were you plugged into 20 years ago that helped you be able to launch Lucky Plush?
Yeah, I was actually in graduate school in the early years at the Art Institute of Chicago, and had just sort of come out of this Excite experience and knew that I wanted to create work with their artists. Really inspired me. So, that it made sense in the beginning to just sort of get a group of people together and give it a name. And the name really, didn't have some huge meaning. It was more just like a collection of thoughts that I jotted down, a feeling of being so that I could do that and lucky to be able to create work and to share the work. And I think Plush sort of came from this idea of immersive environments. And so, we just started making work. And honestly, in the beginning, it did not occur to me how much work it was going to be to actually maintain the organizational structure. it's like you do the first show or whatever, and you're scraping together the money and the context. And then it's like, oh, I want to sustain this thing. I want to pay people. I want to honor people. So at that time, I think there was a lot of energy being put into the dance field. A lot of it was through the Excellence in Dance initiative that the Chicago Community Trust did with Sarah Solitaroff-Merkin. And it was just such an exciting time to really think through the field, like needs of the field. I was part of that initiative, looking at the needs of small independent artists and small mid-sized companies, excuse me. And, it had so blown out since then. Just a lot of those early initiatives just took really beautiful shape. And it really connected me to the field in a much broader way than I had understood it previously. And, made me deeply care about advocacy and about, like the creativity of running an organization and establishing partnerships and, all of those connections that I would never have, I would do it again, but when you start off making a company, you just aren't really thinking about all of that stuff. So it was a learning curve for sure.
Yeah, and it's funny because that has come up in some of these, we've been doing tech rehearsals, and that has come up in conversations too, that you really just can't know what it's going to be until you're sitting in it. And then there you are. So I guess that sort of begs the question, what do you wish that you could tell the Julia Rhodes of 20 years ago, now that you've been in it for 2 decades?
That's a brilliant question. I don't even know if I have a really good answer, but I think it's, I think I was lucky because I did start out already really leaning into reaching out to other artists, really, the collaboration has always been the central piece of my work and the organizational structure. And it really has become an ethos of Lucky Plush, how we operate in the room, how our organization functions, our board operates. And I'm constantly trying to partner with other organizations. We started 2 sustainability initiatives where we share resources with other companies. So I think if I was looking back, I would just affirm those things. I wish, it's like, it's a journey. It just is what it is. But, we've had a lot of bumps along the way, of course. And at this particular time in 2021 and so many unknowns, it's, again, you just have to really be flexible and reach out to the community and really support all the amazing art making that's happening and just believe in the bounty, I guess.
Yeah, and I see you doing that. I see you continuing to collaborate and to be an entrepreneur and innovate in this, time of challenges. Tell us a little bit about what kinds of programs and efforts have you been able to create in the past year, and in a minute.
Yeah, sorry. I guess the biggest thing we've done is just to keep artists employed, is to have a virtual platform. It's called Virtual Dance Lab. And I've had the support of University of Chicago, where I have a job where I'm building a dance program and a lecturer there. And so I really wanted to serve those students and also, connect with all kinds of teaching artists, both locally and nationally, internationally. So that's been exciting, and a little bit of a silver lining is to have that platform. And we've also just kind of tried to connect with other artists in our field and showcase them through our social media platforms, just to stay involved in that way as well.
Well, I applaud you. Thank you so much for everything you do. And thanks for joining us here today. It's been great to talk with you a little bit.
So great to talk with you as well, Janae. Thank you so much.
Okay, until next time.
Okay, bye everybody.
Okay, you just saw an excerpt from The White City. That's Thodos Dance Chicago in collaboration with Anne Reinking. And joining me now are three people who can help us celebrate Anne Reinking and really illuminate her significance in the Chicago dance scene here. We have Sherry Zunker, Melissa Thodos, and Ron DeJesus. And Sherry, I want to start with you, I think, because you were the first of the three to meet Anne Reinking. Can you tell us how that came about?
Yes, I actually auditioned for a show Pal Joey, had just done Bob Fosse's dance and so was familiar with the Fosse work. And she was coming to Chicago to do this musical. And as, so I wanted to audition and showed up, got the job, thankfully. And that's really where it started. She choreographed this musical with Chet Walker. And it was the most beautiful show. It was a great, great experience for me. And the thing that I want to share about my experience with Anne that I think was a really great takeaway was how she worked and how she continued to work that I ever saw every time she came back into my life. And that is whoever was assisting her would be on the floor, maybe working with the dancers. And she always took a very director's eye, in my opinion, to the work and was looking at it from, is this supporting the whole story? Every decision was made with such deep care for the idea or for what was to be told. And then she would really flip and then start working minutia, like details on everything, the dance steps, like just get up and, it just gave it so much worth. And she would do the same thing, not only with dancing, but with like comedic timing, like working it in the dialogue. And I feel like those two ways of working, aside from bringing a lot of steps and, always teaching choreography, for me, helped me tremendously when I started to choreograph. So I wanted to share that because if you're a young choreographer, this is a tool that she did so beautifully and it helped me so, so much. But that's when I first met her.
Yeah, and it sounds like it was a pivotal production for both of you. And yeah.
Right, it was her really big musical, and she did a gorgeous job. Yeah.
And Melissa, does that sort of resonate in working with Anne and making an original work like she did with Thodos?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And her work ethic and her attention to detail are two things that were hugely, hugely prominent in all of the processes. She did many projects with Thodos Dance Chicago, the first in 2004. And we had known each other for close to 2 decades and met very organically and serendipitously. So our work relationship evolved very slowly and in a very beautiful way, where our friendship and our collaborations grew together. So.
How nice to have that evolve over time and to be able to take the time with someone like that and work with them repeatedly, which is the case with Thodos, right?
That's correct, absolutely. We first got to know each other because our husbands were friends and were really, really good tennis players, and they would play tennis tournaments and go on all the circuits, and we would join them to watch them, and we would just start talking about our lives. And my kids were toddlers at the time and her son was young, and we talked about the juggle of managing family and work and touring and all of that. And that happened in the early 2000s. And then she invited me to come and be on the faculty of the Broadway Theater Project that she founded with Deborah McWhorter. And it's an amazing intensive where over the summer, people from all walks of Broadway, musicians, writers, composers, dancers, all convene in Florida for a 3-week intensive and teach and choreograph and workshop things. And so I started doing that to workshopping some of the works that I then set on my own company. And then Anne did the same thing there. And she brought her first work to Thodos Dance Chicago in 2004. It was a collaboration with Deborah McWhorter called Caution Side Effects. And it had so many different dance forms within it. It had rhythmic dance, it had Tai Chi, it had lyrical ballet in it. It had this amazing samurai sword initiative that actually Ron Peretti, who is a Broadway fight choreographer, and very talented. He would help with some of the fight scenes in some of the workshops, and he helped with that particular portion of the dance. It was a very wonderful dance that we had the opportunity to produce in 2004, and then a few years went by, and I called Anne and I said, well, Anne, I'd love you to come back, but being a contemporary dance company, I have a very dark season. Like, the work is very dark and intense and contemplative, and that's all good. But I'd like my audience to kind of be taken through a little bit more of a ride in our season. So she, talk about comedic talent and timing. She set an incredibly fun and funny work about what dancers would do if they could have recess, like in school. Its title is Rossini Recess. And I remember her calling and saying, can you get the production staff to please buy I need 6 mini trampolines and I need a dozen Frisbees. And she created the most fun piece and at the end, it always got laughs. And at the end, you wanted to get on stage with the dancers and jump on the trampolines. It was a really wonderful section of our concert that really uplifted the audience and needed to. So I was very grateful for that. And then we received a National Endowment for the Arts grant to, and this is where Sherry came in so beautifully, to mount some very early work by Bob Fosse that Anne had always wanted to see performed live and on stage. And these were early works from the 60s that were done on television shows early in the 60s, like Perry Como Comedy Hour or Bob Hope, and all of those old variety shows that Bob choreographed for those. And so having received this grant, we decided to do some of these very early works, and Sherry was wonderfully available to come in and to really coach the dancers on the Fosse technique, because Fosse is something that's so easy to get wrong stylistically. I mean, the level of detail is off the charts, and it was an amazing experience. Sherry taught classes and coached what we ended up titling Fosse Trilogy. It was 3 different sections of dance from film at that time, and we were able to perform it live and tour it to many communities, also internationally. So that was very special.
Yeah,
I'm glad to that. I'm so sorry. Can I add something to that?
Please.
I will say, it's so interesting because I went there to help them learn, but then after helping recreate those dances, when Anne came in and started really again, that director's eye, I cannot tell you how much I learned at that late stage in my life. I mean, I wasn't dying, but I mean, it was at a time when I already thought I knew so much, and it was like the knowledge that I was able to gather from her then as a director was incredible. And the one thing I will say, Melissa, to everybody about that time is we were working on Cool Hand Luke. And it was at that time where she really said, for me, Fosse style is really rooted in elegance. And I believe it so much the same thing, but I never heard anybody say it. And I think that people, when they think Fosse, unless you've done the work, you think it's sexy and cute and fun. And that's not where the work comes from. And so I think that's another thing that every time I teach that work, I say, as Anne Ranking said, this is rooted in elegance first. So I wanted to share that because that's it stayed with me.
Yeah. And Ron, you've had this experience recently.
Yes.
Yes, I have. I was fortunate enough. First, I want to acknowledge these 2 women here, Melissa and Sherry, for their contribution to the dance scene, not only as dancers, but also what they created with their companies and to the audience, and also creating platforms for the livelihood of artists in Chicago and having these kinds of opportunities for their dancers to experience these, Anne Ranking to come into their arena and learn it. So I commend them. And also the unsung heroes behind the screen, Mark Dow with Sherry and Esther, Julius, and then also Rick Johnson, Melissa's husband, big contributors. But, in 1992, Hubbard Street had a wonderful relationship, and it was cultivated with Gwyn Verdon, another sort of preacher of the Fosse technique and iconic legend, which then led us to have a kind of relationship down the road with Anne. And then I work at the University of Michigan, the musical theater department, and I had invited Anne to partake with my students, and she worked, and we were going to piggyback off of the 24th anniversary of Chicago, the production. So they were phenomenal with the whole experience of learning all the the Tharpinian to me sneaked out, the Fosse work, and then she came in and cultivated and kind of worked with them via online and what have you. So yeah, it was a beautiful experience.
And I love that it's, coming back to Fosse, who,
Always.
probably most people know as a Chicago native too. And yes, always. And I'm hearing these words: elegance, work ethic, comedic timing, attention to detail. Really quickly, we've got 3 minutes left, hoping to hear from all of you. I'm wondering what you might have learned about Fosse through working with Anne.
Love, detail.
I think great respect for the work, because I've gotten to work on his work and this for many, many different projects in different ways. And the thing that I always take away with, it's the work itself that keeps making me feel better, and everybody respects it so much. So that is definitely a takeaway for me.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, it's really storytelling, because Anne and I started collaborating creatively in 2010 with our work, our one-act story ballet, The White City. It was an amazing process that required a lot of planning, required scripting, and what we call it treatment. It required creating arcs for characters from beginning to end. And we collaborated on 2 story ballets. We also did one about the life of Anne Sullivan and Helen Keller in 2013. And her mentorship and our time together inspired me and gave me a level of confidence as a contemporary choreographer and a repertory dancer back in the day, to create my own one act about all on my own about the life of the legendary Sono Osato, called Sono's Journey. And I did that in 2017. And so the storytelling, telling the story, an honest story from beginning to end completely was a huge takeaway during my time with Anne.
Yeah, agree.
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite things is just kind of digging into these lineages and finding all of those threads, and, from Fosse to Anne to all 3 of you, incredible artists in your own right. It's so nice to hear how these traditions in dance are just passed on person to person. But it's the technique, it is the work ethic. It is, the whole thing. So just in 30 seconds, maybe, share, one thing, like a gift that Anne gave you.
I don't know if it's a gift. I'll say this. She is so intelligent and knows so much about art history. It blew me away. So to me, it was the knowledge of things that she would say and say, oh my God, let me tell you this. Or she just knew so much. I think I was surprised by that.
I would say her accessibility to reach all levels of students and upcoming artists and present artists, because she really dived in. She really just worked with the National Institute of Dance, Jacques Demois kids. She didn't need to. She completely surrendered to that. Constant giving is a beautiful gift.
Well, thank you all so much for giving us your time. And I can't wait to talk to all 3 of you more about your own careers, but it's nice to get a start and hear how Anne Reinking fits into all of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Janae.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ron Seymour. I'm one of Maurice Seymour's sons. It was nice to hear about the inaugural Maurice Seymour Award on January 31st. It's very gratifying to know that my father's being honored about his ballet photography. I grew up going to the studio and would watch and learn and try to help whenever I could. Their studio was on the roof garden of the St. Clair Hotel on Ohio Street in Chicago. When the ballet companies came to Chicago, like the Ballet Russe de Monte Carlo or the American Ballet Theater, their whole companies would come and camp at the studio. The dancers, the costume people, the makeup people would all be there. My father, Maurice, and my uncle, Seymour, would work through the night photographing them. They were drinking and dancing and laughing and having a good time. And it was a pretty amazing experience the few times that I was there when that happened. Many of his ballet photographs are on my website, which is www.ronseymour.com.
I'm going first.
Hang on, Scott had a question.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Good, okay.
Okay, here we are. As CDHP continues the work of documenting and presenting dance histories in its own ways, we would like to recognize those who came before us, dedicating their own artistic visions to preserve those of others. Here's to the excellent photographers, writers, videographers, archivists, reporters, and more who contribute so much to the field of dance. The Maurice Seymour Award for Vision and Service recognizes an individual who has demonstrated the ability to see more in the Chicago dance world and made an extraordinary contribution to specific alignment with CDHP's mission to investigate, document, and present the individual and institutional histories of Chicago dance. So the Maurice Seymour Award was named for two brothers, Maurice and Seymour Zeldman, who you heard about a little bit from Maurice's son, Ron. And right now, I'd like to turn it over to Gail Calver, who has been a special consultant for us this past year. Of course, she was the executive director of Hubbard Street for 23 years and worked with other companies like River North, Ballet Chicago, and Ensemble Español. So here to present the Maurice Seymour Award to Scott Silberstein is Gail Calver.
Hi, everyone. I am very, very pleased to be here. Just as Maurice Seymour was two people, little known fact about Scott, he is also two people. And I say that because that is the only way in the world he could have achieved everything that he's achieved in his bio, unless, of course, he was making it up. But I don't think so. And that includes 6 Emmys that he has won himself, 20 with HMS. And I will take an aside to say, give kudos to Matt Hoffman, his partner, who I think has blocked many punches while Scott pursued his charitable work. Scott has produced, collaborated, and designed hundreds of dance, theater, and Broadway productions in Chicago and in New York and all over the world. He is prolific, and anyone who knows Scott knows that he can talk on a variety of subjects endlessly because he is so passionate. He currently serves as artistic associate for the Looking Glass Theater. He's on the advisory board of his beloved company, Giordano Jazz Dance, a former vice president of See Chicago Dance, and in his spare time, he has become an active arts advocate. He is on the board of Arts Alliance Illinois, on the legislative committee of Broadway Theaters, and he's the founder and writer of Arts in Action Advocacy Newsletter. In addition to his generosity of time, resources, and spirit, he has provided countless Chicago dance companies with professional materials to present, promote, and book their companies. And that is no little thing. It is truly appropriate to give Scott this award. And I will tell you, we wanted to honor Scott. There wasn't an award that existed. We just wanted to honor Scott for his work. So we created the award for him. And that's why he's the inaugural recipient. It is truly my pleasure to present the award to Scott Silberman for his documenting, presenting, and preserving Chicago dance for all time. And now I would like to ask his bride, Jackie, to join us. Are you in the other room, Jackie? Come on out. Da, 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 da. Drum roll. And here's Jackie. Well, here we go. Thank you,
man.
Jackie. And Scott, with love and respect,
wow.
the Maurice Seymour Award, the first one.
Wow, look at this.
And a certificate of authenticity.
Thank you, guys.
There's a little bit of glare, but I think you can see the picture, which is a Maurice Seymour classic.
Wow, look at that. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm overwhelmed. I didn't know that was happening.
Well, a little surprised. It's all yours, Scott. Take it away.
Wow, I'm so grateful. I'm floored. It's not often you get the opportunity for your life to flash before your eyes when you're alive and healthy. So it's really, I'm very grateful for that. And grateful to Ron too. It was great to hear the history of the award. I love learning something new. It strikes me that dance always offers that, you know, not just in the new movement and the new movers that I get to experience, but also new music and painting, new literature. It staggers me to think not only of the people I wouldn't know without dance, but the art I would otherwise have never been graced with. And it was fun to see that picture of the brothers together. It reminded me a lot of the adventures Matt Hoffman and I have gone on over the years. And whatever vision I have and whatever service I aim to offer, I could not manifest those drives without the HMS team, especially Matt. And gosh, the tributes, again, my life flashing before my eyes. I'm especially moved to see so many people, not only from dance, but across the arts, seeing so many collaborators and friends, and having received so many fantastic messages from my family and other friends and colleagues before today, none of whom I'll ever be able to spend enough time with to my satisfaction. It's just amazing. You know, we've all had such challenging years. And like you, we, the four of us at home here, have had unique whiplash-inducing ups and downs. And what a life-saving joy that Jackie and the kids and I get to feel so connected to you today and always. And so many amazing words today. It's been such a pleasure to listen to so many people and to be reminded of so many things. Seeing Twyla, whose work in the movie Hair, I think is what first made me realize how cool dance and film can work together. I'm reminded of something I heard a lot after the incredible folks at WTTW, and a huge shout out to WTTW and public television, without whom a lot of dance doesn't get on television. When they first aired our very first dance documentary, it was in 1993. It was called Reality of a Dreamer, and it featured what was then called River North Dance Company. And so many folks said to me, I had no idea dancers were that articulate. I remember one person even saying, I didn't realize dancers talked. I wish they could have had some of my experiences, not only interviewing dancers and making performance and documentary specials, but also sitting in on the rehearsals and creating dance pieces from scratch, which I've been able to do as a composer and sound designer. You know, you talk about articulate people doing lots of talking, and more to the point, exquisite listening. Those have been some of the most enlightening and challenging and life-affirming conversations. And it's very telling that I've wanted to bring those energies and experiences to HMS, and that Looking Glass, the theater company where I'm an artistic associate, is so devoted to movement and the energy and the ideas that movement generates. As anyone who knows me will tell you, I love words. I do like speaking them and figuring out how many or few to use and in what order to put them. But even more, I love listening to words. I love listening to people who use them well. And yet my entree into the arts was kind of nonverbal. It was as a pianist and as a composer. And I came to realize later, this was also my entree into dance. Many folks attempt to view dance through the lens of theater, which is understandable in that both art forms we watch, you know, the lights go up, people move through time and space, and the lights go down, but that compels people to quote unquote get it, as in follow a story. But when I saw my first Chicago dance concert, the wonderful Linda Martha Dance Company in 1989, the first company for whom I produced television, created sound design, and composed music, it struck me that dance is what music looks like, and music is what dance sounds like. And very few of us walk through the world thinking we don't get music. We have our taste, but we rarely think we don't get it. As I've often said, there's not a person in the world who ever listened to the first notes of Beethoven's Fifth or heard Ella Fitzgerald's Scat and said, what does that mean? We get it, we know. And we know that with dance. If people did ask, what does that mean? And then spoke with those who create and perform music or dance, they would not experience people incapable of describing what they were doing or word a verse. They would not experience people who couldn't tell you why or how they were doing it. Dancers, like musicians, play with words all the time. They exchange them, they push them to their very boundaries. And realizing that words alone cannot achieve the breadth of ideas considered and the depth of expression desired, the words may limit those ideas and expressions to just those who speak their language. Instead, they go to places both extraordinarily primal and profoundly evolved. They move and they make music. They mainly move. They break down borders and barriers to share notions that all beings, human and otherwise, recognize. So in that way, dance advocates for the heart. Dance advocates for the soul. It's why the city is better for all who have danced and still dance and will continue to dance against whatever odds are out there. So let's just take a minute and talk about those odds and the work we can do to diminish them and overcome them as a community. You know, one of the delights of the name of this award is that it contains the name Seymour and therefore the exhortation to do just that, to see more. And when we look at the name of the extraordinary organization that produced today's event, while the words Chicago, dance, and history are all amazing nouns, in this case, they modify the word project. And what is a project but an individual or collective enterprise that is carefully planned to achieve a particular aim? And that aim, to advocate for the symbiotic relationship between the individual and the community, for the balance of listening and responding, of performing and receiving, all in the service of the planet and the souls inhabiting it through movement in an invitational setting. That is ongoing. It refers to and builds on the past and has an eye on the future, to be sure, but it is always present. It is always now. History is being made right now, in fact, by Chicago Dance History Project, who have made the ultimate yes and move by turning something that has separated us for nearly a year and uniting us for an unforgettable day, which of course couldn't have happened if we all tried to be in the same place because we have a foot of snow on the ground. It's why I think that my job, my life, is ultimately that of an advocate. My efforts to produce, write, develop, direct, edit, compose, design, even occasionally perform, all are there to advocate for humanity, for life. That I get to do it in the dance world is a dream come true. It's my honor to do that out in the world, and even more of an honor to do that with my beloved bride, whom I never would have met were it not for Chicago Dance. It's also worth noting Matt Hoffman would never have met his bride were it not for Chicago Dance. So on behalf of the HMS co-founders, thanks for bringing us into the company of seriously graceful, badass women, of which Chicago Dance is full, thank goodness. My gratitude to you all is perhaps best reflected in this exhortation to all of us, myself included, to continue our advocacy work, artistic or otherwise. And we are all advocates. Yes, certainly, as I said before, for the human heart and the soul, but also for ourselves, our communities, our cities, our states, our countries, our world, our universe. However we participate in Chicago Dance, let's do this. Let's pledge to treat ourselves and each other with the beauty, respect, and joy we all deserve, but must continue to earn. Let's fill our companies with people we trust, talented people who know how to both agree and disagree with us, support and challenge us, make us confront our own visions in ways that let us both embrace where those visions came from and honor where they could go from here if we would only let them. Let's fill our boards of directors with people who, as the great Ben Cameron implores, are dedicated to facilitating the work and the vision through foresight and insight, even more than oversight. Let's honor bodies on and off stage. And like the wonderful Resba Menachem invites us to, note that these bodies are filled today, presently, not only with their own individual beauty, but also collective generation-spanning history, most of which we know little about and all of which is filled with the entirety of human experience. Let's dedicate ourselves to supporting and attending the work of artists that not only comfort us and are familiar to us, but also, perhaps even more important, open our eyes and help us grow, which is not always easy, but is always exhilarating, not to mention necessary. To recognize, as the great Anne Ream, does, that it is in our power to sweep away the generalizations that lead to the culture wars with our own specific brands of beauty. To not set out to change people's hearts and minds so much as provide the setting and the experiences for people to joyfully, if sometimes uncomfortably, change their own. And let's use words. We've seen their power. We've seen how much damage and division they can cause and how much healing and insight they can offer. It's how we identify the difference between the fatal folly of the man who stands before us saying, "I alone can fix it," against the world-changing wow when Amanda Gorman, the 22-year-old poet, and based how extraordinarily she moved when reciting, says to the country, almost as a dancer on Inauguration Day, "When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it, for there is always light if we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it." Through artistic expression, we learn how to abandon the lonely and impossible quests to be right alone. And we surrender to the joyful possibilities of doing good together. And there I can think of no better place to see or experience that than on a dance stage, or maybe even better, in a dance rehearsal room. And as for my role moving forward from here, it's not done. I am always here and available to welcome you into ways I'm pursuing a life in arts advocacy, but more importantly, to be a participant, and I hope eagerly welcomed into your ways of doing that, to be all the more enlightened for that experience. Whether we commune online or in person here in Chicago or throughout Illinois with groups like the Arts Alliance, or even in Washington, DC, where we can get together and do the real business of the American people on Capitol Hill, the kind dedicated to building and rebuilding the people's house, not destroying it. Please join me, and please allow me the privilege of joining you. You already are advocates. You are already activists. I've seen it, I've felt it. You are the daily reminders of both the great responsibilities and the profound joys of being a part of this dance community, a part of the arts and a part of the universe. It's why you're here today, and it's why I'm receiving this extraordinary honor, because you have brought out the best in me. As U2 sings in the most challenging love song of the rock era, we both get to carry each other, and we have got to carry each other. So my infinite love and gratitude to you all. Thank you for being here. Enjoy the rest of the day. I'm humbled, I'm grateful. I'm in love with dance, and I'm in love with Chicago dance, and I cannot wait for us to get back together and get back to work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Scott. Congratulations. And once again, showing us why you deserve such an award.
Thank you. I'm blown away. I'm so happy to be here. And Janae, you're doing an amazing job today. Thank you. This is hard work. Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you. But it's fun. So thank you.
It is. It is.
I did this piece called Vietnam Story, which was a dance play. It used text and movement and set design and projections and actually a leaflet drop from the ceiling, which we did. You know, that's how they would go into communities where they suspected that there were Viet Cong fighters and couldn't tell them apart from the other people. They said they were discouraging people from feeding soldiers of the Viet Cong and so on. And I had a friend who was actually in the army who sent me home some of these leaflets so I could see what they looked like. So I duplicated those leaflets but with English, and we did an actual leaflet drop on the audience. So that was a really good political piece, I thought. And so that was with Nana, and Richard R. was in it for a long time, and Joseph Holmes, the original Joseph Holmes, was in it.
Okay, moving on. We actually just saw a clip from an interview I conducted with Maggie Cast a while ago, and now I'm here with Wendy Perrin. Most of you probably know her as a choreographer and showing her work in her own right, of course, as a writer and the former editor of Dance Magazine. But Wendy, you and I think started to converse about your own Chicago dance history when we published that clip online. And I learned that you, in fact, danced with Maggie in that piece, actually, Vietnam Stories. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, I was in Chicago in the summer of 1970. It was 50 years ago, and I was following a boyfriend to Chicago. So I learned a little bit about the second city. And I learned that she was looking for a dancer, and I went to her studio, and she gave me a solo audition. You know, I remember doing pliés and her walking around me, watching me from every angle. And she needed a replacement for Nana Scheinflug. I didn't know anything about the Chicago scene, but she chose me to do it. And of course, I wanted to do a story about Vietnam because I was very much, you know, anti-war. And this was a beautiful story about a village, about traveling players in a village. And the reason why we converse is because I just happened to find this script that, you know, I just had in my old boxes from that year. And I don't remember anything really about the performance. I don't think it was in Chicago. I think we went out of town for the performance. And then I started emailing Maggie about it. And, you know, it was just really nice for me to plug into the Chicago scene that way. I had actually been there the summer before, and I had studied at Stone and Cameron. I was taking their ballet classes. Ron Cunningham had got me a little gig teaching 5-year-olds. So I was already kind of hooked into the scene.
And you did present your own work as well, right?
I did. That was a little later. But I just want to tell you one of the notes that I wrote on this thing, which was something that Maggie said to me, which is expression on your face should be as though you're having a conversation with people in the audience. So that was her note about how to perform. And actually, I find it very helpful in Zoom land now.
I was just saying to myself, you got to remember that one too. Yeah, for sure. And definitely words to write down.
So actually this boyfriend, which I still had 3 years later in 1973, was the nephew of Bruce and Judy Sagan. And when they were running the Harper Theater Festival, and at the time it was actually temporarily at Mandel Hall at University of Chicago. And Ze'eva Cohen was supposed to do a solo performance there. And Ze'eva got pregnant, and they needed someone to fill the space, and it was probably a smaller space than the bigger Harper Theater that Bruce has talked about. So I came with my dancing partner, who was Risa Jarislow, and we did a small thing there. But many years later, I came back in 1988, and I did a performance with my company at Columbia College Dance Center. And that was my piece with the birds. So there were 22 pigeons. We had the net in front. And I remember that was also some kind of temporary space, because the crossover, if you wanted to get backstage from stage left to stage right, you had to go outside into the street and do the crossover. So that's pretty much all I remember about that performance in 1988. Oh, and then I was pregnant. Then I was 6 months pregnant at that time. So I didn't, I gave myself easy things to do and replaced myself in other pieces.
I had a talk with a few folks at the dance center when they were celebrating their anniversary. That piece might have come up actually in conversation.
Yeah, and then I saw other pieces at the dance center. I remember seeing Billy Siegenfield. I think it was his 20th anniversary. And, you know, I was just so blown away by the originality of his interpretation of what jazz was, and vocal and music and dance all together. So that was an experience.
Yeah, you when we spoke before too, you started to list, you know, all the different kinds of dance that you've seen in Chicago, and I was listening, and to me it was just such a testament of the diversity of the Chicago dance scene, because you don't even live here, and the list was so diverse. Can you just run through a few of those standouts?
Yeah, and I was lucky because being the editor of Dance Magazine, I could go around, you know, it's supposed to be a national magazine, not just in New York. So I saw the Joffrey a couple of times in that very theater that you're in. I saw them do Cinderella, which was a big deal because Mr. Joffrey, whom I had studied with in New York, had always wanted to do Ashton's Cinderella. So I saw it when it came to Chicago. And Victoria Gianni was in it, one of my favorite ballerinas. I also saw a rehearsal at the Joffrey in its new building, the Joffrey Tower, which someone gave me a very gracious tour of the Joffrey Tower. And Yumelia Garcia, another wonderful dancer with the Joffrey, was rehearsing Cinderella. I also saw when they did Rite of Spring, which I had already seen 3 times when they brought it to New York, because the Nijinsky Rite of Spring, as redone by Millicent Hodson, by the Joffrey, is monumental, just monumental. So I was so glad that they did it in Chicago too. But I would go to see rehearsals. I went to the Giordano studio, and I remember the piece. It was by Davis Robertson, a choreographer I didn't know at all. The piece was called Entropy, but it was not like Entropy. It was like lots of different directions of energy. It was fantastic. What I saw something at Columbia College Dance Center called Chicago Dance Crash that was mostly student work. That was in 2015. And I did and I visited the Hubbard Street, and we did a shoot at Hubbard Street. So I saw some of their rehearsals. This is the that's the cover shoot that we did with Hubbard Street, and it's with Penny Saunders and Pablo Piantino. Alejandro Cerruto was supposed to be part of that cover shoot, and he was fun to have in the studio too. I've loved his work. He refused to be photographed for the cover because he said his legs were too skinny. So he just wouldn't let the camera be on him. But it was a fun photo shoot. So yeah, that was, I'm trying to look at my other things that I've done. I also saw a wonderful ballet teacher in Evanston. I think it's called the Evanston School of Ballet. Her name is Carrie Hubata, and we did a teacher's wisdom on her for Dance Magazine. Lynn Colburn Shapiro did that article, and she's an old friend of mine. She wrote a lot I think she still writes a lot. But I remember seeing Carrie Hubata and thinking, this is the first time I've seen a ballet teacher ask the students questions. Like, how are you doing that? How are you doing your turnout and your attitude leg? Instead of, here's how you have to do it. So that was really nice compared to the experience I'd had at Stone Cameron and other ballet teachers. So let's see, I think the last thing I saw was last summer was blank, so it was the summer before. 2019, there was a big Dance Studies Association conference at Northwestern, and some of us went to Lynx Hall to see, now I have to remember the name of this, Explode, exclamation point, Midwest Queer Dance Festival. And it was the first time I'd been to Lynx Hall. And I'd heard a lot about Mo Ming from Sally Baines, who I was good friends with since 1973. And Lynx Hall, I think, is sort of a descendant of Mo Ming. Is that true?
Yeah, they're cousins.
Yeah. So it was great. It was great to see that. And the outrageous Lahore Vajistan was the MC, and a lot of interesting things in that, including, am I saying her name correctly, Murda Mami.
Very nice segue. Thank you so much.
And she did Chicago footwork. Then I learned about Chicago footwork. And what was that? Really, really fast like that. So those are some of my Chicago stories.
Yeah, you've just been a part of this community in so many ways, wearing so many different hats. And I still have a million questions for you, of course. And thank you so much for having some of your own archives right there for show and tell. That always helps. Yeah, I'm just so happy to talk with you and hope we can continue the conversation.
What, can I say one other thing?
Absolutely.
This was sort of a completion because where the other archive is, so I just put out a book on the Grand Union, and they came to Chicago. In my research, I found that they came to Chicago, I think in '74, they came to Mo Ming, probably because of Sally Baines. And what I wrote, and I didn't really find out much about their performance. There were not many people who videoed performances at that time. But when I wrote about Grand Union, I said that they were a fluke of time and place, that there could never be anything like them after that. But there's a piece called Relations that MCA Chicago did when they gathered B.B. Miller, Ishmael Houston Jones, and Ralph Lemon to do a piece called Relations. And that was in November of 2018. And I remember thinking, oh, maybe I'll go to Chicago. Maybe I'll just go to Chicago and see this. And I didn't, and I couldn't. But this is the silver lining of the pandemic, is MCA Chicago released a video of that work. And I was able to see it on video. And I just thought, this is sort of like the Grand Union. And so it was like an epilogue, a completely different time and place and people, different time in their dance lives. But it did remind me a little of my passion, which was Grand Union.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me of that historical moment too here in Chicago. And folks can learn more about Relations on the CDHP website too. We did an interview with all three of them in between those two shows. Yeah, but Wendy Perrin, congrats on the new book. It really is on my list to read now that this venture is almost over and I can go back to reading.
But first you have to sleep.
Maybe a little, yeah. Okay, well, I can't wait to talk to you again. And thank you so much for sharing some of your time with us today.
Oh, and I didn't say Lane Alexander and tap dance. I didn't mention that. At Northwestern, way before my son went to Northwestern, I saw the whole Lane Alexander thing at tap dance.
Yeah, I know 15 minutes is tough, but thank you for at least shouting him out. And I'm sure he'll get more shout outs during the day too. Wendy, thank you. It's been a real pleasure.
Thank you, Janae. All right, bye.
I'm Cheryl Cornell, and I'm on the board of CDHP, and I am excited about CDHP because history doesn't stand still, and if it is documented and saved, it can be shared with such richness.
Hi, I'm Patty Eiler, and I'm an honorary chair of the Interview Marathon. I just love the Chicago Dance History Project ever since I heard of it, and otherwise, what would I do with all this stuff? Thank you for being here.
So Wendy Perrin, actually giving a shout out to Murda Mommy, who we both saw in that performance in 2019. Here we are with our Street to Stage panel. Murda Mommy is, of course, a Chicago footworker. Jessica Dyer is the artistic director of Chicago Dance Crash, and Maida McNeil from Honey Pot Performance. Maida, I want to start with you and talk about all of your work. We're calling this panel Street to Stage. And, you know, one of many Chicago native dance styles is house. And I know you've done a lot of work researching, performing, the whole 9 yards there. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so, you know, Honey Pot Performance is a Afro-feminist performance ensemble. Multidisciplinary movement is one of the creative disciplines we work in. And all of the members are Chicago natives, and Chicago House was formative to us as human beings. Like, it kind of shaped everything. I think the foundations of who we are have become, and we wanted to explore that through our work. So we, from like 2005 to 2014, had several different works that were really about you know, just people's experiences, his personal histories, the anthems, the movement vocabulary that we knew, some of it that didn't have names, you know, it was aesthetic we knew. And we just, you know, started digging into that. And in the work we made in 2014 called Jew Cry Hand Clap, really began to think about Chicago House's relationship to the earlier Black social forms that kind of influenced it, so that we could hear, you know, jazz and gospel and blues and other things that were influencing house, like punk, that all of that was in what we, experienced this house, and that we wanted to kind of collect the stories from other folks, who of their experiences, the places they went. And so we documented about 350 spaces, collected stories, and made a work about, house and its connections to this long history of kind of Black social culture in Chicago, and it being important, not just as for pleasure, like certainly pleasure and leisure is important, but also that like Black folks were cultivating safe spaces for themselves, right? Through what, might be looked at as like, that's just the social space, but this den or this lounge or this neighborhood club spot was, the place where folks felt welcome, right? Black, queer, young, so that is kind of the genesis of that work, and it has kind of evolved, continued to evolve into what feels like an institute right now that we're doing panels similar, to what you're doing, like kind of really trying to document it from all the angles and discover layers of the story that have not been told, and to kind of document that and make all that knowledge, catalog it and make it available back to the people who told the stories, and then also for kind of scholars, researchers, anybody who's interested in this deeper history coming from the people who lived it.
Yeah, and that's what I love about Honey Pot too. You take it to the stage, but you also take it to digital archives and community events and workshops and books and all of the above, actually, for sure. Jessica, Dance Crash combines hip hop techniques with contemporary movement, and creates just sort of like this vast vocabulary, not to mention theatrical elements and sometimes narrative. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you translate that to a performative situation?
Yeah, and I think vast vocabulary is a good word to start with because, depending what dancers we're working with or what project we're on, it can be anything from popping, waving, tutting to breaking, combined with contemporary and acrobatic forms to sort of create this fusion that has, what we try to have be our signature kind of athletic brand of things. But yeah, it's oftentimes we're in the theater for things like an evening story length show or rep pieces, but we can also be, hosting a battle at the Den or performing in a church, performing in a club, so depending where we're at kind of tells us how we want to focus in on what social dances that we're using. But yeah, we're a fusion company. So.
Yeah, and another sort of like tradition that I love about, all of these kind of social forms is that it values the individual, but also within a group. And I see that in Dance Crash too. How is that sort of ethos sort of facilitated through rehearsal and performance? Everybody stands out, and yet it is so much an ensemble.
Yeah, that's something that's really important to me, is that the dancers are not cookie cutter versions of each other. I want them all to be their own unique person. And that can be a really helpful thing when you're dealing with such a variety of styles, because we have different people that will step up to the front of the room if if we're in need for their expertise in that particular style. So it just then goes hand in hand when we have a story show. It's kind of a fun experience to cast people in different characters that can help feature what they really specialize in, or to collaborate two different dancers that maybe one specializes in modern and one in house, or one in breaking and one in old school jazz, so that's like a really fun element in rehearsal for us that kind of keeps things feeling like a social dance experience, even when we're in a dance studio. And I feel like that's something I really learned from Jim Morrow and the time I spent with him at Instruments of Movement. He was kind of one of the first people that I saw figure out how to incorporate dancers of really different backgrounds together to make art. So he's a big inspiration for us.
Yeah, thanks for saying that name too. Hey, Murder Mommy, before we lose you again, I'm hoping we don't. I want to talk to you about, thinking about this concept of stage. I've been noticing lately too, footwork always, one of the venues for footwork is commonly video. And that's how I've been kind of keeping up with you since I saw the performance in 2019 that Wendy Perrin talked about. But lately you've been using the stage as sort of like a platform or a vehicle, and using footwork as a vehicle for activism, and for the benefit of your whole community. Can you tell me a little bit how that started and what went down?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy because Chicago footwork is a urban street dance. It's not even 45 to 50 years old, and I'm used to footworking and dancing, expressing myself in garages, alleys, basements, things of that nature, where I conjure with fellow dancers and we express ourselves. But I also, as I got older, I've been dancing since a child. My whole dance career is on YouTube. I'm a virtual baby. As you can see, you've noticed a lot of my work on the internet. I wanted to see footwork in a whole different aspect and style. And yes, footwork has gotten this plateau on a commercial standpoint, but it's starting to get there on a stage with the likes of Help of the Era and so many other artists and performances who are doing their thing. And I noticed there wasn't many women artists who were getting recognized and things of that nature, or being able to put themselves out there. And I took it upon myself on how can I put myself out there as an artist, in as such as a ballet artist, and how you have solo artists, and instead of being in a group, how would it be to how can I incorporate this street art onto the stage for it could be pleasable and for it to be understandable. And I just took those arts and I just took myself and what I wanted to see as a young child and what I could give back to the younger youth. And that comes with the activism and being within my community and trying to set things up within my structure, within the urban society and the Black community, and let them know you can do dance and you can use the arts and a means to as a way out. You don't have to be in the streets. You don't have to sell drugs. You don't have to do anything of this nature. You don't have to even look up to a rap artist. You can look up to a dance artist, and you can make a life for what you want and what you love to do. And I wanted to set an example to the young ladies, not just women, because I'm all for empowerment of women, but not just for ladies, but just for a generation, boys and girls, which got me to thinking, how can I expand? How can I show my art? And I just tapped in and networked with so many different artists and began to make a name for myself. And within making a name for myself, I recently, with the help of Dance USA, I received one of the most prestigious grants, which no one ever really, this is my first time ever winning. And I took that and funded myself personally and funded myself to be able to construct. And now I do have my own dance company, footwork company, which I'm willing to merge ballet and jazz and contemporary and flamenco, and see how footwork can combine with the nature and see how far it can really go. And now I'm at a plateau where I'm a new artistic footwork director of Bringing Out Talent Dance Company. It's just been a journey. It's been a while, and I just really want to show my community that this new dance can uphold and stand next to many other dance cultures here, not only in Chicago, but around the world. And I'm just so thankful that the world is recognizing Chicago footwork, not just on a commercial standpoint, but as far as theater also.
Yeah, the stage is really just one more way in which we can send the messages we want to send and express, right? And you mentioned empowerment. Just quickly in 30 seconds, this panel is all women, and not necessarily intentionally, but I guess I should say not unintentionally either. It was sort of a happy accident. And can we just take a second to talk about the empowerment of these social and street forms and what that does, especially with women?
Man, it's most definitely it's a blessing to be a part of it, and for women to get recognized, period. Because if ballet started off with guys, and so many other genres started off with just guys. So it's important to get us ladies our foot in the door. And speaking of empowerment, I also created footwork short film co-directed with Willis Glasspiegel, and I made a short film empowering young women, and it has every genre of woman from the beginning all the way until 5 years old, and you get to see some interviews, and you get to see a standpoint on how women feel within the footwork industry and being pushed out there. So it's all love. I love every woman for every genre, and we won the world.
Great that you use the word feminism when you described Honeypot, and Jessica, you talked about individuality too. Anything to add on that subject?
Yeah, I think just for us, like, it's been really important as like we were telling this history of like house is now a historical form, right? It continues to evolve, but it now has this like 30-year history behind it. And so it's been really important for us to highlight the stories of like these vets in both the dance community and the DJ promoter, all of that, running some of the local spots that women, have been part of that too. And so, that we definitely, incorporate that lane into what we're archiving.
If I might add, just so the world knows, Chicago Footwork is a branch off from house. This is all house. And
yes, I'm going to be reaching out to you.
Yes, it originates from, but for the people who don't know, that's internationally and some nationally, it all started from house music. It started from the 120 tempo BPMs, and then it goes to 160, and then it went to juke music. And then we have our own footwork, and then you go into the lines of ghetto technician, where you have the lines of RP Boo, Rashad, Tracksman, DJ Sluggo, things of those nature. But those are still house DJs, but venture on off to get more technical for the dancers in that aspect to make it a more fast tempo pace.
Well, listen, I could talk about this all day, and I invite you to go backstage and continue the conversation. I'm glad y'all are having it, and I'm glad that we could at least have a few minutes together to start exploring these forms, native to Chicago too. That's just even better. Thank you for sharing with us.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, welcome, Regina. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm really, really good. We got a false start there, so I'm just going to repeat what I said when we were off camera, and that you are the somewhat new artistic director of Muntu Ensemble.
Yeah, so I am just 1 year into the position. I took the position January 20th of 2020.
Happy anniversary. Plus
you.
11 days. Yeah.
A Muntu Dance Theater of Chicago. Well, it's just Muntu Dance Theater, so we just cut it. Yeah.
And Muntu is one of the oldest companies in Chicago, presenting one of the oldest forms in human history. So there's a lot of history that we can dive into there. Plus, you're not new to the company, even though you're new to the role. So can you tell me a little bit about what that was like coming up in the company and how that's informing you as you lead now?
coming up in Muntu Dance Theater was always about having a representation that I know that a lot of young women of color may not have had, especially in dance. So I always felt very proud. It was always very magical to me to be able to be around such magnificent artistry. Muntu has such a rich culture and a rich history. We're 49 years old this year, and we're actually the second oldest still operating African dance company in the nation.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, we're the second oldest. Yes. It's one other dance company, a Kothi dance company, is like 2 years older than us or something like that. So it's pretty cool.
Oh my gosh, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And so can we talk a little bit, I've been asking this periodically throughout the day, and I'd like to know more too about your own history and your own training, your teachers and what you learned from them. And again, kind of starting with your beginnings in Muntu, leading up to assuming leadership.
So I would say that my dance career in general would be of pushing limits and boundaries. So I began training in Cecchetti technique and ballet. And even though I loved it, so graceful, it's so masterful, I knew physically that I don't fit in that box. Like, I was like, I got boobs, butt came fairly early just by DNA genetics. So I started taking African dance, legitimately taking classes with my mother at 3 years old. So a lot of people say, oh, I started dancing at 3. No, I was actually in class, had my little lapa on. There's footage of me at 5 years old doing Agbaja from Ghana. Like, we got the footage. So it was always having a love for the art form, but aesthetically knowing that this might not be something that I will get to pursue professionally because I did not fit into standards. So even though I always was so dedicated to the art, everyone in your mind is like, Virginia, you have to be careful because you're you and you look like you. So you have to, be careful because this is not a job for you. This is just a hobby. So you're going to want to get a job at some point. And I'm hard-headed and I like to take the hard route. So right after graduating from high school, so I entered into the ranks. Let me be fair, because if people see this and they're like, you didn't say my name. I started taking more focus, African dance focus with Najwa Dance Corps and Andrea Vincent. So she was one of my first African dance instructors. And then Mama Amanie showed interest, Amanie Payne, who was the artistic director for the course of my time in the company. She showed interest. I ended up auditioning at a fairly young age. I was like 14 years old. My mom was already in their training component. And I matriculated pretty quickly through the ranks. Like, I started out in the training, became an apprentice. Then, at 17, I had the ability, I was certain at 18, I had the ability to tour. And I'm like, look, this is what people have told me I can't do. Let me do it because this is awesome. So I did take a break to start a family. And I knew it would be even harder to rejoin because even at the size I was considered like a plus size person. So now, after having 3 babies, breastfeeding, this is going to be something, you know what I mean? So let's just try it. So I dived right back in, and I actually created my own dance organization, Nuna Fatima Dance Company. And from there, it just opened doors. I've always just loved the art so much. So it's always just about advocating for women of color, advocating the traditions and keeping the traditions going. So it was just a matter of when they reached back out to me and offered me the position, after some thinking and like, oh boy, like, are you serious? Because it's a full circle moment for me. I felt like I had no other choice but to step back in and re-gift to other artists what was gifted to me. Like, I feel like it's a responsibility.
That's a great way to put it. Yeah. And Muntu, it seems you talked about advocating, advocacy and activism. It seems like that was, you know, even at the core of Muntu, even at its inception 49 years ago. And, you know, thinking about this moment that we're in now of a social justice reckoning and activism, how does Muntu figure into that at this moment? And I guess what's changed and what's not even?
Well, what hasn't changed is the representation. And during this time where it's new for people because of the time we're in and what people have been witnessing, but this is not a new journey for artists of color, and Black artists in general. It's not anything new, you know. But what I get from a lot of my artists is that they're just so happy to be a part of an organization where the representation is present. I mean, and that's really just the overall, it's a sense of pride that they get to come and do what we're still fighting to be considered authentic, you know, because we have a lot to push back against. I've trained all my life in African dance, and I still only know this much. And so we're in a society now where a lot of people are still introduced to what they feel is traditional African dance through like Black Panther and like Coming to America, which is great. I'm so happy that that representation is there, but that's just the tip of the iceberg as far as representation. Muntu prides itself on the interpretation of authentic African dance and, you know, keeping that culture, you know, and passing it along, you know, through generations.
Yeah. And the other day you said something that stuck with me, that African history is sacred but elusive. And talking about passing it on, one of the things I love about watching Muntu is that it's multi-generational, and it's rare that, you know, we get to see multi-generations on stage at once. But I imagine too that is a big part of maintaining this history, that the younger dancers have that access to the authenticity. Can you tell me a bit about that?
So without sounding really boring and knowing that we only have a limited amount of time, I have to talk really fast. A lot of African-American history in the United States, unfortunately, begins at the landing of chattel slavery. Not indentured servitude, but the slavery that we endured here in America. And a bulk of what Muntu does starts before that. So when you're talking about like the Malian Empire and Mansa Musa or King Sunjata, when you're passing down the lineage, that's oral history that's coming from before anyone went and picked people up and brought them here. So it's absolutely very important that people understand that you did not begin as a slave. You began as a very free person who was free to create art, who was free to share. And we have to figure out, because there are some things that we as a people here in America have yet to still kind of work and talk and, you know, and get comfortable with one another. It's very different to understand your strength and your value when you're being taught prior to slavery. So of course we deal in things, and we have done dances of slavery, because those are all things that are a part of the culture, and they're very important. You know, what the ancestors endured is the most important. But it's a different feel when they're getting value about who you are really. And through the art, it's very, very empowering. It's very empowering. So I'm very happy that those are the conversations that we're in a lot of the time, is teaching the history prior to slavery, which is very important.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Regina, I'm so glad that Chicago has Muntu and Muntu has you. And I really look forward to seeing what's next as we move on.
We got some stuff coming, so keep an eye out. And hopefully we get to do this a little longer without so much constraint.
Absolutely. Yep. This is just the tip of the iceberg. We're scratching the surface, but yes, to be continued for sure.
Yes. Well, thank you for having me. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for sharing your time with us.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Okay, we're here with Robert Battle, who of course is the artistic director of Elvin Ailey American Dance Theater. And we actually just saw an earlier work of yours called Etude. And that's what, you know, I hope to talk about Ailey in a second, but I kind of want to throw it back for a minute because I think maybe Chicago audiences might be surprised to know that Chicago companies are some of the early repositories of your choreography. How did that start to happen?
Well, that started actually because of Julie Nakagawa Bircher. Gosh, I'm trying to remember. I think we were at a performance in, what is it, Champaign-Urbine, or am I saying it wrong?
UIUC, let's say UIUC.
Yeah, thank you. And I was dancing with the Parsons Dance Company, where I was also choreographing my early works. And they saw a performance, she and her husband saw a performance, and then they saw the Q&A afterwards, and then they made their way to the stage in the house and said that I should submit my work for the first, I believe, choreography competition, because they were artistic directors of Herbert Street 2. And that was even before the second company at Ailey did the first work of mine. And so that was right at the beginning of my career, and then subsequently River North and other companies. But and that relationship with Julie has remained.
Yeah, it's extended into Dance Works Chicago, is that right?
Yes, absolutely. Where I said Etude, and so I feel very much at home in Chicago, and of course, in the way that the Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater has a home at the Auditorium Theater and in Chicago. So it's interesting how this is always kind of circled back, right? In some way, both large and small, to really impact my career.
Yeah, both large and small. That's a dichotomy that often comes up in Chicago, that and you're kind of the embodiment of that in a way too. Yeah, when Ailey comes to town, it's like a holy week here in Chicago for sure.
Yes, it's definitely a spiritual thing. You know, it really is.
Yeah, and I imagine you get similar receptions anywhere you go, but is there something in particular you think about this pairing, the company and the audience here? What resonates so much with Chicago and Ailey?
Well, certainly the history of the relationship, but also the vibrancy of Chicago, you know, the history there. It's all around you. It's accessibility. That's the word that comes to mind when I think about the connection between Chicago and the Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater. And certainly when the curtain goes up at the Auditorium Theater, I mean, you feel that like a good friend, like a really good friend, you can sort of not speak for a few months, and you come back and it feels like you just go. And like I was saying, I mean, and it's fine. The connection has only deepened. And so I think that is very much a flavor of Chicago, that sense of welcoming, that sense of really appreciating what we do on that stage and appreciating that we appreciate Chicago. So it's what I say is a really wonderful love affair.
Yeah, and I just got to take a half second to say that, in addition to the honor of receiving the Ruth Paige Award with you in this space a couple of years ago, the unexpected perk was that I had great seats to see the company, which, the last time I saw, I was living in New York and of course couldn't afford those great seats. And just to be up close and, as you say, just continue the conversation as if,
Yeah. It's amazing. It's amazing. I feel that same way about Julie. I know I keep bringing her up. I hope she's watching. We don't talk for, a year or so, and you just take up where you left off. And that there's something about that is quite wonderful and special. And it doesn't exist with all friends or all places. And so I really, really love that.
Yeah, and there's something quite special about her too, especially when it comes to cultivating emerging choreographers, as you once were, and she's still doing that now. So yeah, I think it's great that we're giving her some love, and I hope she is watching too. It occurs to me, and I hope I'm not wrong about this, but I think that this is the 61st birthday of the premiere of Revelations today.
Is it 60th anniversary, I believe. That's what we're celebrating. Okay. But you're right. If you think of it that way, we just think of 60th anniversary.
Yeah. But it premiered on January 31st, which I learned from your 60th anniversary. So
look at you, got the facts down.
Hey, it's my job. Facts I'm not so good with, actually, but but I saw what you did for the 60th celebration, and I just loved kind of the layering of time, present and past. And so, I wanted to ask the question, leading this company that's so steeped in history and yet continuing to innovate, and move forward. What is that balance like as the artistic director? How do you make that happen?
Well, it's for me, it's actually what makes the job easier is that there is sort of a ground underneath you. There is a sense of the notion that you're standing on shoulders, that there has been a vision that has always been articulated. And so my thing is to sort of, I don't have to write the score, I just have to add my voice and my own notes to what's already there. The melodic line is there. That is in the DNA of the company. Now I come in sometimes with the bass, and I overlay, if you will, my own vision in terms of this company with so much history. And in some ways, when I bring new works into the company, it's not so much that no one's ever seen -16 by Ohad Naharin, which I first saw actually in Chicago when I saw Hubbard Street do it. It's not that everybody hasn't seen Chroma by Wayne McGregor, but they haven't seen the Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater do it. And in some ways, because we are such a brand, it makes everything we do slightly different. And I love that, but also, I'm a person, even when I teach class, I'm always talking about the past and how that's influenced what we're doing now, that it comes from somewhere. It didn't just show up, right? It traveled, from the use of the torso, from, the contributions of Catherine Dunham, to all of these people that have influenced what we do now. So if you think of the company in that way, past, present, and future is the backbone of this organization. And as somebody who appreciates history, I love what I get to do.
Yeah, again, so well said. I'm wondering, what do you look for when you bring a new piece into a company like this with so much history?
It's interesting because one would think that I focus on the newness of the particular work or choreographer, and that's important. So in that sense, one is often looking for, wow, nobody's ever seen this, or nobody's ever. I actually look for what's in the DNA of that particular work that I see so connecting and resonating with this, with the company, the Ailey company. And so one may look at Wayne McGregor and look at Chroma. I'm just going to use that, just carry with that example. But when I see his use of speed and his use of the torso, I see very much the influence of people like Ulysses Dove, who danced with the Ailey company, and Alvin had him make his own work in the company. I see a certain slang, you know, in the way that he uses the ballet technique, but in a sort of fractured and interesting way. So whereas someone is seeing how different it is, I'm seeing how similar it is. And that's what I kind of look for when I'm curating.
That's really, really good to know. I think I'm going to take a hard left. I wasn't sure if I was going to ask you this, but I will, because it's something that, you know, again, like what we're trying to do here with CDHP is sort of uncover those histories that you can't access necessarily in a book or, you know, taking a dance history class in college. And I had the good fortune of interviewing Mort Kessler, who was one of Giordano Dance Company's original dancers. And of course, greatly involved with the Jazz Dance World Congress, which was such a thing in its time. And he told me this really endearing story about you being at the Jazz Dance World Congress, you know, which, you know, again, for anybody who's followed your career lately, of course, that was a surprise to hear. What was your involvement there?
Oh, well, of course, they would bring me and Battleworks to perform, I believe. This is a long time ago. And God, I remember John Lair, God, a lot of different people that I was connected to. And so I would come and teach and do workshops, these huge classes where you need a microphone or a bullhorn, which I had never experienced, which was wonderful. Yeah.
Yeah, it's great to picture you in all of these different environments and how they connect to Chicago, you know, Hubbard Street 2 and Danceworks and Jazz Dance World Congress and the Auditorium, of course, with Ailey.
And also, you know, the Lubovitch and his festival there. And of course, I have this connection with Lubovitch. So there was just so many inroads. I can't even begin to tell you all of them. It's amazing.
Yeah, we talked with Lar about the Chicago Dancing Festival earlier today. And one of the things that came up was that it was an opportunity for companies who never got to see each other to hang out for a minute too.
Yes, yes. And I have to give a shout out to Frank Chavez, who was really important and has been in my life and career. So anyway, carry on.
No, your timing is impeccable and you're basically taking over my job. Frank Chavez is coming up in the next segment. So if you want to cross paths with him in the green room, you can give him a shout yourself. But yeah, it's you know, it's just such an honor to be able to learn from all of these, you know, artistic directors, yourself included. And that's what our next panel is, talking more about artistic directorship. Thank you so much for taking the time with us today. It's always great to talk with you.
You too. This is wonderful. So thank you.
Yeah, best wishes.
You too. Thank you.
Okay, from one artistic director to 3, and maybe 4. we're working on getting Frank in the room. But until we do, I will uh-oh, okay. Okay, Frank's. But anyway, here with us now are representatives from Deeply Rooted Dance Theater. There he is. Nicole Clark Springer and Kevin Aiega Jeff, Frank Chavez, former director of River North Dance Chicago, and Eduardo Villaro, who founded Luna Negra Dance Theater. And of course, he's the artistic and executive director of Ballet Hispanico now. Welcome. We were just talking about artistic directorship with Robert Battle, who, if it weren't a crowded house, could join this conversation too. But, you know, this was, I knew was going to be, you know, definitely the start of a longer conversation and probably workshops and books and all the rest based on that. But maybe we can start actually, Nicole, with Deeply Rooted, because of the model of the company and the sort of shared collaborative leadership that you have and as becoming a recent artistic director. Tell us a little bit about that structure.
Well, we have a team, is what we call the artistic team. I'm the artistic director now for the Deeply Rooted Dance Theater. It makes me smile every time I say that. Aiega has transitioned over to creative director over our Southside Dance Center. Gary Abbott is staying with the position of our associate artistic director. And we have a newbie on the team, Joshua L. Ishman. He is our company member and rehearsal director, as well as producing director for Emerging Choreographer Showcase. And the structure is really, it's one that works for us. It's very supportive. And without the structure, I wouldn't feel as confident that I'm starting to feel inside this position and supported and loved inside of the Deeply Rooted mission. It just really supports me. We each have a lane. We work our lane well. And when we have to cross over, we wave each other down and we get, you know, our opinions, we share our ideas, and they allow me to spearhead that vision for the company. And I'm honored to do so, very much so.
And Aiega, what was it for you that I guess made you realize it was time for you to cross over, as Nicole put it?
I think it's how I felt and what I saw happening around me and what needed to occur in response to that. I saw people growing inside of their own leadership, inside of their own self-expression. And I felt that there was also work for me to get onto. I felt I had done what I could as artistic director for the company. I saw Nicole's brilliance and passion and love and freshness, you know, and I said that, wow, the company could really, really benefit by having that energy and leadership. And I'm really more interested now in making sure that the institutional foundation of the company is solid. So we need a home. So I'm working on the development of a Southside Dance Center. And we're also looking at creating work for alternative stages. So there's a special projects division that we were launching last year until COVID interrupted everything, where we would have done our first partnership with Broadway in Chicago. A totally different project, but definitely dance related, which would have taken us to different stages.
And Frank, you also had a partner when you started your tenure at River North.
I did.
Can you tell us about that, and then moving into full directorship?
Yeah, when I first joined River North, Sherry Zunker was actually the artistic director. And shortly after I joined, you know, I became co-artistic director. And I will say that coming from being a dancer and then all of a sudden jumping into a position of directorship, there's no school to go to become an artistic director. I think we're all kind of flying by the seat of our pants and pulling from our experiences and the directors that we've experienced, and in order to shape what kind of company we want to have. I will say that, you know, having had a co-director and then become a sole artistic director, my time with Sherry, I will say, was incredibly special. And I will say those, to be honest, were really probably my best years and most enjoyable years, because to have somebody that you get to share that position with and somebody just bounce things off of and explore different ideas while we see everything very similarly in terms of what we wanted to see on stage. We both brought different things to the company. So that was a very special time, like I said. Not to say that I didn't have a great time moving forward, and then really just being able to explore my vision, my complete vision, and what I would want for the company and how that would move throughout the years. And it was a total of 23 years, and 23 fantastic years. But it's not easy. It wasn't easy. It's never easy, you have to manage people, no matter what environment you're in.
Yeah.
But developing that is always a challenge. And again, like I said, you just learn on the job.
Yeah, and that's been a topic of conversation in lots of different ways, right? And we even had it, and I'm curious too, because you all were dancers before you were directing your company, and maybe this is a good entree into Eduardo and Luna Negra too. You built that company from the ground up. So maybe we can start with you, but I'd love to hear, what did you learn? There's no school for artistic directorship, but what did you learn as a part of another company that you were able to employ in starting a company, directing a company, et cetera?
As a dancer, I think that's the thing that helps either position, either that you're being handed down a directorship, or you are hired, or it's very different. The constant is that you're a dancer, that you have the discipline, that you have the integrity, that you have the perseverance, that you come to it with a vision. And I think Frank mentioned this, a vision that is an offshoot of what you learn from other artistic directors, choreographers, and dancers. And so that's a good constant, because that takes you through so much. What's in both instances, what's different and difficult most of the time is what you don't know. And in both instances, what you don't know is very different. When you're founding something, you have this energy, right? That you just go. And so there is no risk aversion, fear of risk. And there's just like, I've got to get this through. You're the pastor getting your flock together, getting your church together. And so there is it's that vision that pulls you through. You make a lot of mistakes. You make a lot of mistakes, but those are forgiven, because all of a sudden the voices come together for you. When you come on to something that's been given, that's been going on, and you enter it, there is a different risk and a different worry of the unknown. The unknown comes with a legacy, and the legacy is full of baggage. And that baggage goes throughout everything, artist to board. And so what happens is that you have to unearth all of that. So there is your vision kind of has to do this dual track that oh my gosh. And so I know I haven't yet, I think I told you everything that a dancer brings, but it's that learning how to bifurcate what you know and what you don't know that helps you through it.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
Other thoughts on that?
No, totally agree. I felt like it's like parenthood. In this position, I feel the same way I felt when I first birthed my first daughter. That no one tells you, and if they did, you might rethink it. So you have to really think about, your vision inside of it. And I agree with Eduardo. It's trying to maintain and hold on to a vision that's already there, and pay homage to it, and make sure that you're, keeping it safe and moving it forward. And recognizing all the special things that made me, at least for Deeply Rooted, remembering what kept me there for so long. It was a total life shift when I met this man. And I just knew I had to be with this company. And that's the part, that specialness, that integral part, I want to make sure that I keep safe and hold precious and near and dear the mission to my heart, and make sure it spreads. But then inside of that, I know and I want to have a vision for myself inside of this position, and how I can expand this vision and take it 25 years more. This is our 25th anniversary of the
Mhm.
company. And here's to 25 years
Yay.
rocking it, and then
Yeah.
25 more beyond me, passing it on. So it's well said, Eduardo. It's exactly.
I just want to acknowledge Frank Chavez, and I'm going to start with Eduardo actually, because we share space. When Luna Negra was doing beautiful dancing here in Chicago, and I just want to say, Luna Negra was a stunning company, and congrats to you for the time that you gave us that work, Eduardo. It was really beautiful work.
Thank you.
And Frank Chavez is just a gift to Chicago and a personal gift to me. He's commissioned me, I think about three times. Yep. And each time he's so generous, he's so open, he's just a visionary leader, and we're so lucky to have him in Chicago. And I'm so lucky to be able to call you a friend and a colleague.
Oh, there you go. Thank you. I would say, I have to say the same about you. When Nicole mentioned that life shift when you met Aiega, I had that same sense when I met this man, who was just your energy and your vision that I knew you had for yourself and for your company was also a gift to Chicago. I remember seeing you perform your solo. It's the first time everybody knew about Aiega had moved to town, and it was Dance for Life at the Skyline stage. And there is this man out there in a dance belt, and one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen, one of the most beautiful solos I had ever seen. And that truly was a gift, the very beginning of his gift to Chicago.
I love hearing this because, as you said before, there's not necessarily a playbook or a book to learn how to do this, but it strikes me that you have each other, and you had other people too. Let's just, keep that train going for a second. Who were those folks that were instrumental beyond the four of you in maybe guiding you as you were directing your companies or are?
For me, the very first person, I danced for a regional company. I went after I had been dancing for, I don't know, maybe 2 years. And the director there, Patricia Strauss, who works now and teaches with the Sarasota Ballet, was one of the most generous, kindest people that I have ever met in this industry. And that was my very first exposure. And I feel like I carried that throughout, and I've been fortunate to have that, I feel, pretty much throughout my career. A big influence for me, I have to call out, shout out Lou Conti from Hubbard Street, and from my years at Hubbard Street. That's where I really learned and felt. That was the meat of my career as a dancer, and what influenced me so much and what I wanted to see in a company moving forward. And I always knew I wanted that, and I wanted to be on the other side. But I would have danced as long as I could.
Yeah.
For me, the female. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, Nick, please go. Yeah.
No, I was just going to say I come from a ballet background, and my first artistic director was George Verdak with Indianapolis Ballet Theater. But the second was Dasi Diananis, who inherited the company from him. And I think every time I think of a female leader, an artistic director, the first one in my life was Dasi Diananis, and she was just incredible to be around. She was hard, she was tough, but she had a vision for that company, and so. Yeah. My first female inspiration.
I've been influenced by so many, including Frank Chavez. But I definitely would say Bernice Johnson. She was my first teacher at her studio, Bernice Johnson Dance Studio, combined with Alvin Ailey, because I did know him, and I was mentored by him through the school. Inside of conversations we would have, and he really shared some really powerful perspectives, which I don't think are really that public, which have really been helpful to me, which really relates to aligning your spirit with your work and making sure that you're always taking care of your spirit first. And that was really critical. And then the other thing I'll say is the International Association of Blacks in Dance, which I think has been very helpful, because there are conversations between artistic directors. It's a 30-year-old organization, and we at least had the opportunity to come together once a year and convene and discuss topics around artistic direction and management and things of that nature. So I think those forums have been very helpful.
Well, for me, it's a little different because I came to Chicago and I knew no one. And after I finished a degree there, I did know someone. Bonnie Brooks gave me a call, and Bonnie has this amazing, extensive background in arts administration. And, you know, at that time it was 99, and, you know, she really taught me about an arts ecosystem. And she was instrumental in really kind of revving up this renaissance with everyone here, you know, through the dance center. So that was really helpful to me, that guidance. And, you know, we're still friends, and she still continues to give that. That was on the administrative side. On the artistic side, you know, I just have to give props to Anna Pawskewska, who had another this expansive background in education and teaching, and the education, you know, ballet training, and also in performing. So she was very instrumental to me while I was building Luna Negra Dance Theater. But it was so interesting because I was getting mentorship from two people I wasn't expecting. And then the rest for me, you know, having watched Tina in my time with Ballet Hispanico was an education in itself. And so I knew I was prepared with something, and Tina was always very much putting me out there. I mean, I remember it was just a year, and she was like, "You're going to lead this this special project that we were working with kids living in temporary shelters in New York City in the 80s." And she was like, "No, you're running the whole thing. You could do this." And I was like, okay, and I did it. And that was, you know, she saw leadership also, so she mentored leadership in whatever way it was for me a very important way.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with this group of people, I've got a million questions. I hope I get another chance to ask them. And I hope this is just the beginning. I'm going to end it here, but we are going to see a short compilation of all your companies in some archival footage. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
So wonderful to be here with this esteemed panel. Thank you.
Likewise.
Thank you all so much.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
I know it's not easy being my friend, but you ain't walked 10 feet in my sin. You couldn't understand my cold, bitter stare. It will cut you up from here to there.
You got me?
Okay, welcome. Awilda Rodriguez Laura coming to us from Puerto Rico. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah, of course. And just having Eduardo Villaro on talking about his time at Columbia College, I think you both received the same degree. You got to Chicago because of pursuing a master's degree, right?
Yeah, a master in arts management at Columbia College. Yes.
So help us situate ourselves here in Chicago, and at that point in your career, to save some time, you had bounced around between a few locations. What was it that happened that caused you to decide to come here and pursue your master's?
Well, one was a friend that went to perform at Columbia College and fell in love with Chicago and was like, you need to come over here. And then I really wanted to, expand and I have a minor in economics and a major in dance. So I thought arts management was the next step. And I went there pretty much for the master's, and then somehow I couldn't stop dancing, and I was by myself, and I always dance with people. So then I started connecting with the dance community. I dance mostly at Links Hall and other spaces around the city. So that's kind of like brings me here, the master's, and then I fell in love with the city. It's been really good to me.
Yeah, you were telling me that it really did a lot to help you shape your identity as a performer. What do you mean by that?
Well, my first experience as a performance artist, even though I come from dance and choreography, this call out came out for a mentorship program for queer performing artists at Links Hall with a mentorship with Tim Miller. And I never thought about performance art as what I'm doing. So I read a little bit, and I was like, wow, this makes sense for me. And there, thanks to Tim Miller and also the team of Links Hall who supported us during that process, and for emerging artists, so I was also kind of just starting, and but it helped me define the kind of like really celebrate my identity pretty much, because that's what Tim Miller is about. It's really embraces for us to tell our own stories and our strategy of resistance and celebration and joy. So I really kind of came out as a queer Latina performance artist, and I named myself La Performera. I was just feeling, so I was 30. So I think 30 is also like such a good turning point in our lives in regards to getting to know who we are. And so all of that kind of mashed in, and I was my creativity got really boomed there thanks to the mentorship. And then I was dancing with all different kind of puny salon and all these different at the Hot House and different alternative venues. And I just found some bravery in that city of just asking. It's like, hey, I want to show my work. Can I do it? And everybody was really generous. So I was able to really workshop all of this idea and this new development as a performance choreographer. It was the stage there that really gave me permission in a way, right? And really celebrated. And it was great audiences and great colleagues, and and I keep coming back in some way. I'm still connected to the city. I really, really appreciate the family and the colleagues and the support and mentors I have there.
Yeah, in what ways are you connected to the city right now?
So currently I'm just in the second phase of this Puerto Rico Arts Initiative, which is actually a fellowship that was given to artists from Northwestern University through Ramon Rivera Cervera. And that connected me to Chicago once again, so I had to come back. And I was also connected to Northwestern through other type of performance opportunities and also the performance art program there. So that, and now I'm going back and forth with that program, and they're still supporting now my work at second phase, which I'm developing a project called La Mujer Maravilla, thanks to their support. But I also started my program with them with creating a project called Sustento, which takes me to Ohio at the Wexner Arts Center. So I'm still somehow, and then I'm here also a connection through the Wexner. So there seems to be a place for connecting with people and opportunities. And also I feel like this is a different stage of my career. Like I started with Chicago as just a young emerging artist that was just defining what her aesthetics was, what she really was about, and my politics behind my work, like how important it was to talk about our stories, our not only our struggles, but how do we celebrate all that is that weird queerness, to be the person I am as an Afro-Caribbean woman, even though my story is mostly as a Puerto Rican and also born in Mexico, but I really just embrace queerness and my gender as a woman. And so all of that kind of came, the city really, really supported that. And it was okay to make a piece called I Wanted to Be a Cheerleader, but my country didn't have it. So and I did a musical with reggaeton music. So what else can I ask for that city? And now I'm creating this other stage of my life where I'm actually recounting 10 years of my career, starting with that birth of La Performera in that city. Oh, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I hit the wrong space bar. Thank you. It was bound to happen at one point during the day.
Yeah.
But I was asking, for those of us who, like me, who didn't live in Chicago, you and I didn't overlap, and who didn't see this kind of work, describing it as, finding your creativity and your identity in this new way. Can you just describe a little bit, or use a piece as an example to give us a sense of what that was?
Yeah, well, for example, I wanted to be a cheerleader, but my country didn't have it. It was really a story about me moving to the States in 1998 and what that meant during that time. And for that time, it was around 2006, 2007 that I'm working on this piece. So it really made me rethink my identity before the diasporic experience and what it meant to be in the States and what it meant to be looked at in this other new context, which is the United States of America, right? And I didn't have to deal with my gender and my ethnicity and even my exoticizing myself and my body, which was a gaze that I wasn't used to. So as I'm developing this work, I realized that in my political kind of activism as a performance artist, as a person, it was really important for me to narrate my story, but also find like a sense of humor. So I use elements of really pop culture and colors and kind of like amplifying what the Latino experience is as a way of dragging in the audience, but also as a way of narrating then a new narrative as kind of that conversation between how we can exoticize maybe a culture and how that culture also bring us all these layers of what we have to go and that we kind of deal with, but also from my own personal story. So like this reggaeton song that I sing, which is La Tortillera, it's a song about masturbation, and it's when I was celebrating kind of pretty much just women's sexuality, and I don't think I would have dared to do it anywhere else. I couldn't. And that's why I feel like I felt safe in that space. And also Tim Miller is a really important, also Baraka de Soleil, which I was able to work at the Hyde Park too with him. And I was been going back and forth also supporting his work. So it's everything, all of those elements, it really inform my aesthetics and my appreciation and value of really who I am, and not trying to think to be something that I am not in order to create the work I wanted to do. And I also had like the support to do that. I don't know if that helped us a little bit imagine it, but just imagine reggaeton and big hair. I just cut my hair so you really don't see it, but there was that. And then there's our autobiographical work. And the reason I left Puerto Rico at the story I narrate, I actually came because of a situation of violence that really pushed me kind of out of the island. So how that push really goes through these movement narratives, songs, dance, and kind of this comedy aspect of it. That's what they play with the cunt and the country kind of word comes into, because it's about our gender and how it's defined by others and what do you do with that, and not to negate it because it's not anybody's fault. In some ways, it's what media is telling us, how to consume bodies that look like me. So it's okay, come and consume, and let me just tell you the story about how human we all are and all the things that we kind of go through. And I feel like that purpose of work that I'm doing hasn't shifted since then. That's become like the soul of it. It's just now how I access my practice and how I think about making the work that then has transformed and has been more defined. But yeah, and most of my work is very autobiographical, and it comes because, again, I mentioned him a lot, and he's not from Chicago, he's from Los Angeles, but Tim Miller was a big part, and also Links Hall. So, and I just mentioned before, it has nothing to do, but I do have a tattoo of the Star of Chicago. So what can I say? It's a good city, even with challenges. It's not perfect. We know there's a lot of things that we have to work on the city, but it does support dance a lot, and it supports different type of level of artists. So that I appreciate it for emergent professionals, mid-career, And that I think is something that we need to talk about and appreciate, because not all cities are made for that. Right?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a very formative place, for sure.
Exactly, that's a word for it. Perfect.
Well, it's been great to start to learn about you and your career, and I hope we can continue that as time goes on and you pursue at least the collaboration with the Wexner Center too.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Awilda.
Thank you, all of you. Thank you so much. Have an amazing day, and good luck with the rest of the interviews.
Thank you.
Ciao, bye. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Okay, I think we're going to continue our dance center thread here. Is that right? Yes, it is right. With Onya Zuzu. Welcome.
Hi, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Good. Well, actually, you're going to help me sort of continue this theme that started actually with Eduardo 2 segments ago in talking about the Dance Center. Of course, you're the dean at University of Florida now, but before that, you were the chair at the Dance Center of Columbia College, and then, of course, the dean as well. And in your time there, for what I know so far, it seems like you were able to re-examine and reevaluate what a dance education for an undergrad student could be. And I'm wondering if you can tell me in more detail about that.
Sure. I came to, like many of us in the dance world, I came because I was already related. We're a big family spread out. And so Daryl Jones and I were young dancers together at Florida State University. He was getting his graduate degree. I was still in my undergraduate years, and we danced together with Nia Love of Blacksmith's Daughter, sort of, back in the early 90s. And, he kept in touch. And so as he was working at Columbia College Chicago, with Bonnie Brooks and Peter Carpenter, Lisa Gonzalez, Rocky Monroe, they were starting the conversations about what is a dance education, what is style, what is technique, and how do those fit within the history of the dancing body in the United States. And I had been involved in a conversation at my institution before then, the University of Colorado Boulder, where we had really been unpacking that with a lens towards a conceptual and theoretical orientation towards the definition of race and racism in systems in the United States. So unpacking our system, our dance education system, our higher ed system, and the language that we were using and the way that we would allocate resources, time resources, space resources, studio resources, the ways that we would think about auditioning dancers, so sorting people into groups, and what value systems we were using to do that. What did we mean when we said that a dancer's body was organized? Did that mean that the dancer was using their spine in a single unit like a ballet technique? Or did that mean that they were highly articulating a multi-centered torso that could isolate various motions in different parts of the spine? And where were those value systems seated culturally and racially and in terms of power? And so Daryl invited me in first as a guest artist just to join the conversation. So I want to be really clear that I joined a conversation like a stone skipping across the pond that was already deep in the waters at Columbia College Chicago. And so I came in having come from a dance department that had already made those changes, that had looked at West African dance as a companion to European ballet, as a foundational technique of the American dancing vocabulary, as has been demonstrated here today and is so powerfully demonstrated in the history of Chicago through the techniques of rhythm and blues dancing, jazz dancing, disco dancing, house dancing, tap dancing, ballet dancing, Irish dancing, and the ways that all of those dancing bodies have informed and shaped and reshaped one another, and the struggles for power that came along with that process, right? So when I came to the city of Chicago, wow, it was such a blessing to be at Columbia College Chicago, with its location right there in the South Loop, and our student body, that 40% students of color, and to work with colleagues who were ready to go there, who were ready to see what could happen if we were to imagine another way of scaffolding a curriculum for dance training. And we did that and got a chance to see the results and be taught by them.
And what sort of results were you able to see over time in that respect?
Those results came on many levels. I think that technically, one of the things that I remember is after about 3 years, we had equalized ballet and West African as foundational techniques. We had brought in some choice in terms of what dancers could then specialize as they moved through a degree program that we still saw as having a contemporary dancers as its final output, but that those contemporary dancers and dance makers could see their technical vocabulary centered in West African or more ballet aesthetic, modern or hip hop, but they could still see themselves and identify themselves as contemporary dancers. I remember we brought in some external evaluators to look at our dancers and evaluate their technique development. And one of the conclusions that came out of that assessment process was of this very specific observation that our level 2 dancers were showing an unusual level of sort of the capacity to access spiral. So the ability to access sort of 3-dimensional movement in their body, grounded from the hips and spiraled up through the torso, something that would normally not emerge until higher levels, right? The sort of like something that you strive. I was in a program that was Graham based, right? And so you like hope and pray that dancers finally understand what that means. And there was something about the integration of the West African movements with going back and forth into ballet-based training that was allowing dancers to find that articulation much earlier. So there was that. We learned that we had to address race and racism very directly, that you couldn't just put African technique and ballet technique on a level and just say, okay, enjoy. That people had to learn language and analytical tools to be able to engage with one another productively and honestly around what it meant to move those resources around. I mean, there were people that had steady jobs at Columbia College Chicago that no longer had those steady jobs once that curriculum changed its focus. And there were people that hadn't had access to steady jobs at Columbia College Chicago that gained access. And the economic politics and the social politics of what that meant in terms of fostering a community of dancers that were supportive and that could collaborate in supporting and fostering the development of young dancers. That was a challenge and a process, and we learned a lot in that process. We got help from the People's Institute for Survival and Beyond from New Orleans, and their Undoing Racism training. We got help from Liz Lerman, who came in and talked to us about transition in organizations and how to honor the past and go through the stages of mourning and move on in a healthful way. And I think that there was something about the relationship between myself and Bonnie Brooks, who was the most immediate director, and who stayed in the unit and became a part of the faculty and went back to the classroom and went through a process with us of learning and thinking and changing and evolving herself. I mean, Bonnie and I, and would say yes to let's go for a walk on the lake. And we would start off in disagreement and we would come back in disagreement, but still have respect for one another. And when it came time to figure out the budget and save the presenting series, we rolled up our sleeves and put our heads together and worked hard. And I think that there was something about the respect and professional and personal growth that we fostered in each other that I will always be grateful for. And I think that it was good for the evolution of the organization and its relationship to the city as a whole.
Yeah, and that's listening to that, listening to you, we started to do that a little bit is zoom out and look at the place that the Dance Center holds within the Chicago dance community overall. It's a special place, and I'm, thinking about how the students at the Dance Center, I mean, that's sort of an on-ramp to the Chicago dance community if they choose to stay. Can you tell me a little bit about those bridges between the institution and the community?
Well, that was a long legacy that had been going on before I got there. That when I got there, it was almost as if the Dance Center was the hub of a wheel. And there were so many choreographers and technique teachers who were solidly teaching in the curriculum of the Dance Center of Chicago, who were also leading companies. Carrie Hansen was there. Julia Rhodes came in and out. We had, people that were teaching in a variety of styles, but most solidly in the contemporary mid-sized company arena. And that inherently, I think that in some ways that's obvious that dancers would train with faculty members who would then audition for those faculty members' companies in some ways. I think that when we were able to make the shift that we made, which brought Amani A. Payne in as a faculty member, which brought Ayo from Ayodele Dance in as a faculty member, among others. This is my weak spot. In moments like this, I blank on names, but so those of you that I'm forgetting, please forgive me. There was Brave Monk who came later. And so all of those representative sort of spokes that were teachers in the hub would then provide these opportunities for students to follow them out into the city. And the city itself was an incredible laboratory, both historically and in terms of the moments that the students spent with us. The other thing that was so very powerful about Columbia College was its dance studies curriculum. And it had one of the most robust dance studies curriculum for undergraduate students that existed in the country in the times that I was there. There were 3 levels. Dr. Rocky Monroe, Dr. Peter Carpenter, as well as Bonnie Brooks were 3 very different, very deep, very informed perspectives that gave students a vocabulary to go out in the city and understand what they were looking at from a historical, conceptual, and an analytical perspective. And so I think that our students started going out and making their work and presenting their work and working together to present their work and fundraise for their work. And in many ways, I think that they have really spoken for themselves and are, winning awards and building infrastructure and making it happen. And the thing that's especially gratifying for me now is to see it happening in so many different dance forms and in so many different dance communities across the city, and knowing that we made a contribution.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess just for what it's worth, that contribution is directly felt by me right now. I have a Columbia grad sitting to my right here who's been working with us for the past year and doing a great job, and really is just a testament to the education that folks receive at the Dance Center. Onye, thank you so much for telling us a little bit about your time there. I'm really glad that we could have you here today.
All right, so nice. Thank you for inviting me, and good luck with the rest of your marathon.
Thank you. Okay, here we are with Mark Morris, director, of course, of Mark Morris Dance Group. And just a quick shout out, what you just saw was called From Old Seville. And the other dancer featured, we chose that on purpose because Lauren Grant is a Chicagoan.
She sure is. Oh, I didn't know you were showing that. Oh, that's good. I know how that one turns out.
Yeah, it turns out pretty fun, actually.
Well, you know, it was an actual assignment that you had to drink a full bottle of wine.
It's part of the choreography.
Yes, absolutely. That was it, especially for her because she's not very large, so she gets shit-faced really easily.
Yeah,
After dancing, you know, from dancing, it's all built in there. It's good. It's a good thing.
I'm a tap dancer, and you would think that it was intentional choreography, but it just happens sometimes too.
That's right.
Okay, but we're not here to talk about me. We're here to talk about you.
Okay.
And actually, you know, I do a bunch of oral history interviews for this project, and it often comes up. People say, I ask about Moming, and sometimes the first thing people say is, oh, I saw Mark Morris dance there with a bag over his head.
Well, at least they weren't watching with a bag over their heads. That would have been a waste of time. Yeah,
Good
that was one
point.
of the pieces. That was like 80, middle 80 something, right?
I think it was 85. Yeah.
Yeah, long ago. Yeah, that was a dance called The Vacant Chair. And
Right.
one movement is obscured. Yeah.
Yeah. And Chicago, it sounds like Chicago was pretty lucky that piece was only performed 9 times.
Yeah, it was also because it was so exhausting and damaging that it was kind of like teaching myself a lesson, but it was like, okay, that's because the bag provided no vision. It wasn't pretend. So it was automatically dangerous. The whole thing was kind of a exercise in humiliation just because of, I don't know, that's what the piece was. The music was very, very sad and desperate. And so was I. So that's what that dance was.
9 times sounds like enough then.
Yeah, well, yeah. Other people have done it. Other dancers have done that piece. But I only did it just for a little while. Got it out of my system. It's a dance that I like very much. So.
Well, you know, I know that, you know, it was a while ago and you were in a lot of spaces, but I think you were probably at Moming for a few days. What do you remember about that?
Nearly nothing. I remember I had, you know, there were people in my company who had come from Chicago and had trained and performed in Moming, different people in and out over the years. Many people have passed through Chicago, some have stayed. By the way, I love Chicago, just for your information. This is an aside, I do this, right? It's like, oh, sorry, it's a secret. I love Chicago. It's an actual city. People get so New York centric, et cetera. And I love it here, but Chicago is fabulous. I'm recommending it. Chicago, yes. I remember there was the sort of a smell of like wood polish and dust. And it was kind of wooden. The building was sort of wooden. And I remember, no, that's kind of it, really. I don't remember. I taught for a while, I think, because I always did. I mean, we still do a lot of outreach, but then I personally would teach quite a bit because that was also part of the gig as part of this touring program of, you know, groups of theaters that were doing that.
Yeah. What did you come to Moming through NPN?
I think probably because I was in cahoots with Dance Theater Workshop and we had been all over, you know, it was a wonderful organization in the early and important days, what people call the dance boom. I don't know, I was there, but I didn't hear anything. There was a lot of little companies doing a lot of work. It doesn't mean it was all good, it just means there was a lot of it. And that was a wonderful sort of distribution, situation to sort of broadcast people's work at a small scale and early, interesting work that then we'll see what happens with that. So it was wonderful. And that was early days of touring with my just put together company.
Right. Yeah. Just put together. But I was, you know, kind of thinking about the chronology there a little bit too. 85, you put your company together in 80, and somewhere in there you were also performing at BAM. And, you know, we've been talking a little bit about dualities today, and that strikes me. Moming, as I've heard it described, was, you know, it was in a church. And sort of a ragtime.
Oh, hence
thing.
the funeral polish, the furniture polish. Oops, sorry. That makes sense. The wood. Okay.
Yeah, but just thinking about the juxtaposition of being at a place like BAM and then going to Moming, in such a short span too.
Well, the thing is with my work, it's I always you know, what people call a black box theater, or, you know, flexible, whatever people call these things. It just means there isn't much money or much room. You can't have more than 99 people. That's usually what that means. And of course, everybody works that way, and you use your imagination, and a lot of imagination and not a lot of money. And, you know, usually strong support from very, very few people. So what happened is I was always making up dances for the proscenium, because that's how I think. So, you know, a dance that premiered early of mine, 1981 or something, was a big piece of the Vivaldi Gloria in D for chorus, orchestra, a bunch of dancers. And I did it with a really good recording at Dance Theater Workshop, 99 seats. And when I transferred it to the Théâtre Monet, de la Monnaie in Brussels, with an orchestra and chorus and, you know, beautiful proscenium theater, there wasn't anything to change, except it was 100 people involved instead of, you know, 10 or something. So I always had that scale in my head. It's just that suddenly there were wings to conceal people instead of you just watching them all change their clothes off stage. No. So it's the same thing. It just got gussied up and, you know, brought to town, but it's the same stuff.
That's actually, I wasn't sure if I'd ask this question, but now I'm going to, since you brought up the concept of venue and everything too. We sadly missed out on a performance of Orfeo here due to venue. What happened instead?
Well, it didn't fit in the theater, and it wasn't my fault. I'm not casting blame, but, you know, sometimes the specs, you know, meaning the details of the theater, the measurements and everything, turn out to be untrue or miscommunicated or just screwed up, if I'm going to euphemize a little bit. And so we were ready to do this at a theater there and somewhere else in Michigan, I think. And the theaters turned out to be not able to accommodate the scale of the production we were bringing, which was Orpheus and Eurydice, Gluck. And it was too big for that venue. And so we immediately, or with enough time to rehearse it and get it together, we had the orchestra already, diminished that, and we did Dido and Aeneas, which is, you know, there are no flies on Dido and Aeneas, but it was a real switcheroo of, you know, at the last minute for the repertory. What have I said? Gussied up and switcheroo. What year is this? Like 1899 or something? I'm talking like Mae West or something.
Indeed, yes. Well, I was curious about that. I mean, first of all, just, you know, well, let's pull Dido and Aeneas out of our back pocket, right? So that was quite a feat in and of itself, not just for the dancers, but I know that you have live music with you. What was that?
Well, you know, I mean, it was a period orchestra anyway. And the thing is, you know, musicians still get to read what they're playing. Dancers have to memorize it. Dancers like actors, and that's the only way they are. They're crazy in different ways, dancers and actors, but it involves memorization. And that unfortunately isn't true with enough musicians. It's true with soloists and whatever. And the repertoire changes so much. So you can really just throw something at musicians and they'll pull it off. Everybody does. You know, the show must go on, which is a saying that's very much used to exploit the artists, but we know what it means and it's true. We'll do it. You may have to pay for it later, but we'll pull it together.
Yeah, we've got 5 minutes left, and I want to talk actually about, I know, where does the time go?
All right, I can talk fast or whatever, yeah.
But, you know, you've got a great archives department there at Mark Morris Dance Group. And I've been watching a few of your initiatives lately. And right now it seems like you're almost working at both ends of the archival spectrum. I know you're bringing some old works back. And also you've got the program Dances for the Future. How do you, as the director, use archives as a resource, and how does your company?
How do I do it myself? I don't. I almost never, ever look at anything that's already happened. I use them to solve problems like what leg was that? It's like, how the hell am I supposed to know? Let's look. Or, you know, let's look at this record. She did it right. That's what I meant. Nobody else could do it, or vice versa. Or I forgot about that. It's wrong. I have to fix it. But it's mostly, you know, I'm mostly not worried a little bit, but I'm mostly working on the work I'm working on, to use work a bunch of times. And it interests me. We record rehearsals that I don't watch. So if I'm settling an argument or just reminding myself of something or seeing if it's a dance I want to retrieve from the vault, then I do that. So dancers learn a great deal from that, and dancers are much better at watching things and learning this way than I am. It never interested me. It's not that I'm pre-television or anything. It's just that I like the real action. God, do I like the real action right now that it's out of our hands and out of our grasp. So I use it from a distance. I refer to it. I ask questions from Stephanie, my wonderful archivist, and dancers who really learn stuff about stylistically and, just about the catalog of my dances and the people before. It's been 40 years, I'm sorry to tell you. So, some of the dancers hadn't even been thought of. The human beings had not even been thought of yet when this was happening. So to look at the style of old wonderful dancers and new wonderful dancers, it's changed enormously, not even just because of me, but because people change and times change. So it's fascinating. I'm never trying to reproduce the exact way of performing that other people did in the past. That's not interesting. And so we'll see when we come out of this cocoon, we'll see what kind of amazing things have transpired, because it's happening. We're not on hold. We're working. You just can't see it. It's invisible for the moment.
Right. And I mean, it's such a time. Happy 40th anniversary, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
What do you have planned for the anniversary?
You're looking at it. Vodka tonic. Well, it's time. It's Eastern Standard Time. And we're showing a lot of things. I'm doing a bunch of talks, old pieces, some new pieces, some video dances I've been working on, some interesting to whoever, different audiences of Q's and A's and, different visits. We're trying to stay visible and viable and keep the home fires burning and be in some kind of condition mentally, physically, emotionally, economically, artistically, to come back to some world. When we stick our heads out of these burrows, we'll see something that's, I hope, wonderful, and we'll be part of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Last question. What prompts you to bring a certain piece back at a certain time?
Necessity we're missing something in a show, in the repertoire. It's like, I want a duet. We haven't done this for a while. I want like a 15-minute dance, that sort of stuff. Or the musical forces we have on this trip are, a piano quintet. What can we do in addition to this new thing? What's the theater like? How far are we traveling? What can we afford to bring with us, musician-wise and dancer-wise? It's all affects all of it. And what am I sick of? And what am I, eager to see from the past? And wouldn't that be nice? So some things are forbidden to ever come back. Other things surprise me. The dancers want to do something. It's like, okay, let's try that. Or I'm not quite done watching something. A lot of reasons.
Name a few, yeah.
Yeah. And
Okay.
I like my job, so that's good. That helps. I'm interested. That's a big thing.
Yeah. Hey, after 40 years, the fact that you're still interested,
The fact that I'm still awake is incredible, but yeah.
I feel you there for sure.
Yeah, right.
Thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. I really look forward to seeing what comes from the crypt, the vault.
Yeah.
And also what comes next from you. Thank
Have
you
you
so
had a
much.
break? Do you get a drink a drink and a walk around or something like that? Are you all right?
I'm hanging in,
You hallucinating? Oh, that's
I
good.
think so. I think I'm seeing Mark Morris on my
Oh,
screen.
God forbid. Okay. Right. It's after 40 years, whatever. Okay. Well, wonderful. Thank you very, very much for having me. And hooray. What you do is genius and necessary. So
Well, thank
good
you.
work.
That means a lot coming from you. Thank you so much.
You bet. Am I leaving? Goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it just occurred to me, another artistic director with another milestone, 20 years for
20
Mad
years.
Rhythms. We've got Brill Barrett here with us. You're half as old as Mark Morris Dance Group.
And hopefully I can have the longevity to make it that long as well.
Yeah, let's hope. Let's hope. Well, since it's a milestone and we have you here, I wanted to kind of get a short origin story of Mad Rhythms. How did it start?
Oh, short and origin story. That's gonna be hard for me, but I'll try. Mad Rhythms basically started out as a volunteer thing. I wanted to pretty much most of my life I wanted to be a professional tap dancer. That was like my goal, and that was it. That was the end of the goal. But as I started working as a professional, I noticed when I would get out on the road and travel and come back, it was almost like starting over again. Like I would have to call schools and I would have to reacquaint. And so I started thinking about like how cool it would be to have a home to leave and then be able to come back to. At the same time, my little brother, J-Bo Dixon, I know he probably was like, oh, he said my name, was, he was growing up as a young man, a young Black man on the west side of Chicago and starting to get in a little trouble. My mom would call me and say, hey, your brother's getting into some trouble. He didn't come in or whatever. So I was like, when I get off the road this next time, I need to pull him close to me as well. So the combination of wanting to create a home, wanting to take my brother under my wing, that was kind of the unofficial start of Mad Rhythms. It was just like a volunteer thing I did with young Black boys when I was teaching at the Sammy Dyer School of Theater. And I would just like try to give them the same kind of experiences or exposure to the art form that were given to me by my teachers. And so that thing kind of went on, and it was just a boys program for just trying to help them out. And then my sister, the great Star Dixon, was like, why I gotta be all boys? And I didn't really have an answer for that. So Star was the first not boy member of Mad Rhythms. And all this was officially before it had a name. And so it was just this volunteer thing. We went out whenever I would have a show, I would just bring the kids with me. They would get on stage and do a little something kind of like my own opening act until people started seeing them and then say, hey, can you bring them? And then they started asking, can you bring them? And that was kind of how we started out. And then I was talking back and forth with Trey Dumas, who he and I were in a group together. And I said, man, I think I want to start an actual group, like turn this thing into an actual company. But I want you to be down with me. And so together, Martin, Trey Dumas and I founded Mad Rhythms, and it started out with us and a bunch of kids, and now 20 years later, it is what it is.
Yeah, look at you now. And let's talk about the name for a minute. Making a Difference Dancing, it has such intention behind it. And it sounds to, puts activism almost right at the core of what you're doing. And you already talked about it a little bit with J-Bo there. What was that part of the mission?
That part of the mission was literally like, I'm born and raised on the west side of Chicago, North Lawndale community. When you hear about violence and shooting and that kind of stuff in Chicago, Inglewood and North Lawndale are the two communities that you hear about a lot. And so growing up in that kind of a situation, like tap for me was more than just something to do. It was a lifeline. And by that, I mean, like, I feel like it saved my life. Most of the guys I grew up with, they either ended up in jail, dead, or addicted to drugs. Like it was not good stuff because we didn't have a lot of opportunity. So tap was my lifeline. And so I made sure that when I started Mad Rhythms, I wanted it to be a lifeline for other young people coming from underserved, under-resourced communities like the one I came from. And so putting that intent into the name, Making a Difference Dancing Rhythms, literally just said, we're going to always stay connected and stay in service to our community, no matter how good or how big we get or where we go as a professional tap dance company. There will always be programs and situations that we stay connected in our community.
And that seems to have continued and is still the case. And, how over this 20 years, how has that activism changed or not? I mean, especially in this moment now, how is Mad Rhythms, kind of functioning within the bigger realm of what's going on here in our city and here in our country?
Well, I can say the biggest part is creating what we like to call the studio to stage pipeline. When a lot of people start learning about, like in the Black community, when we start learning about prisons and incarceration rates, one of the things that you hear about is the school to prison pipeline. And that is literally, they build prisons based on the test scores of kids in 3rd and 4th grade. So they're already anticipating if they don't do well here, they're gonna not do well here. And so I wanted to do the reverse of that. When we started doing a lot of our teen programs and we started having success and getting teens interested, a lot of them didn't see where they could take it after they were too old or they aged out. And so it was like, well, I can't convince you to commit your resources and your life to this thing if I can't also show you what can happen or what can come from or be the result of that committal. So we created, so between the Mad Rhythms Tap Academy, which is where we take students from novice to professional. And then we have Mad Rhythms Bronzeville, which is our teen company, which is 14 to 18-year-olds. Then we have the Mad Rhythms Apprentice program that is 18 and up. And then we have the professional company. So a child can literally start off and go from novice to professional company all without leaving our building on the south side of Chicago in the Bronzeville neighborhood. So to me, that means for us, for everything the dance gave me, it's my way of giving back by creating something that is an outline and a guideline and a pipeline to getting our young people positive alternatives all throughout their lives and to being professionals.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the academy and the pipeline. And you share the dance in so many ways, not just that, but the community tap jams, and then also the performances. In what sort of ways, describe the choreography? Like, what can people expect to see at a Mad Rhythms performance?
Well, and that's interesting. I'm glad you asked that question because you can expect to see various voices coming together in various ways. I mean, in the early years of the company, obviously, the most of the choreography was me and Trey. We were the adults and the founders and the co-founders, and we created it. And then I remember Jamani was the first one to start coming up and having a voice, Jamani Taylor. And so then he started adding choreography. Then we had a wonderful piece we did from George Patterson, but these were all people within the family. So now when you see the direction that Mad Rhythms has gone, I'm proud to sit back and watch this awesome stuff that Star Dixon is putting on the company. And right now, Donetta Jackson has been dropping bombs on us. Like it's just beautiful. Tristan Bruins has been adding choreography in. So now, one, that was a humbling step for me to even be able to step back and say, you know what, y'all got this. Like I can do a piece if I want to. But there is no necessity anymore because you all have taken his voice and the statements that and the stuff we want to put out there, and you all are paying tradition and homage to the art form with your excellence, but also adding your voice to the collective voice. So Mad Rhythms is very, like, our identity is very diverse. Literally, like, our rhythmic approach is very diverse. I think there's some commonality that may weave throughout. But so you'll see, I mean, we did a show that was dedicated to Nina Simone. I mean, that was my baby. And I worked on that for like 3 years. And so that was one presentation. And then we did a show last year called Journey of the Rhythm Through the Dance. And that was kind of like a telling of the story of tap through music and genres. And that was Star's baby. And now we're working on a piece for Donetta. Like Donetta's, I'm trying not to let the cat out the bag too soon, but when y'all see Donetta Jackson's like entree onto the scene with her choreography, man, that's all I gotta say.
Well, and it sounds like, that's exactly it. Like you're doing your job well if there's room for all of these different voices and different artistic visions within one company.
Thank you. And that's been the goal. And that's kind of been the precipice since the beginning. So just trying to stay with it.
So I'm curious, I don't know if you were watching anything earlier, but the Sammy Dyer School has come up a few times. We had Ted Levy here. and I know that you came out of Sammy Dyer
Yeah.
too. Is there something that you might have learned from your teachers there that you're applying as director of Mad Rhythms?
Yes. So in a nutshell, yes. And I only paused because I was trying to figure out which one I wanted to pinpoint, because the Sammy Dyer School of Theater, like, well, first of all, I have a full circle story in relationship with the school. It's where I went as a child. It's one of the first schools I taught at as an adult and a professional. And now, as an artistic director and an artistic director of a space, they are our arts partner in residence. So bringing them into something like that I now have created it was a real full circle moment for me. And what I noticed then, that goes back to when I was a child, on Saturdays, even, you know, pre-pandemic, Miss Muriel Foster, who has been, you know, been heading it for quite some time now, I would walk in the office and just see kids sitting at her feet listening to these stories of when her and the Dyerettes toured with Sammy Davis Jr. and they opened up for this person and that person. And I remember Miss Foster was telling me a story, and like they were in the car riding, and Sammy Davis Jr. leaned his head on her shoulder, and she told him, "Boy, get your greasy head off my shoulder." Like, and she's telling these stories like, "Oh, this is just part of me growing up." And I'm sitting there like, first of all, you met Sammy Davis Jr. First of all, you work with him. Second of all, you talk to him like that. Third of all, you know what I mean? Like, so it's like, so that kind of like that connection, the Dyerettes to the Vachinettes. Like, I remember when I was a student, and even when I was a teacher, Shirley Hall Bass was like, when it was time for show, like Sammy Dyer, and that's it, like Sammy Dyer didn't do recitals. That school has never been known for doing recitals. They always called them theatrical productions. And so I like, even when I started the Mad Rhythms Tap Academy, I was like, we don't do recitals. So like I literally took that and connected with it. And immediately, but the warm up that I use and that we use at the Tap Academy for most of our classes, it's the Idella Reed Davis warm up, which she created for the Sammy Dyer School of Theater. So like, there's all these links and connections, and the biggest one is that Mad Rhythms started as a volunteer program inside of Sammy Dyer. Like, Miss Foster was the first one to kind of give me the space and say, this is when there are no classes. Whatever you're trying to do, you can do it here. And if it wasn't for that, there would be no Mad Rhythms.
Yeah, I mean, Sammy Dyer School of the Theater has just cultivated such great tap dancers.
Yeah.
You know, literally for generations.
Generations,
Yeah,
no doubt.
Yeah, and talking to you, I have no fear that is going to change anytime soon.
Nah, we ain't letting
it. Good. Well, Brill, it's always great to talk tap with you. I miss dancing with you.
Yeah, I can't wait till we can be back on the wood together.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your time today, and good luck with everything yet to come.
My pleasure, my honor. See you in the next 20 years.
Yep. Mr. Newmeyer, it's so good to see you again. I don't know if you remember, it was almost exactly a year ago that we had such a nice visit and a lengthier interview at your home and your foundation, of course.
Yes, of course. I do remember.
I can't think of a better way to start out a new year than a conversation with you. Maybe we can make it an annual tradition.
Thank you.
And last year we spoke at length about your Chicago history and primarily the impact that Sybil Shearer had on your career. You worked with her, obviously, while you were a student at Marquette. And in that interview, you said that years later, you were able to recognize aspects of her in your choreography.
Mm-hmm.
Your work seems quite different to me from her work. So I was wondering if you could explain what you mean there.
Sure. I'm not sure how much of my work you know. there are certain pieces that are, let's say, more well-known, like Lady of the Camellias, which probably is not so much influenced by Sybil. I think, though, if you would look carefully, the influence is quite important. I think it started the very first day that I met Sybil, because we had a lunch, and then it was with Helen Morrison, her friend, who was a wonderful photographer. And then Helen said, Sybil, why don't you dance for John? And to dance for me, she didn't get dressed up, or she didn't put on practice clothes, or she didn't put on a costume. She danced in what she had been wearing. And I think that this already was an important influence, because the dance was not the decoration of a costume, did not need the decoration of the costume, but was the expression of a human being through their movements, expressing something. And that, for example, if you look through, I mean, I've done 161 ballets, I think, by now. I don't, as I say, I don't know how many you know, but if you would look through many of them, you would see this idea that the costume becomes, for example, less and less important. And the work that I've done with fashion designers like Jill Sander, like Giorgio Armani, like Cris, is an attempt to have the person dancing as a person. I think that there are other aspects that were important for me, and they started also on that day. The fact that Sybil was way ahead of her time in terms of the isolation of movement, the isolation of movements, which gave the impression that she was not making the movement, but the movement was being done to her. And this resulted in a form of comedy which was based not on a literary idea or subject or theme, but based on a pure human communication of the vulnerability of the human being. And I think that even if you would see the last ballet, which I've only got to a dress rehearsal, which is the Beethoven project, in the Beethoven violin piano sonata, there is a movement in which the men dance in exactly this way, that it is the isolation of their movement that gives us a sense of humor. And I think the third important thing is the idea of a modern movement lyricism. We generally think that our sense of lyricism comes from the 19th century, from the fact of we had a lot of birds and fairies running around. But Sybil's sense of lyrical movement had to do with, again, the human body and the fact of the weight, of how the weight was controlled and how this magically communicated a sense of lyricism. And I think that these movement elements, if you would study a lot of my choreography, you would discover. I never consciously thought of imitating Sybil, because the interesting thing, I'm talking a lot, I'm sorry, but it's a very interesting subject for me also, was that when we worked with her little company, there was a big difference between what we got to do and what she did. And it was one of the frustrations I had, and one of the feelings I really decided I couldn't really work with her anymore, was that she didn't so often let us actually see what she was doing. I think she was not so much interested in having people learn exactly what she did as doing what she did, and having people, in a sense, discovering a sense of space through using human bodies. And one more element, which I think just occurred to me at this moment, is that Sybil, you may not think of that, was basically a dramatic choreographer. Drama was very important for her. And if you read her autobiography, I was quite surprised at how important drama was for her in the beginning of her career. Drama, not in the sense of dance being an expression of an already written text, but drama in the sense of the idea that dance is basically the living shape of emotion. And this was always part, particularly, of the movement that she did herself. And this is my basic theory, the essence of my work is the idea that movement is the living shape of emotion.
Wow, well now I can see the connection really clearly. Thank you for that.
Yeah, maybe I talk too much, but it's an interesting subject.
Yeah, and that's exactly what this is for. So thank you, even though it's an abbreviated interview. It also strikes me too about, you were talking about your 161 ballets, you were both so, and you still are, so prolific. And it seems to me like it is this theory of dance as the foundational spirit of everything that at least motivated her to just create and create and create too.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand the question.
It was just an observation.
Oh, observation, okay.
But yes, I mean, every time we talk, you just make me think so much about both her work and your work. The story of when you met Sybil, which was, as I understood it at first, like in a sense, she was wondering whether or not she would work with you as a dancer, but she seemed to sort of like turn the tables, and instead of you dancing for her first, she got up and danced for you, which strikes me as highly unusual, but also just so generous. And it seems like in how you're describing her relationship with dance in general, she really understood it as a way for her to express generosity. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that and just about, being in the studio with her as a person.
Yeah, well, I think what you're saying is right. I think the fact that for her, just as it was normal, I was coming to speak with her, I was meeting her for the first time, thinking, I was very young, thinking about the possibility of being able to work with her, but it was very normal that we should first have a wonderful lunch and then go into the studio, and then, as I said, Helen said, Sybil danced for John. Then of course she asked me to dance, to improvise, and that was of course a good exchange. But I think the point is that, as we know the legend of Sybil, she had this incredible career as a solo artist in New York. Everyone who was of a certain age, I missed it, but a few years above me, remembers the Carnegie Hall concert, which must be an amazing experience. But I think that the fact that, and her work with Agnes de Mille, for example, the fact that, let's be honest, I think she inspired Agnes. I think that she not only inspired her, but I think she gave her a lot of material to work with, because Agnes was a great organizer and arranger of dance, not a particularly original inventor of movement, which Sybil was an endless inventor of movement. But Sybil didn't want the idea that on the 21st of March will be the premiere of this work, the critics will come, it's good or bad, and then you have to think about what you're doing next. Get yourself all ready, get yourself made up, get a costume with a lot of glitter on it, and go on the stage. This whole concept of dance being that kind of, let's say, artificial level of human existence did not appeal to her. She, and we see that from the incredible photographs that Helen Morrison took of her, or the films that Helen took of her, some of them in the forest, in the meadow, in a relationship with a tree, that for Sybil, dance was something much more humanly essential than just the theater. I mean, that was, again, working with her, part of my frustration as a very young man, because I always wondered, you know, when are we going to show this, and we're working on this, and it was very often so that we would work on what she felt like at that moment. One day we would be doing a Bruegel piece, then that would be gone, and then the next time we think, oh, we're going to do Bruegel, but then we would be doing, you know, the reflection in the puddle is mine, and she had wonderful titles always for her work, but and the feeling was that there was we were about 8, or yeah, I suppose about 8 dancers with her. There was always the feeling of incredible respect for her, and I mean, it was obvious that she didn't need to gain that respect in any way, because just watching her made you respectful, unless you were really stupid. But nobody really would say, but Sybil, when are we going to do this? And so, I mean, all the time I worked, probably 3 years with her, we did one concert. I mean, I performed in one concert. So she did the thing when she felt the piece was ready. But that, going on the stage, doing it on the stage, was not so much different from what she did in the studio, or in the meadow, or in the forest. It was a part of a natural extension of an emotional movement experience as part of life.
That was very well said. You know, we're just so proud that you're part of the Chicago dance legacy too. And it's great to learn about that aspect of your career a little bit more. Thank you so much for your time and your generosity. It's always a pleasure to talk with you, and I'm so glad we could include you in this event.
Thank you.
What I want you to learn now is telling a man to go to hell and making him go is 2 different propositions.
Oh my gosh, we have got such a great group here now to talk about collaboration, which is actually, I think, pretty hard to talk about, although Carrie and friends, you do it so well. So we have a group here representing the Seldums, Carrie Hansen, Bob Faust, Julie Ballard, and Fahim Majid, here to talk about collaboration. And in all honesty, this was a panel I wanted to have because one of the first things I saw when I moved here was Power Goes at the MCA. And at the talkback session afterward, I just realized like, oh my gosh, you know, Carrie Hansen is able to, first of all, mine the city for talent and get everybody together around a singular vision. And so, Carrie, I want to start with you and try to find a way to talk about this collaboration, maybe even using that as an example or some sort of piece. How do you bring such great minds around the table behind your work?
That's such a good question. It doesn't happen in the same way every time. Power Goes, the show that you mentioned, is my all-time favorite project, really. I got to spend, over 2 years on it, and it really was kind of the like gold standard, I think, for collaboration insofar as the collaborators all sat down frequently around a big dining table and just really kind of, at every stage we hashed things out together about really kind of the story, what's the story that we're telling, what's the essence of that story, and then how do we tell it. And it went through a number of different iterations, and we had some production residency time on the MCA stage. Bob, Julie, do you want to jump in there about that project?
I can go. Yeah, I think one of the most amazing things about collaborating, especially with this team and Carrie at the helm of it, is that as far as collaboration goes, like that's a word that gets thrown around all the time, but it's not necessarily used as it should be defined, right? It usually just means I'm going to use you for this piece and use you for this piece. But Carrie just like opens it up with so much space, right? And she invites you to learn as she's working things out. And so that amount of space lets almost anything happen, and it doesn't make it easy at any rate. It makes it actually quite challenging. But also, if everybody at the table is as open to hearing that challenge, kick-ass stuff happens. Really, really cool stuff happens. I said kick-ass, Julie. I saw you laugh.
No, I mean, I agree. When we were sitting around the table for the first time about Power Goes, and all of our listening to Carrie talk was really cool, but what was even greater was Bob's reaction to Carrie's words. And so we were able to watch Bob turn the gears and figure out how to put what was happening in Carrie's vision on stage and take it to the next level. And then circling back around and watching the project just continue to grow. And at the end was, I have to agree with Carrie. It's one of my favorite shows, and it was magnificent. And I'll remount it any day of the week and twice on Sunday.
I'll just follow up on something that Bob said. And Bob, I'm happy to hear you say that you think that I give a lot of space. And I actually think that I might give more space to visual artists than I do to some of the other practitioners, right? And maybe more space to the visual artist than to the sound designer or to the playwright that we're working with. And I think that's just because I have so much, I take such delight in what the visual artist does. Like for me, I just find so much joy in like a simple thing like the brushstroke, of a painting, or thinking about Fahim's work. Fahim, I don't know if I've ever mentioned this to you, but the piece that you did where you left the kind of dust of the drywall on the gallery floor, like those kinds of like details where you really see the artist's hand. like color and line and texture. You know, that I can just live there. And so I really rely on the visual artists to, you know, create the like, they're not only creating an art object, but they're creating kind of the realm within which the moving body is both like, is working and is defined. And also it gives like whatever y'all create for us, that in turn gives us opportunities, new opportunities to move and to, you know, like with Fahim's, the painted panels, we could manipulate those and push those and stretch those. And with the brawscape that Bob made for Rock Citizen, you know, we really like, we exhausted well, I don't know if we exhausted, but we certainly used that piece a lot.
We gave it a run for its money.
We did.
Sure.
Yeah, and the other day we were talking about like bringing the visual arts into a time-based medium, but I was thinking both about, you know, Bob and Fahim both about the work that you make in the Seldom, in the context of the Seldoms. It's quite experiential too, you know, and so I'm wondering with that like sort of time-based medium framework, what are the ways in which the visual arts and movement bump up against each other, Carrie, to use your phrase from the other day, or really complement each other?
I would say, I mean, for one, my collaboration with the Seldoms and Carrie was kind of my entrance into movement. It was very foreign to me when Carrie first reached out to me and asked me to come to a performance, and she was just kind of like, well, just sit and take it in. And I just sat and I watched, and then I began to see, and I would ask questions, and it was really wonderful. And I think from that initial collaboration, me and Carrie have done multiple. She's someone that I come to quite often now, and we're actually working on something together right now, which has been, once again, just really wonderful, adding to the kind of list of collaborations we've done together. So yeah, it has stretched how I think about, like when you talk about time and repetition, and kind of break out of how I might think about sculpture in a traditional sense and become more expansive. So I like that the you know, the collaboration generated a really great show, and I was really kind of sad that some things happened and we weren't able to take it on the road in the way we wanted to, because I thought it was just such an amazing piece, especially working with Bob and seeing that work. I was really excited about it, but it also makes me really happy that we can continue to collaborate and work together on each other's projects too. So
I think it's a super unusual like environment to work in, to be creative in, because as the visual art element of all of this, you're making the context for something that's moving on stage that gives more information to the audience to understand what those bodies are doing, right? But you're also creating, in some cases, a prop, a set, a costume. And the fact that, you know, Carrie says, I need this to be part of this context, and that's kind of the prompt. And then she's just as excited to take that object and work with it and develop the movement from it. It's like, where does one start and where does one stop? And like, let's layer in the lighting too. There's not a meeting that doesn't happen where that's another character consideration at all times. Like, will this work for projection? Will this work for light from the side? What's it going to do to the stage? I love a gobo. Julie doesn't love a gobo. How do we make an object that is a gobo? You know, all of that stuff is so freaking fun. And you don't get to do that. Like in our own studios, you get one little bit.
That's right. Yeah.
We do talk a lot about what is important in the moments when we have to, when we're looking at projections, right? We're not doing projections for the sake of projections. If video is happening, there's a reason for it. It's enhancing the story. It's moving it forward. And so in those moments, you have to be okay with stepping back and balancing the artists on stage and your collaborators. You know, it's not just all about illumination or whatever. And then sometimes it's flipped, right? Sometimes the video is there to help provide a background, but then we're moving that forward. So there is a lot of conversation that we do have with Carrie guiding us of what we're supposed to be looking at in that moment.
Well,
Yeah,
and I will say, Julie, that you have kind of the least enviable job, because you are often the last collaborator that gets to sort of like, you know, put in the lights often happen last, just because we're in the state. We finally arrive at the theater, right? Where you get to play with your instruments and the toys. And so by that time, everything is already kind of built. And so you have always done a really good job, not always happily, but you always do a really great job, like holding everybody else's vision, right? And then like kind of traveling sometimes through that really narrow little route, like what do I have left? And then you come up with these great lights. So
thank you very much. That's
awesome.
very kind. Thank you.
and Julie, you've been working with Carrie and the Seldums for 14 years. That's a long collaborative relationship. How has your work grown through those 14 years?
Oh man, Carrie is the best person to have as a collaborator. And after the trust has been built, there's very little that I have to continually run by. I understand Carrie and I understand her artistic vision and I understand the Seldums aesthetic. And I have great freedom to sculpt what's happening. But that comes with years and years of rapport and trust and knowing that in the end, I have the best interest for everybody's art at hand. And it's so awesome to have a collaborator like Carrie and then to be able to work with Bob and Michael and Fahim and Levy and all of our costume collaborators. I am honored to be in year 14.
And I'm glad you use that word trust and, you know, mention some more of the Seldums collaborators, because the list is really long. And, you know, Carrie is as the director, what is it that you do? It's up to you to sort of establish that culture for everybody in that respect. How do you start to form that trust with your collaborators, dancers, artists, lighting designers, and anybody?
You know, I don't know if this has anything to do with it or not, but I know that I always start out by trying to, I do a lot of research and then I just try and share all of that research so that everybody kind of knows the story that we are trying to tell. And has an opportunity to find their way through it. I will also say that, you know, so, you know, from Julie and Bob, I've worked with more than with Fahim, and both of you are really good listeners. Bob, I think that may come from your work as like a designer working with clients. You're such a good listener, and then you come up with these unexpected ideas. And I think that in this new project that I'm working on with Fahim is more of the lead there. And I'm kind of coming in kind of to support what you're doing, Fahim. And so I'm finding myself like checking in with you and doing more listening. So it's kind of, you know, it's a little bit of a flip, but you know, I may have learned that through, you know, interaction with Bob and Julie and others.
Wow.
Well, never enough time. I feel like I've been saying that all day. I feel like a broken record, but it really is true. And, you know, once again, I hope we can talk more about this. I think collaboration, you know, I'm learning in my years doing this, and certainly today, it's really at the heart of a lot of Chicago arts work. And the four of you really, really embody that. So I thank you so much for sharing some of that with us today.
Thank you, Janae.
Thank you, Janae.
All righty.
Okay, and I think the power hour continues. Yes, It certainly does, with Ashley Weeder. Hi, Ashley.
Hi, Janae. How are you?
I'm doing really well. How are you?
I'm well. I mean, what an amazing day.
Yes.
It's truly phenomenal. And of course, we're here in Chicago, and we have, I checked in my garden, we have 14 inches of snow in the garden. So
oh my gosh.
It's a winter wonderland out there.
Yep. Well, a good day to stay in and learn about Chicago dance history, right?
It is a really good day to do that.
Well, I'm so glad to talk with you. You are, of course, the artistic director of the Joffrey Ballet, and probably many people also know that you were once a dancer in the company as well. And I want to start there. I'm wondering, maybe what did you learn about the company and its culture while a dancer that became important to know as its director?
I'll try to get to the core of it, but I was in the Australian Ballet, and Gerald Arpino, Marilyn Rowe had invited Gerald Arpino to come to Australia and do Suite Sanson. And so I did the lead in that, in the pas de deux, the pas de trois, and many things. And Jerry Arpino said, you should come to New York and you need to meet Robert Joffrey. And so what happened, circumstance happened, and I ended up in New York, and I joined the Joffrey Ballet. And, I knew about the Joffrey, and I knew that it was a very distinctly American company with a very different kind of idea, built on a very different model, not built on a European model. But like Robert Joffrey, I think for everyone, and if we look at the world today, kind of discovered the blueprint of what we're all doing, which was this hybridized company. And I think that my years in the Joffrey, working with Robert Joffrey and Gerald Arpino, they were so informative and really informative about American dance. I knew the Ashton ballets. I danced them in London. I got to dance them again in the Joffrey. But, Joffrey, when I think about, Glenn Tetley and William Forsythe and, Twyla Tharp and Mark Morris and Laura Dean, and it just kept coming. It was really, really amazing. So I think that it was an incredible lesson in the place that the Joffrey holds in American dance. And I think that having spent 5 years with them, and then coming back to the Joffrey, I wanted to do the best that I could to honor his vision of what he set out to do and the vision that he and Gerald Arpino had for the company.
And as you said, Robert Joffrey and Gerald Arpino built this company on a different model than other ballet companies in the past. I'll let you talk a little bit more about what we mean by that. And I'm also curious, what are the particular freedoms or opportunities or challenges really that type of model affords you now as the artistic director?
So I think, if we look at Robert Joffrey, I think it's interesting, and especially at this time when we're talking a lot about inequity in the arts in the world. Robert Joffrey was a Muslim. He, his parents were immigrants. He came to America. He started a company. He wanted to be a director. And I think that, for Robert Joffrey, and I remember him saying this, that, a good dancer is a good dancer. And it's not about their height, their weight, their color, it's about being a great artist. And so I think that his eye was always looking at that. And over the years, the diversity that the Joffrey has had has been incredible. There have been so many amazing dancers that have come through the Joffrey, white, black, brown dance. It's really something. And I think that, when we look at where we are today, these conversations and these actions are actually more important than ever.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And just to stick in this era just a little bit longer, you know, what we're trying to do overall with CDHP is hear these histories and these stories firsthand from as many people as possible. And unfortunately, it's not possible with Mr. Joffrey or Mr. Arpino. So then I try to get the second generation histories from them. Can you just spend a minute and tell us what each of those men were like?
I mean, I just think they were extraordinary people, and honestly, like, it is such a privilege to have worked with them and to have known them and to have, you know, listened to them. And, you know, they were very different men. You know, Jerry was really a high flyer. He was feisty and energetic in the studio, and, you know, and his real place was in the studio creating work. And Robert Joffrey had this enormous appetite for dance, you know, and it was, whether it was classical ballet, whether it was, you know, American, European, contemporary. And I think that, you know, I think what Joffrey did is he took amazing risks, but I think that his gut instinct told him that this was important for his company, important for America, and that he kept pulling the company away from wanting it to be a European model. So, you know, and I know that you've had Twyla on today, and I think of, you know, when Joffrey was, you know, down in the village and invited Twyla, and Twyla was not from the classical ballet world. But if you look at the repertoire in the Joffrey Ballet, it kind of tells you about the breadth and depth, one, of the talent in America, and the fact that Robert Joffrey made a place for it. As well as important works as The Green Table, you know, all of the Massine ballets, the Leonard Massine ballets that he brought to America, which America had not seen. So it enriched our love and knowledge of dance.
Yeah, so well put. And just thinking about that whole span, and again, this whole day has been really about diversity and scope, that fits right in. And, you know, I kind of want to pull us into 1995, and I know you weren't with the company then, and you weren't in Chicago. Chicago, up until then, had so much ballet, but nothing on the scale of the Joffrey when they came here in '95. And I'm wondering what's your opinion on why was Chicago such a good fit for the Joffrey at that time?
You know, I think it's interesting because I think that, you know, we know that the company were having huge financial issues at the time. And I think that, you know, in New York, there were so many companies that were being funded by the same bodies of support. So looking for a place for the Joffrey, and I think if you look at the history of the Joffrey, and I think of one particular man, Bruce Sagan, who first presented the Joffrey when it was a fledgling company. You know, and I think that, you know, Bruce is still on the board. That there are great Chicagoans that I think they look at their city, they love their city, and they're like, you know, what do we need to complete, you know, the idea of really a really important art scene. And so I think that taking the Joffrey, the people that made the commitment to bring the Joffrey to Chicago and take care of the Joffrey and say, we are going to see this company survive. I think it is one of the greatest gifts that the Joffrey's ever been given. And I hope that in return, we can give back to the city that gave us a second chance. Because I think it's been an amazing journey, because this is now our 25th anniversary of being in Chicago. And with that, so many great things came along, starting an academy, a huge community engagement program, and really being a participant in our city, more than just some beautiful performances. Like we have a greater work to do.
Yeah, you're doing my job for me yet again, because I was just about to ask, can you help me situate the Joffrey in the larger community here in Chicago, and talk about some of those ways that, as you say, giving back at this point?
I mean, I think the one thing that I have learned about Chicago, which I think is a truly beautiful thing and a very important thing, is that the act and art of collaborating seems to be very open and very fluid, and people want to engage. And so, the fact that we have many programs in the Chicago public school system, we also have, so many other programs. Then we have, a pre-professional program in the academy, but over our time, we have interacted with, many organizations here, with some pretty exciting projects. And so, whether it's the Harris Theatre or the MCA or the Auditorium and now the Lyric Opera and the CSO, I think we just want to be a really good arts partner for Chicago, because the strength of all of us is what is the core of this city.
Yeah, absolutely. I asked this question of Robert Battle, so maybe it's just becoming one of my artistic director questions. But I'd love to hear your answer to this. When you're looking for what do you look for when you look for a new work for the company?
I think it has to be, where are we in our form? How do we want to move the form forward? What can we engage and educate with not only our organization, but also the public, so that we are able to take, a step forward, that we need to do a really good job so that other people embrace the work that we're doing. And I think that then that what that does is that there's a trickle-down effect of people then becoming acceptable of, well, I don't know about this, but I want to go see it. And I want to see the Joffrey regardless of whether I know the repertoire. And I would say that in Chicago, because I'm a big theater lover, is that Chicago has created so much content in the arts world that has gone across the globe. So I think that you nurture where we are, where we want to go to, and how are we going to get there, and always looking at mission and excellence.
Yeah, definitely. And you're starting to reference something, the hardest for Chicago Dance History Project, one of the hardest populations for us to document is the audience, in fact. But you seem to have like a relationship, and with all of your touring and other cities too, I'm wondering, how would you characterize the Chicago ballet audience and the audience for the Joffrey?
I mean, I believe that you earn your accolades. You have to show people that you're the real deal, that you're serious about what you're doing, and that you really want them to believe in the art form. And I do think that, because probably the love of theater and opera and music and, it goes on, is that I've gotten to know so many leaders in Chicago. And I think hearing them all together has made us able to kind of rev up a dance community, which I think was always there, but I think that community has grown exponentially over the years. And I also do really want to shout out for La Lubovitch and Jay Frankie and David Harrow for starting Chicago, the dance festival, because I think that giving access to people is one of the most critical things we can do. And the Chicago Dance Festival really did that. And so for 10 years, it was pretty amazing. And I think there are so many bodies that all have a responsibility and are all part of the success of growing the dance scene in Chicago.
Yes, absolutely. We started our day out with Lar Lubovitch, and as we're coming to a close here, I'm glad that you brought it back around to him. Really quickly, you know, everybody's sort of reimagining, and the Joffrey is no exception. What's next for the Joffrey?
You know, I think, of course, like for the rest of everyone in the world, we want to be able to move past this pandemic, and you know, it's a terrible state of affairs. I think that we've lost so many people around the world, and so it has affected us all. But I think that in terms of the Joffrey, you know, we have tried to use this time as a time to kind of learn, listen, and we've created new work within the guidelines of public health and social distancing. And so I think that, you know, there's one thing about the Joffrey that has always been there from its inception. It is a nimble organization that can turn on a dime. And so, you know, if I think of Robert Joffrey and the station wagon and the six dancers that toured America, you know, they used to be called the Johnny Appleseeds of dance because they spread dance everywhere. So I think that the future for us is that things are going to change. You know, I think that we've all had to look at our world and say, how do we include as many people that want to be a part of it, a part of dance in particular? And so I think that new work, relative work, I think more stories that pertain to America, pertain to Chicago. You know, I think that the European model served a really good purpose, but I think that, you know, America is not a young country anymore. And so I think that we have so many great stories here, and there's so much talent here, you know, choreographically, musically, artistically, you know, and I think that we want to embrace that at a deeper level and widen our audience and widen our repertoire and our understanding of how broad dance can be. And I think that I go back to Robert Joffrey because I think that he saw how beautiful and broad dance could be.
Yeah, very well said. I look forward to seeing that happen with the Joffrey. It's been a real pleasure to speak with you, Ashley, and I hope we can continue the conversation again soon.
Absolutely. And I just want to congratulate everyone, because I think it's really important that we document the history of our cities and our people and where we are. And so I really applaud you for putting today's marathon together.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being a part of it.
Thank you very much. And let's just hope that 2021 is a better year for all of us.
Yes. Yes. Amen. All right. Well, I hope to speak with you again soon.
Absolutely. What a pleasure. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Bye, everyone.
Okay, as we switch gears here, oh, look at that. It's like passing in the theater lobby.
Yeah, right?
Hello, Randy Duncan. Welcome.
Hey, Janae, how are you?
I am doing great. How are you?
I'm good at this last hour or 15 minutes or whatever we have, right?
Yeah, thank you for helping us close this out. So
Yeah.
strong too. And actually, you know, I just asked this question of Ashley. You know, one of the things that we try to do is, you know, document the community to its fullest. And unfortunately, there are those who were a part of the community and still are in spirit that we're not able to talk to anymore. And Joseph Holmes was such an important person here that you got to work with extensively. So I'm wondering if we can just start out by hearing a little bit about Joseph.
Oh my God. Well, Joseph Holmes was really a fantastic teacher and choreographer who, of course, grew up here in Chicago, but left Chicago to go to New York to study for several years because he really wanted to have a company very similar to the Alvin Ailey Company. The diversity was part of that, but also recognizing the style and the aesthetic that Ailey used. And so he went there and came back and started his own company. Prior to leaving Chicago, he had a company where he was doing Afro-Caribbean dance, as it were. And then he went there because he wanted to study with the greats, the Martha Grahams, the Alvin Ailey, of course, and then at Dance Theater of Harlem as well. So he went there, gained quite a bit of knowledge, came back, wanted to put together a company, which he did, a company of dancers who were very enthusiastic about dancing and had the spirit and all, but needed the kind of technique that the Ailey Company had. So he enlisted Miss Harriet Ross. I know you've heard her name a few times already today, who is I think the world's greatest coach, and she happens to be my manager as well, and also someone who has managed the Joffrey Company also, and continues to lead and guide the Chicago dance community in a number of ways. So we have her to thank for the Joseph Holmes Chicago Dance Theater, because she is the one that really whipped those dancers into shape and became a world-class dance company, whereas we were able to travel around the world. Not before Joseph did, not before Joseph died, but after he passed away, and then I took over the company. So yeah, but he was a phenomenal man, very, very funny guy. Martha Graham was like his goddess, you know, and so he came back having us train under Harriet Ross with the Graham technique. So that's really kind of the way that it was. Wonderful choreography, you know, very athletic, exciting, inspiration from both Graham and from Ailey and all, but really, really wonderful company.
And when you talk about those dancers, you were one of those dancers.
I was one of those dancers. Yes, I was age 15 when I started with Joseph Holmes, and I've certainly known Harriet all that time. And it was a blessing. It was really, really a blessing. I came in, I learned all the choreography, both the girls and the guys, and it just didn't matter. So I was ready anytime somebody was injured or left the company, then I was ready to step in. So I really learned quite a bit being in the company as a dancer, and then was asked to choreograph after I had been asked to teach and take over some of the classes when Joseph wasn't there. He realized that I had a gift for teaching as well as choreographing, and that's how that all began. Everything started with the Joseph Holmes Dance Theater, with concert dance, I should say.
Right, and you use this phrase, stepping in. You stepped into another role with the Joseph Holmes Company and directing it. How old were you when that happened?
I was 28, I believe, at that time. Yeah, and I was still dancing. I danced for a couple more years, and then decided, you know, this is way too much choreographing, directing a company, and teaching classes. It was going to be all too much, and I just really wanted to do the best job that I could do for the Joseph Holmes Dance Theater. So I decided to step off stage and just choreograph and be the artistic director of the company. And this was a time in which the company was really taking off and just touring all over the world. And I needed to be there for the dancers. So that's what I did.
And you mentioned teaching. This was the point where teaching became a part of your career when Joseph saw that you were able to do that and you started teaching. And sorry, go
Oh
ahead.
yeah. I started teaching, realized that I had a knack for it, and I loved doing it. And so to this day, I continue to teach master classes, workshops, and of course, I am the chair at the Chicago Academy for the Arts, where I'm teaching and training these dancers who are interested in becoming professional dancers. And you know, this is a performing arts high school. And many of them, once they graduate, they're ready to go straight into a professional company. Um, some of them have gone on to Broadway, some straight into the Joffrey Ballet, the in New York City Ballet as well. I mean, just all over. Alvin Ailey, yeah, they've come from the Chicago Academy for the Arts, and it's because of the training that they get there. You know, we have on the faculty dancers who have had their own professional careers as far as dance is concerned, and they impart their knowledge with these young artists who are coming up, starting as freshmen in high school, and it's great. And we also have Harriet Ross come over to do some coaching as well. So she's imparting her knowledge also. So we are very, very fortunate to be in that position.
Yeah, one of the things we've been doing today is, you know, sort of pulling on these threads and tracing lineages. So I'm wondering, in all of your teaching and working with the students at the Chicago Academy, what are some maybe lasting lessons that you learned from Joseph and Harriet that then you find yourself imparting to your students?
Oh my God. Discipline, you know, that's the first thing, and understanding what you're dancing about and why you're doing it. I mean, why are you here? Uh, those are questions that need to be asked, because if you don't have the passion for this, and you know how hard this dance world is, um, then there's no reason to do it, you know, because they're definitely not doing it for the money. And that is for sure. So that is the knowledge, and it's the thing that I learned both from Harriet and from Joseph, that you really, really have to understand that you're doing this for a reason. This is your life. This is what you eat, sleep, and dream about. It's really what you're living for. That is really the imparting knowledge to these kids.
Well, you're joining us toward the end of our marathon here, and I'm looking at my backdrop and looking at you and thought maybe we could kind of bring it back into this space. I mean, you're so well known for the finales of Dance for Life. Can you tell me a little bit about working with them over the years?
Oh my God, Janae, this is one of the things that I love about this city. I was able to, in 1994, I believe, was my first finale for Dance for Life. And all I did was ask if dancers from the companies that were performing, if there were any dancers interested in doing a finale. And of course, there were all these people, or all these dancers, I should say, who said, "Of course I am, of course I am." And it was basically a befitting way to finish the evening after there's been, you know, companies who've gone on and done things from their rep. And I said, well, let's pull a few dancers from each of those companies, and I'll create a dance, and it will be the end of the evening. And it has been going so well ever since. I think we're in the 30th year this year, I believe, coming up. And it has been absolutely wonderful. And it's because I get to work with creme de la creme here in Chicago. Those dancers who are with the Joffrey, the dancers who are with, or once with River North, with Gus Giordano, all these companies that you've had on earlier. So, and just the, the pure energy and excitement of them dancing with each other when they did not know each other before, but always went out to support the various companies. And it's just a fascinating way to work with the dancers from across the city.
Well,
And then that auditorium that you are in, I have to say that is my favorite theater in Chicago. Always has been. It just feels so warm and wonderful, and look how beautiful it is. Yes.
you are
And
not
so,
alone in that, that's for sure.
oh, I know it has always been my favorite ever since I was a little kid. Coming in there to see the Alvin Ailey Company, I've always enjoyed that. And then the Joseph Holmes Dance Theater, that was their first big theater that we performed in, was the Auditorium.
Wow, that I didn't know. Yeah, no pressure there.
Yeah, yeah. And by the way, I have a connection with the Sammy Dyer School of Theater, with Ted Levy, with Braille Brett. I went to Sammy Dyer way back when. Yes, who knew, right? Just an amazing place. Yes, that was the first school that I actually went to under the guise of Geraldine Johnson. But Shirley Hall Bass was my acrobatic teacher, and is the only place, Janae, that I never took tap. What it's known for, I did not take. I was the only Black boy that was there taking ballet and modern dance. Right? So everybody else was into the acrobatics and tap.
Well, way to be different, Randy Duncan.
Yeah, that's right. That is correct.
Well, it's been so great to, scratch the surface of your own dance histories today. Thank you so much for being a part of the interview marathon.
Thank you so much for having me. I have enjoyed listening to everybody and seeing the connections that we all have. And I'm looking forward to some future projects.
Likewise. Okay, so I will talk to you again soon for sure.
Okay, thanks so much. Have
Thank
a good
you.
one.
You too.
All right. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Gail Calver, and I'm a consultant, a volunteer with Chicago Dance History Project. And the reason I do it is because I think their work is very important. I think it's essential in preserving and documenting the history of Chicago dance for the current audiences that have maybe not experienced everything that there is to experience in our history, and also for the future generations. I was lucky enough to have seen great artists in Chicago, including Rudolph Nureyev and Margot Fontaine at the original Airy Crown Theater at McCormick Place, which is where I first saw my Ruth Paige Nutcracker. And as the years went by, of course, I knew dancers in the production, and it was even more fun. I enjoyed a great career at Ravinia, presenting many dance companies from Chicago and from around the country and the world, and then was so fortunate to have toured the world with Hubbard Street Dance Chicago as its executive director, and feeling the joy that I did from seeing the audience reactions to Hubbard Street. Same with River North. Never forget a 5-week tour to Russia, and neither will the rest of the company. I loved seeing Frank Chavez's last performance at the Auditorium Theater. I loved the first time I saw Hubbard Street in 1986 at the Auditorium Theater, the first time they were on that stage. And so being there today is even more fulfilling to me. I will continue to work with the Chicago Dance History Project. It resonates with me, and I feel it's a very, very good time spent. And I hope you'll support it. Thank you.
We made it, and we're smiling. Welcome, Angel Ito. How are you?
Good.
Good. I mean, how are you doing? You just made it through several hours of live interviewing, some of Chicago's most influential dancers. How does it feel to be at the end of an incredible milestone?
It has really flown by, I'm told it was 7 hours, but it feels like we just got here. And I think, that's actually a testament to everybody that's been our guests here today. It's easy to sit here and listen to them. Absolutely.
So what were some, just highlights for you that you were able to take away in some of those conversations? Anything that personally stuck out to you as a dancer?
As a dancer, that's a good question. I think it never hurts to be reminded, no matter what role you play in this dance field, how connected we all are. And, within the dance community, Chicago is the third largest city in this nation. But the dance world is still as big as it is. It's small, and that we none of us do this alone. It's a communicative art form, and just to be reminded of that, and to create this space where we can kind of tease out different connections than we might, in a class or a rehearsal or backstage during a performance, has been a real opportunity and a real gift that I didn't quite expect, being in this role now. It's nice to be able to translate some of that community to talking about dance, really.
Yeah, no, I definitely can understand that. Now, were there any kind of themes that you might have noticed in some of those conversations? I know that the Chicago Dance History Project is very passionate about diversity and inclusion within dance, whether that be on stage, behind the scenes, and all of those different areas within the dance communities, like all of those jobs that we were able to hear from today. What would you say were some of those similarities that stuck out to you, whether it be from a dancer or a choreographer or a creative director? I'm sure that they all had a lot of commonalities.
Yeah, it takes a village, and that's sort of the approach that Chicago Dance History Project takes as well, trying to document as much of the community as we possibly can. And of course, that usually happens one interview at a time, like today. But throughout this day and throughout all the interviews I've been conducting over the past 5 years, that's something that seems really to distinguish Chicago, is these partnerships that form, and that art doesn't exist in a vacuum, obviously, but we don't exist in vacuums either. And just the partnerships and the collaborations and the influences that everybody has on each other, and the extreme camaraderie here, that I hope even today I was seeing, new relationships form. So I'm excited to see what types of collaborations or creations might come from, folks who got to meet for the first time in the green room today.
Right. There were so many cool people I was chatting with in the green room before this, so I can definitely understand that. Now we're looking at just like that sense of community that you talked about. How would you say that the Chicago Dance History Project, in the last 5 years that you've been there, and then of course looking at the future, how would you say that you all have been working toward continuing that sense of community within Chicago's dance community?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I guess the short answer is by consciously being a part of it. CDHP is sort of a unique model in the sense that I feel it's a very creative organization, and yet we are, we're documenting and we're archiving, but it's sort of like the boots on the ground version of it. So in the sense that we're trying to really just examine histories right along with everybody else and provide a platform for hearing those narratives firsthand from those who lived the history themselves. I think that is something that is now definitely the foundation of who we are. And it took us a while to realize that, because we don't necessarily have a model to follow in that way. And so I do want to continue that. This was just our first event of 2021 in a sense, even though it was a big one. So, hopefully we can rest a little bit in February, but I do want to, as everybody is shifting the ways in which they work and the ways in which they present their work in this time. It's actually a way for us to be more inclusive at once rather than conduct one interview at a time. It's hard to let go of that intimacy that happens face-to-face, one-on-one with somebody for an interview. And I think that's something that's really special, and we probably won't do that again until we can do it safely. But with Zoom, we're looking at more events that everybody can participate in. I'm hoping to start a series called Family Reunions that would bring back the Joseph Holmes Company and the dancers and Deeply Rooted and, all the Tharp era of Hubbard Street, to really hear collectively about those experiences. So that's one way. Another way we want to continue the inclusion is by creating more programs, again, for voluntary participation. So we have something called the Archive Dive, which is really meant to even just kind of kickstart artists into doing some DIY archiving as well. So we're building these microcosms of little mini collections. So you can go to the CDHP Digital Library and just get a glimpse of the Seldums or Ayako Kato, who both of them have already participated, and that's open to everybody. Some things have to happen one by one, so inclusion takes time. But that's something, even though, we're a small team and it might take a while to participate, that's open for anybody who has a connection to Chicago dance history and wants to contribute to the Archive Dive. Please do so.
I'm sure there are a lot of people now, as they're hearing this interview, they're like, oh, I've got a great photo or something that I think could really add to the archive. I think probably my mom, who I didn't tell you, she used to dance for Joseph Holmes when she was a young student. Yes, and she's watching, so she will appreciate, that little shout out. But it's so cool to just hear about all of the different ways that you all are working to document, just Chicago's dance history, because I think we a lot of times forget how important it is to just have that documentation for future generations. And just speaking of myself as one of those future generations and looking at the photos of my mom when she used to dance with him and his company, and how that transpired in her career as an artist, and how that influenced me in my work. So not even to get into that, but just thinking about how influential it is that this documentation is just really helping the next generation think about how they might want to pursue dance, what that looks like, recognizing the diversity within the archives. And so just want to thank you for the work that you all have been doing and just continue to do. But I know that we're running out of time here. Were there any other final remarks that you wanted to share or make?
Well, if there were, I might scrap them for a minute, because what just happened there is sort of like crystallizes how CDHP works. It's such a generative project. And, when you and I met, and you told me that you studied with Pierre Lockett, I said, okay, you're going into our database, you're now on our list. Angel's mom, you better watch out, because we're going to be calling you too. And that's exactly how it works. So anywhere that these connections are formed, in any way that they come to me, that's definitely how it happens. So I think, better than anything I could possibly say after 7 hours of doing this, that right there is just really sort of crystallizes who we are and what we do and how we do it, in fact.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would also just say it's just a reflection of Chicago. It's ingrained to be there for each other and to be connected in all of these ways, whether we realize it or not. So like I said, thank you guys for documenting just the trajectory of everyone's work. And I know that it has been a very productive and successful day. So happy to chat with you and give you a second to rest before you say goodbye. But just wanted to thank you guys again so much.
Thank you so much for being a part of it. Thank you for flipping the script and putting me in the hot seat. I guess I deserve it after doing it to everybody else now. Yeah, thank you so much. And I also want to thank, as they hopefully will join the stage with us, everybody who's been working and running this marathon with me behind the scenes. I hope they can hear me, and so they know, or Patricia, you can give them the signal. Yeah, to come out and take a bow seriously. I guess as they do that, what I will say about Chicago Dance History Project is that it is a community too, and we don't do any of this work alone. And what I love about documenting and archiving and learning about dance is that it's, you know, archives aren't some musty old, you know, thick tome chained to a desk in a library somewhere. They're active and they're engaging, and history is being made every day, and it's being made by all of you right here. And so I want to take this second, the credits will roll, but please, you know, look at these beautiful faces and read their names and know that they were definitely instrumental in making this day happen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you all for joining us. We made it.
I'm going to let you guys go so you can have a moment, but thank you guys so much for including me. Thank you all again, like I said, for the work that you do. And I'm sure I'll be in contact with you all, but just wanted to thank you and give you guys that celebration.
Thanks, Angel.
Angel, it's so great. Nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Janae, you're a warrior, man.
Hey, so are all of you. Oh my gosh.
You're the one who had to talk all day.
But holy shit, we did it.
Oh my God, we didn't just do it. We like killed it.
Really?
Oh my God, there were donations all day long.
Oh my
God. We got our last donation like 20 minutes ago. So,
oh my God.
Yeah, we just destroyed our attendance and financial goals. So we had over 100 people watching at all times for the entire day.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and the chat, you'll see it was just like blowing up. Yeah. So.
Wow.
The chat is still blowing up.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm so relieved to hear that. And I'm also so glad I just didn't think about any of that in the moment. But oh my gosh, I hope you had fun. It looked like fun. Yeah.
It was fun.
Good.
Meeting, chatting with people. Yeah, it was great.
Well, and Sean deserves a special shout out.
Yes.
I watched the live stream the whole time. It just looked so good.
It did. Every time I looked at it. Yeah.
Someone in the chat said they can hear our audio. Is that?